What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? Who's in here? What up, chat? What's good? I'm back. Bro, I feel like I sleep in the stream, wake up in the stream, and then stream, and then stream, and then stream, and then stream, bro. What's up, chat? What's going on? What is up? Hello, who do we got? We got Fusion Harsad. Hello, welcome in, my friends. Welcome in. Will Hora finally get the Anuj Podel. Nikita, today is my off day. Let's go. Now you can watch the watch party without any without anything. What up, Groot? Ghost GFX40 on the top, inshallah. Hopefully Hora does better too, bro. Hopefully Hora does better too. Green, good morning, Alejandro. You sleep in the chair? Bro, imagine. No. I did go inside. Did you sleep? Look at my face, bro. Look at my face. What is my face? I slept I passed out, so I kind of slept like a couple hours. So I'd say about like what, 3 to 4? No, 11. Yeah, about 4 hours. I slept like 4 hours, chat. So okay. We're gonna do it like yesterday we did it. What is called? That way we can do the map feed on the top, and then the what is called the main feed on the middle. That way we can also watch a map while that is happening. So I'm gonna try to set up this while we go with that one. Okay. Boom bam boom bam boom. That is good. Playback speed is 2x. 2x. Boom. Okay. And then this one comes out. This one, I'm gonna pause the music right here. Boom. And then we can talk, chat. And then we can talk.
Eliminations.
Okay, and then playback speed is 2x as well. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hang on tight, because you know the back end of the.
Well, in match 5, you had that
just chatting
situation where Narvalo was up against none other than Alter Ego. Do you feel like it was maybe not the best approach for him to overextend to try and secure that elimination?
I think at that situation, he had no other options.
All right, so map is there.
Because if he continued the rotation, he would die. It was my call for him to go get the turret, get at least one more point, because his car was already almost blown up.
Boom, right there, chat. And then we're gonna wait. What?
I've got just the thing for this. 7-way SG, get in here. Thank you so much. Now get out of here.
Nope,
fantastic. Well, we just had a little bit from the Falcons, and we're going to continue to talk about them a little bit with a hot take from Blank.
Yeah, I got to straight cook these guys, you know, roast them a little bit, because the bird is feeling fairly charred right now. At the moment, that team is sort of just Koa a little bit. Ralph even tried to eliminate him earlier with a nade, but surprisingly, we were able to bring it back together. I do think, personally, for the Falcons, Ralph's a bit of a doubter right now. He's doubting his own performance when we know he's a great IGL. There's been some moments of greatness from this guy. I think he's just got to believe himself a little bit more. A bit more of a wholesome approach to it, but John's going to get a bit more spicy with things now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to talk about the end of the tournament, how things are going to be closing down here.
We're going to close this one. Oh, smash rule, bro. Okay, there you go. I think that's it, right? I think that's it, chat. I think that's it. We're ready, chat. We're ready. We're ready to...
It's going to be from a team coming through from behind and snatching that crown away from them. It's going to be exciting towards the end.
Let me make myself a little bit smaller. That way it doesn't affect things.
But first,
and then map. Okay, there you go, chat. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. Let's go, and then boom, and then let's go, boom. There you go, chat. I'm gonna play around with the map. Okay.
This is a team that can just eliminate everyone quite easily.
Okay. Boom. All right, let me know if the sound is good. Where I was my chat. Chat, how's the sound?
Alpha Gaming, take the chicken dinner.
The map feed, I'm gonna try to like play around a little bit more. That way we can, you know, check the map as things are going. Okay. Boom. I can make it a little bit smaller.
A lot of fraggers with a big ego is an issue, and I think that a lot of internal issues could be happening because everyone has a different idea of how they want to execute the game plan. I mean, you have Top, PMGC MVP, you have Zio, also PMGC MVP, now Doc that has been a PMGO MVP.
Why does it keep going doing
has
that?
found success in the past, and everyone maybe has a different idea of what they want to execute going into the game. So internally, I think that could cause some issues, but if they can fix it again, this team could
like this stream, guys. Yes, like this stream if you haven't already. Let's go. We are excited, Chad. We are excited for Nepali team, bro. Nepali team, Hora Esports. Hora has to come back today. Okay, why the hell is this thing not doing what it's supposed to do?
I do think Doc could take home the best IGL award. There's going to be a lot of competition for that role, though, because you're looking at players like maybe IQ from 4 Thrives who could be taking it home.
IQ is the 4 Thrives.
APG have
I thought Falak was
the
last
4 MV that they are one of the best.
These boys does not match the body. What do you mean?
Really good positions.
Mine?
So I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one to take it away, but knowing Doc...
I mean, hey, I'm tired, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh my god, I'm so fresh. I'm tired, but, you know, we gotta do this for my boys. Hora. Okay, why does it keep doing this, bro? Okay, now what?
And by the way, Doc is about to become a father, so maybe this PMWC is even more important to him as he could try and take home a lot of money to buy diapers.
He said buy diapers. All right. What about the sound? Is the sound okay? Yo, let's go, chat. Let's go. Team Hora. We gotta win. We gotta win for Team Hora, bro. We gotta win for Team Hora.
A lot of money on the line, a lot of diapers on the line. Day 2 of the grand final here for Pmwc at the Esports World Cup 25. And we have got ourselves another 6 games to determine who is going to be able to ascend the mountain and get themselves a position of power. Joining me to start things off, we have ourselves 7 Worlds Gaming, we have Neptura, we have Max Man. Max Man, do you think that we are going to see Yangon stay at #1 for today, for the rest of the day?
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Well,
no, don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's all I have on that. Yesterday was such a weird day. I think we're going to have the leaderboards all over the place. And I think, as I said earlier, my hot take is our champion is currently standing in the bottom 8. So there's going to be a big comeback today.
That's an exciting prospect because, of course, if they can fight back, obviously yesterday was a very close day 7, but now if they do fight back, which they very reasonably could, we could go into the last day with an insane leaderboard.
I mean, for this team, one thing I really enjoyed was how adaptable they were. Not only did we see them being able to adapt whenever they ended up going to Nova, but we also saw the landing spot being able to adapt. They ended up going to Greats, South of George.
Now I have to fix on the vertical, bro.
Yeah, another pleasant surprise that I saw was actually Alter Ego able to maintain a little bit more of that consistency, even though we did have some weird zones, some weird games. They were able to still
Bro, I do not believe that Alter Ego had such a good zone the whole time.
That smash rule threshold
like Alter Ego had a good zone, bro.
Jamil Motorsports walking here for all of these arriving players to get ready for day #2 of our grand final, and understandably teams like Hora gonna need to step things up.
Hora, my boys!
All these other guys.
Jiggle needs to jiggle a lot today, bro.
Neptura's bringing up here 7. Even if you don't end up at #1 by the end of the day, try your very best to keep up with that #1, just in case the smash zone begins.
That's going to be right. I mean, especially going into tomorrow, you don't want to have a team that's in first place with a 30-point lead, because now you're going to have to catch up to them. And if that team comes off hot, Max, they're going to be able to get into that smash zone and possibly win via smash rule.
A big point lead after day 2 is just going to be horrendous for all of the lobby right now. You want to make sure that gap is just as small as possible, which it is currently small, but is that going to remain the case if they get, like, let's say 2 wins in a row or something like that we have witnessed here at PMWC on this stage? It's going to be a scary one, but keep in mind here that the teams at the top, everyone's going to try and create that lead, so it's going to be very competitive here for day 2.
Let's check in with the Gideon top players here from our finals so far and see how all of these teams are shaped up and looking good to go. As we take a look back at what was going on, we started off with Sandhawk, which for quite a few of us 7 was kind of the most exciting match of the day. And then everything else went weird from there.
It's my favorite map. All right, and I was happy to see it. And I was super happy to see him actually being able to perform. And I'm talking about Alter Ego. You were talking about them earlier. I enjoyed how much control of Trifecta that team was able to show. It seemed like we were actually watching that game. We're like, okay, if this team is going to be playing like
I'm
this,
fixing my stuff in the vertical chat as well.
For everybody else, that didn't happen.
Because I know people love watching on the phone, so you know, gotta love all my viewers from all the platforms.
Back on the board, like we saw on Sandhawk. So maybe if they have a few extra games today, they start off on the Sandhawk doing well and keep that rolling a couple more games.
All right, chat.
They should be really good to go.
Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. I think we good. I think we good, chat. I think we good.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to what's this called?
Is she jumping the boat?
Which one is the
supporter anymore?
No, I'm always team.
Where's the green and white?
That is crazy.
I know. Well, where's my jersey? If you give me the jersey, then I'll wear it.
Damn, Raptura just said, give me the jersey first.
No, only because
I mean, hey, I would have said the same thing.
Only because I was told I was gonna get one.
Bro, Chad, I DM'd her and be like, can you get me, Neptura, please, can you get me Aura jersey? I told her, Chad.
I think are more of the bigger favorites to try and do something, especially from what I saw in the
All right, there you go, Chad. I am ready. I'm ready, Chad. I'm ready. Hello.
For Alter Ego, I have one thing that would
AKA Gasi Gaming. Nepal represent. Should I wear Nepal jersey, Chad?
When you look at Miramar, they were overly eager to split again. They just want to split in every single map, but they are.
For me, sound is okay. Okay.
Are not the answer. Sometimes
as long as you can hear me and the game, okay, I'm good.
Also try and be consistent on other
let's go, Chad. Let's go.
Just their splits, so sometimes just stick together. Maybe they can just be a little bit more.
You want to see whole PMWC clutch with some spices? You're gonna send me some spices? Is that what it is?
What's wrong?
I love it.
You love anime, and you
make
can
this stream a bit louder. Okay.
And check out all of these reactions coming in as well, Neptura, because all of these players playing for glory. It looked like our South Korean overlords had some good times yesterday as well.
Yeah, they actually had some really good games. I mean, again, not the most dominant games that we wanted to see from them, but certainly, you know, DRX were able to take what was given to them and multiply it a little bit. Not the biggest elimination win we've seen from them, but still really nice. They are up and in the top spots. They can contend for that smash point.
Yes.
And so that is exactly where they need to be at the end of day one.
We've got Weeaboos like Maxman. We've got Korea Boos like me and Neptura7. We like Korea. How about you? Do you like Korea?
I like their food. I don't like how Korea has been playing.
What about the team?
I mean, if we're gonna be talking about the team, I didn't want to be
I
this
sent
negative
you a
right away.
highlight video.
But
Where did you send me?
I mean, this team, I want to see a little bit more reaction out of this team because yesterday they ended up giving a win. The only win that Regnum Karya got, it was gifted by Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive early on. Don't wait until the end like you guys were able to do yesterday, where you pretty much sit in a compound the whole match and then decided to move at the wrong time. But I'm looking to see a bit of an improvement.
Send it on Discord, bro, so everybody can see.
Here, Max, and see how they've all shaped.
But I'll check it later.
And, yeah, so what do you think, Max?
All right, what about now?
Korea, DRX, of course, second place.
You look like a college guy. Me? I'm the young guy, bro. That's
Looking
why.
back at their results, they got themselves a 4th place, 10th place. That was their worst result. Then a 2nd, a 3rd, a 1st, and a 4th place. So always reaching that late game.
Yangang Galactico, chat. Yangang Galactico. I'm gonna post a short as well while we wait for this one.
It does scare me that how quickly could they get into that smash zone, get the extra 10 points if they are, let's say, leading the pack at the end of day 2. I think that would take a lot of time, meaning they could possibly lose that top spot to another squad that's just a little bit more frag oriented.
The same thing goes for Weibo Gaming, though. You're talking about that consistency. Yesterday, they had 5 out of 6 top 8 finishes. Only one of those games were they in 13th position, actually. So it is a really good start. You see a little bit of consistency there, but they need to build on that, much like DRX. They need to make sure that they can do both to secure that smash point.
I mean, you're talking about consistency. You were asking me if I actually like the South Korean teams. I did enjoy the consistency out of DRX. They ended up with 5 top 4 finishes. That is just impressive for that squad. Coming in today, I want to see more fragging out of them.
Let's move on our 9th through 16th as well and see how all of these teams need to catch up. If Maxman's predictions are correct, which is rare, we will potentially see a champion come out from this bracket, Max.
It wasn't a prediction, it was a hot take.
Oh, that's not a prediction? Okay, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, if I'm correct, yes. If it's not, it's just a hot take. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. But no, 2 teams that
is behind, far behind. What is TG? Oh, the Thunder Talks? I was like, what are you talking about, TG?
From Pakistan, we were like so hyped because every player were doing so well.
Bro, 4 tries needs to come back, bro. 4 tries needs to come back. Anuj, can you post the link? Anuj, are you in the chat?
Day 1 of the finals didn't quite go as planned.
Polaris is not going to back you on this. I'm going to back you on this. I also think that the team that's going to end up winning on Sunday is going to be on that second page of the overall. But it all comes down on how they're going to start off today. They cannot start off slow. We cannot allow them to get into a mindset. And you were talking about for Thrives. For Thrives, I don't want to end up seeing a hot drop once again in Sandhawk. I was getting a chance to talk to Phallic. I was like, please switch it. He's like, we have no other option. So more than likely, we're going to end up seeing a hot drop.
No other option.
That's survival.
Which is insane.
Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I mean,
not good.
Bro, I can't find my own
stream
link.
No, what I mean is, no, listen to me. Listen.
Day 2, okay, finally I found it. I found it.
Follow through with what they want to do.
Valak
If they
was
make
a good
decision,
player.
do it. At
Valak
least they're
is a good
doing what we
player. I
wanted
like
them to
Valak.
do, just not in the right way. We don't want you to hot drop. Please stop. But at least they're following through.
Stop it, please.
I mean, even trash dropping, I feel like, and just going for some compounds here and there. You look at teams like, actually, now that I think about it, Yangon, who actually moved away from Paradise in some of these games, trash looted, and look where they are, Max. There is options.
There are other ways. Not even just that. Yangon also changed from Nova over to Crates into Torchball. They are actively changing their drop locations. You can do the same.
I posted the YouTube, but I gotta post the TikTok and
We go for the compounds south of Hartin, and you don't have to fight Power
Total
anymore.
match points.
That would be something I would like to see, but known for Thrives, they might
there
be
was
a
not a
bit
big difference
overcommitted to
between
Hartin.
Some of our
top 4
as well as some people's
like up to like 4 to 5
teams
points, like 4 to 5 match. They were like not that far away.
For that, since 7
like
is now
maybe 5 or 6
directly in the face
points,
of
but like
Falcons.
it is match 6, bro.
Falcons, please.
Yeah,
Yangon power. Look at power.
Listen, they have a good foundation. They're obviously a good team. They have a good strategy. My problem is that they don't seem to believe that they have a good strategy. When you talk about mindset, when you think about the mentality of these players, they are kind of an emotional team. Their results heavily weigh on their mind.
One of the thing I struggle with about posting content is like finding a good
game by game and actually start believing in the strategy they've built.
It's weird, right? Because I feel like they should almost erase the entirety of yesterday. Because if you look at that graph, where did it peak? The one time the circle comes towards Museum and they're able to get what effectively should have been their win to begin with. Everything else didn't materialize, so wipe the slate clean, bring something new to today, and represent Falcons proud.
I do think they're going to bring something new on the board today because I talked to Narvalo. He's not feeling great today. He had a little bit of a disappointment. So if we do see Snow's playing, maybe he's going to replace him, but Narvalo was one of the top performers too for the team. So if he's not feeling it today, that could really hurt their performances even more today.
Well, let's take a look at the power ranking then and see where you guys have placed some of these teams.
Wait, can you hear the music?
What do you think? Oh, championship caliber Falcons.
No.
Why Yangon Galacticos TKT?
Let's because that team was one team that was actually able to impress me with the way that they were able to play yesterday. We saw them playing a bit more compact. We saw Doc staying within the team. And at one point, Max, actually, it was Doc being the last player alive for this team, which I had to double check. I even put on my glasses.
Yeah. No, but I have to echo your point. The rotates were good from them, but they're always in these strong positions, and they just don't have the full team. If they play the same way, and they just have 3, maybe even 4 players, I think they can actually convert wins here, but they just keep losing players upon rotation, and that just really hurts their opportunities to
from
get
Myanmar. Who was asking about where are YG
like
from?
You guys have put in the bye-bye category both 7 and Max's predictions, but mine and yours predictions aren't in the bye-bye category. I think we're doing well.
I think we're doing very well. I think these two don't know what they're talking about.
Are in the bin.
You supported Falcons and now you're going for Alter Ego. I will not take your criticism.
I said Falcons.
Okay, Max, king of the bins.
Thank you for using my entire title there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. We're okay. We're having too much fun here. We're having too much fun. We've got a few moments before we get into our next games here, 7. So what are you looking out for? Of course, Sandhawk is a very important map. We're expecting, you know, that 4 Thrives situation to continue to develop, but they're not here when it comes to the top performance from Sandhawk so far. So they've got to really step things up.
For 4 Thrives, we know that hot drop is going to happen. I'm going to be looking at them, hopefully winning the hot drop. If that doesn't happen, if they end up losing a player, try to find a way to just back out of it.
I forgot.
It's an option.
Power.
You can back out of a hot drop. You don't
bro.
have to fully commit to it, especially if you get some loot, and they give you a chance to back out of it.
Max?
Looking at this one, I'm looking at Ida in particular, one of the top performers on Sandhawk. They're currently standing in 8th position, tied with Regnum. They're about 30 points away from first place. You want to stay close to that first place position.
Why do you like Team Hora Esports? Hora Esports, all the way from country Nepal, bro. Hello again, Level. Hope your day is going well, my friend.
Good day today. So for them, game 1 is really important. They need to do well.
Yes, please.
today.
You're keen for that, huh, Max?
I would like that very much, yes.
Sky almost beat him up earlier.
Yeah.
He did not like me.
He was pulling some faces at you.
Yes.
I saw that. All right, well, thank you very much. We've had a lot of fun here at the desk, apparently, and now we're about to have a lot of fun for day number 2 of the grand final here for PMWC.
Hora GG, yes, Hora Esports. Back with samosa. भाई मेरे लिए भी दे दो. हमें तो कोई प्यार ही नहीं करता भाई, ये क्या हुआ? शिवम यादव. Hello Shivam bhai, कैसे हो आप? I'm gonna speak in all the different languages today. Me? No. I'm gonna finish the freaking finish the watch party and then go sleep, bro. I barely got enough sleep. Yeah. It's the go. Let's go, shit. Give the link on Discord. Okay.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity.
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
You mean gave or give? मैं बढ़िया हूँ ये बात. Shivam, man, Team Aryan should have made it, bro. Team Aryan should have made it. Why? Just cause, you know, why not? Why not, chat? Why not? Thailand is number 16. Hologram, hello, my friend. How are you doing today? Who do you think will win it all?
Yesterday,
bro, now I don't know. Now I don't know. I thought EA, NS, or 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives I thought was gonna win, bro. 4 Thrives I thought was gonna win.
Turn. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals at the 2025 Esports World Cup. And if you thought day 1 was wild, you haven't seen anything yet, because today the stakes are higher.
Bro, yesterday that deep, you know, the deep in front of the garage by Shelter. Oh my days, that was crazy,
once
bro.
again to the main stage.
I still hope WBC
with Ida Esports.
Let's go, chat. The walkout is always so nice. I'm bored. Hey, with the glasses, with them biceps, bro. With them triceps, bro. That guy like that guy. 14 players died within a minute. Yeah, 16, yeah. Young Galacticos from Myanmar. Let's go, chat.
Global.
I'm posting Instagram. Give me 1 second.
Team.
They should do a best dance and walkout and drive. They should give an award based on like who's aura farming. Who is best aura farming, bro?
Team Secret.
Oh, you're from Myanmar. I like that.
Alpha Gaming. E Arena.
Nikita.
Rainbow Gaming. Regnum Carrier Esports.
हाँ जी, मैं भी समोसा लेके आया. हम भी समोसा लेके आएंगे इसकी यहाँ. Like this stream, chat. Let's go.
Power Esports.
All right, my boys are about to come in. Let's go, chat. My boys are about to come in.
4 Thrives Esports. Esports.
4 tribes. Where is Falak, bro? I need Falak to do a dap. Germany.
Fire Flux Esports.
Let's go, chat. Anuj, where is it? Where is my Hora jersey, Anuj?
Alter Ego RS.
Alter Ego RS.
Hora Esports.
Hora Esports. Where's Sleepy? Where is Sleepy? Jiggle bhai. Kite a smile, Jiggle bhai. Damn, Jiggle is logged in, bro. Jiggle is logged in, bro. Ain't no way.
Builds. Whether your team came out swinging yesterday or you are hungry for redemption, today is where the story truly starts to take shape. And so, with that being said, it is time for day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals.
Which chill guy? Chill guy is a guy who chill. I'm not in there. Come on, Fusion. What is this?
Yango and Galacticos was able to set the tone in day number 1. Now, can everyone else keep up? They're in number 1 right now here. They are staring down the potential of winning PMWC, and everybody else is going to have to try and move forwards. Even Optimus Prime is hoping for them to be able to do something against.
Wait, whoa! They got the dwarf Optimus Prime, bro. How? Why is that Optimus Prime so short?
Well, he ate the logo of Weibo.
Hello,
That's
XSO.
oh, what is that? That's an abomination.
Okay, actually, talking about Weibo, I'll just move on.
I might get in trouble for saying that. But
Elijah, now a hot take segment. You want to see more from China?
Yep.
Weibo, I believe they can adapt, be a little bit less, narrow-minded sometimes on some of their fights, and actually step up. I would love to see them be maybe in top 3 at the end of today, be in reach of getting in the smash zone for tomorrow.
And the big takeaway for me for that team was yesterday with Suk. I love the explosive bow, but please don't just get too tunnel vision with it. Make sure you keep an eye on what's happening around you as well.
Maybe DPS sometimes. You know, it's what it's good.
Yeah, that's also doable, right? You can still do that. Yes, we want to see the explosive bow a little bit, but you're right. Both of you are right. The tunnel vision thing is the major issue with them. They have done really well so far to be up at that top spot, but they need to do more. They need to do more, yes.
Seven, your thoughts coming into Sandhawk?
Thoughts coming into Sandhawk, it's a lot of teams kind of sometimes just disregard Sandhawk, but if we actually take a look at what happened yesterday with Alter Ego, if it wasn't up to Alter Ego being able to get that win and being able to back it up with the eliminations, they will be nowhere near the top 4. So for all those other teams, and this is kind of why we're stealing 4 tribes, you know what, don't hot drop. You need to make sure you get enough points here in Sandhawk.
I'm looking at the Discord. Give me
it truly sets the pace, and it is a brutal one to do it on. Right, thank you very much, guys. Time to head on to our first game of day 2 here for PMWC Grand Finals.
PMWC EXE, I already saw that video.
It's great to get the insight from the desk there to set the stage, and physically it is rising in front of you. The tension, the atmosphere, and the physical manifestation of what these teams are fighting for, that gorgeous trophy blank.
On the plinth at the top of the pyramid, which all the players are currently climbing.
I could clap all these guys easy. No way, bro. 1v1 me right now, Fusion. 1v1 me right now, bro. Alright, chat. We're gonna pause this and we're gonna 1v1. Fusion versus me.
One of the days. Big today. Right now.
Nah, actually, I don't want to do it, bro. I don't want Fusion to cry on Saturday morning. Get clapped. Let's go. Yaar, videos or OSM.
Second to last time we see Sandhawk here over at the playoffs.
for PMWC.
He's got 2v4 Anuj actually is the goated player.
Things are going
Bro,
to go for some of these squads.
You know, Access doesn't generally lose 1v1s. He lost against Anuj, bro. He lost against Anuj. 22-0, bro. 22-0.
Badly for 4 Thrives. Almost immediately
Hello,
going down
Jaira.
with Power coming out on top there.
Damn, bro. How come Jaira is alive when I'm doing Watch Party and not doing the gameplay? Is Jaira trying to get into the...
from them coming off the back of that group
get into the
Maybe
Esports?
They're feeling a little bit cold into this, but they back off over towards the western
Alright,
side.
any drop
Try to
classes?
stall things out for a little bit longer while they find their footing versus Power.
Damn, no. Oh, Power versus 40. Let's go.
Clean sweep.
Let's go 14.
I think at most they lost one player
the
and
zone.
then made it out. Obviously,
What the
just completely dismantling
let's
the
go.
entirety of the 4 Thrives roster. Would you think about how much that threw a curveball into their day, Blank? Oof. If this happens again here, it could be a crazy start for Power. We'll dial in, we'll see how it develops.
Falak and IQ have isolated.
Northwest side of the map, this fight becomes very, very important. Like
I don't
you
think
say,
he knows here.
Al-Haji already taken around about 20%
No.
damage here. Sending the shots free with the hobby. Trying to back 4 Thrives off. It's a good setup from 4 Thrives actually, trying to control the western edge. Having sightlines looking up through the pathways as well. Does leave Power a little bit uncomfortable.
I mean, Falak just got vision there. Timing on the reload. Al-Haji on the peek back out. Bit of chip damage.
Oh,
That
24
Falak
might
to
be
back
under
off,
trouble.
Trying to at least play for some time with the delay. Throw the flashback over. You've got IQ up on the roof, and obviously this is the verticality that you're talking about. Adds another element.
Wait, how do you even go on that roof?
Line with easy. This roof can provide so much additional cover there, so he can peek into them, and Al-Haji just can't quite get the angle. If he peeks through in the building, it's going to be really bad for him.
Oh,
Falak
first
even
knock.
re-engaging back onto Ragnar there and getting the first knock.
24 gets knocked, Falak gets knocked. Al-Haji putting in the work.
Heavy, big damage done. Noki with the reply, instantly engaging to clean up onto the down players as well.
The rest of Power just not there to follow up, and Al-Haji, the heroic play,
nice knock.
will find 2.
One,
but
last
not
guy.
quite enough.
1v2.
Dropping Power now down to just the 1 player, and 4 Thrives come ahead of it without losing a single so far. Easy has got to bring something to the table, but it looks like he brought nothing with him but an empty plate. And Power
I want to see the arena, bro. I want to see the arena and 4 Thrives be like, get the fuck out of my drop spot, boys.
In the arena. They're all in the building, Blank. You see each other, you hear that, you see that. Memories from yesterday suddenly tainted for Power.
It was a great start for them.
They need to show that, bro. I love that, you know? It's like the adrenaline rushing in and the players are like, F you, get the F out of my drop spot.
First place.
That's more fun, bro.
Yeah, going down here on Sandhawk early on.
It's not toxic, bro. It's more like, you know, when you win, when you score that goal, you're like,
game, he had 25 elims, 0 placement points.
Alright, there you go. Map feed is live.
Capitalize on a map like Sandhawk, which is very much elim heavy. That feels rough. That certainly feels rough for you. In the meantime, we've had teams rotating across. Here's Yangon Galacticos, a team that be continuing.
Why is it lagging? Wait,
let's see if they can
Yangon got
the
Hora?
firepower's still there.
Oh, they got him in
Galacticos can cast a shadow over the lobby once
already
more
on
again today. Already a nice start, keeping all 4 players topped up on HP and walking away with that 1 elim.
Why is map feed
it's funny,
so
actually, you
late,
raise a really good point with that, because I think Power, right, what was it, 9 elims on the game alone on the first game yesterday?
Yep.
And that was even with Easy having to kind of rat it out late game as a solo.
Oh, yeah.
He got the backstab onto Alter Ego. Oh, man. God, the storyline's developing, Blank. Interesting stuff.
Very much so. Speaking of Alter, a slightly quicker approach over towards the northwest side. Heading across the shallows. They will have to come against Ida, who has been a constant problem for them actually over in this playoff.
Bro, why is map feed so late?
In the meantime, the rest of it is currently battling off against Alpha. It's a nice shot, but it's immediately replied onto.
Let me check if the map feed is late.
There. Tap straight to the cranium.
Oh yeah, it is delayed, that's why.
Roll up from Alter Ego. They sense weakness and want to see if they can dive in to snatch away some of these points as well. Rita inside with at least a little bit of cover to play. We've got Alva on a wide berth around the edge as well, so he can cover for the team if they further back whilst they're advancing up close. Rosemary looking for the engagement here. Loves these close quarters fights.
S12K in his hands. Rita with the DBS is a distraction there that comes through. And at least they're able to find it. The Krypton almost dancing off in the distance, throwing up the Jazz hands. Distracts him actually for long enough. It's a wild play. It's almost a comical play. And it allows Alter Ego to find that Elim. They're laughing about it as well. So they showed Krypton's just looking like a clown in the distance. But it is so distracting.
The smoke screen went up. The Jazz hands to dissipate it.
Bonk. Check this out. It's a little water on your face. Oh, got you.
Oh, mate. It's a great bit of comedy. Can't believe they're not only looking very dominant in PUBG Mobile, but they're practicing stand-up comedy routines.
Yeah, it's amazing. And stand-up that they'll have to in this game, right? I mean, starting in fourth
Okay, hopefully
place
the guy who's doing the...
what's it called? To get a little bit further into this one, they took a really quick rotate over towards northwest side.
Hopefully the guy who's managing the map will make it center,
to go
bro.
for
I'm not
these
gonna
quick
make
maneuvers, and I think they understood that. Their last Sandhawk, it was a little bit
Game
slow.
just started.
In the meantime,
you telling us or you asking us?
Down towards the
what up, Jod? Hello, status.
And so easy finding Scarface from Fireflux. So a lot popping off on the map, and it's actually quite difficult to keep track of it all as we get ourselves into more and more comfortable and favorable locations on the maps for this teams.
I had to quickly adjust my eye line, look over towards the map screen on that one before Pride's getting a knock on Loxy. He was quite far out compared to the rest of the squad, but had some cover. They've been able to go back over and look to pick him back up. So a few resources that are going to need to be burned on that one. DRX were on screen there as well, taking shots over towards Fireflux that I think it's fair to say yesterday, it felt like those two teams were scrapping early. We saw a similar start in game one as well, where DRX were able to snatch away a player, and it was far slower for Fireflux yesterday, Blank.
Very difficult. They got themselves locked in a little bit. I think it is hard, especially in this kind of lobby. There is a massive amount of teams that do like to rotate on the south side of the map past Painan, and it's creating a lot of traffic jams, which is why I think, actually, we saw Alter Ego go for that aggressive play, and as soon as they heard that fighting, they could not afford not to third-party
farming from
They had
here.
to go for something a little bit more quick and aggressive because they wanted to secure location on the southeast side. Luckily for them as well, the circle centers up a little bit over towards the east. They can continue to play over towards this coastal edge. Saw a big wrap through there on our screens from Fireflux over towards the valley, which is not a comfortable position to be in.
No, and it was uncomfortable in the rotate
already,
as well.
bro. Already
now in total, and one of them being
12
Scarface,
players
obviously
out
Sketch
in,
Carface.
and this is like
hang on.
third
That's
zone.
the way you could tie it in, kind of a.
How did Aura lose a player already? Rotation.
Yeah,
I think they rotated in front of A.
Instead, obviously fragmenting that, you take Scarface out of the equation early. Ketch is still up, but I think you need both of them. The way they were playing off one another looked really good. The setups from distance. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt them. If the rough day from yesterday will begin to bleed into today's game.
Give me that nade.
Secret here.
Nice.
Nade on top. That's Sky from Hora kicking off the engagement. He's got one
Connects.
more remaining.
No, brother.
A little bit late on the detonation. Team Secret find him. Already, Sky down and out. Shot back over. No fear, at least catches one.
It's a weird engagement from Horror, honestly, getting themselves caught up in the mix of it. This is over towards the north side before they're crossing on that northern bridge to Hatin. I respect the teams that are trying to go for this more often.
Yes.
Yangon Galacticos as well found themselves a knock over towards Regnum Kaya in the midst of all that. Like
there's no way, bro. There's no way you're gonna.
Towards Regnum Kaya and
Loxy one more. Nice WPL.
Sending a nade over his way, signed and delivered.
You don't have an angle on the guy in front of Sleepy or not?
So the Team Secret fight still being elongated here. Bit of a spread bout between the two of them. But that is a bold dive in. I mean, it's classic Falak, right? It feels like if he's presented with an opportunity, he'll try and grab it with both hands.
40 on top.
Instantly engaged on there
40 has one. Falak
not. He tempted to take the high ground that sits over towards that western side. It's an okay spot. There is a lot of sight lines looking down towards it. And I think Regnum Kaya is just pulling themselves off from that angle as well.
Ooh, nice knock.
Shots coming in from the
Yo, I didn't realize that was a knock.
See if Noki's able to pick Falak up again. Regnum Kaya might just be baiting
Let's go.
that knock.
Meantime, Team Secret
did we get the elimination or did they get the elimination? We got the elimination. All right, let's go, boys. 3 elimination, good start. Although we lost 2 people, good start.
Out on that north side, Loxy picking up that elim with the nade.
Yeah, and I thought that was the setup there as well. Obviously, you know, leave more time for you to try and run the risk.
Bro,
go in and pick
horse
up
in PUBG Mobile is always going to be funny to me.
There's a lot of fighting going on down the side. I'm glad we actually stop in with DRX as well as E-Arena. E-Arena has been impressive. I think it's a team that we didn't expect a whole lot out of, but have actually impressed quite a bit. But Alter Ego are in front of them. This circle is disgusting. This is a really, really horrible circle,
bro?
For a lot of teams.
What
the entirety
is this
of the
circle?
Just encompassing here.
Who's in that island?
Space. Yes, there's the shallows.
Wait, who's in that island?
Have a member set in stone over towards the island as well. This is grim, dude.
Yeah, majority
Let me zoom in even more.
Let me zoom in even more. Move on and try and establish some kind of actual safe playground. Already, fights continuing here as well. It's the arena that are head-to-head versus DRX. Soaz is down at the minute. He's been knocked, but the shot's over, but they replied with one.
Bro, this is a nasty.
Hang on a minute.
This is a nasty circle.
Well. That's the rock up onto Falcons with a split. 2 of the players spotted out there.
Okay, yeah, also lost one on that engagement.
You're able to shut that down. So again, Falcons going for the 2-2 group up. Doesn't work when they run into Alter Ego. Nocky. Oh, going for the push up against Fireflux, and they're able to grab onto that one.
Goes by.
It was realistically the
40 on
big
top.
play that they had to make as well from 4 Thrives to head down towards this
Goes
valley.
by.
They couldn't swipe over towards the right side. There's a lot of angles coming through from the east towards them. So 4 Thrives will pick up the valley. They know they can't push over towards Regnum Kai after they lost a player. T24 goes down in the back to an angle. Hard to pick it up as well.
4 Tribes को support कर रहे हो, वो पाकिस्तान से है. हम ओरा स्पोर्ट्स को support कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो नेपाल से है. अपने टीम को support करे भाई, game enjoy करे.
Really put the backs up for DRX on the rotate through the vehicle. Oh, a bit of space between them as well. Hyunbin just on the cliff face here. We're back up from the team, but it's a clean divide down the middle. Alter Ego just trying to test the waters, throwing out those nades, seeing if they can get the chip damage in to have a better read on where they've gone.
40 is fighting someone somewhere.
Alter Ego
just Regnum Karya versus 40.
Over towards that
40
location.
lost
like
2
you say,
already.
The with the nades,
damn, bro, Thunder Talks the third party that one. 40 only has one left.
Down another, and they were certainly baiting out that pick as well. I think that's now 4 Thrives down to just the singular over in Nocky, who has been fairly
What's the
clutch
scene
in
going
the
on,
past
guys?
as just a solo. It starts to get very
Is it
heated
just me or when they shoot, their bullets have a echo?
Up the hill right now.
Why is it that?
Yeah, showing off his former professional ice skating skills there.
Whom did they fight again?
Tom, he's ready for it. Open ground, no cover, no trees to provide any semblance of protection. So it's an easy burst. And suddenly it goes down to 1, just Koa. Obviously, Falcons have preferred to play these fast, slower games on Sandhawk. Ever since they went into that survival stage, something changed. Still, though, you've got teams just throwing you into the carnage in these lobbies. They just don't get to play the way they want to. Non-Shin Red Force even making an appearance over the Elim feed versus the arena.
Look at the zone chat. Look at the goddamn zone chat.
Yeah, Koa is going to get hard. And again, this is the big difference between Falcons and a team like Alter Ego, where the Falcons just took too long to make this cross. Yeah. Alter Ego was much more prepared to take the risk. And I think in the playoffs, especially with Smash ruling, you have to take risks on day 1 and day 2 if you want to make it through to the end. This circle actually pushes over towards boot
Bro,
camp.
I thought it would go towards the Aura, no fear, went down.
I think that is one player going down from Horror, actually. Weibo Gaming with he actually holding his own. Does have a teammate in Suk over towards the western side. So big split coming through from Weibo.
It really is only a matter of time until Koa goes down, but you could see the backstab there at least onto Alter Ego, resulting in 1 player being knocked. So a bit of a stab up close and personal with a cook on the nade as well. Horror looking to get revenge against Weibo. They push their way up. Cheeky
nice,
nade.
good molly, good molly.
It's a molly through the window. Set fire to the cover that he's got to work with. Shots in
nice. Good knock.
That are coming in from the side as well.
Get that
actually get that full confirmation onto he as he peeks know about Sleepy.
Yangon gets very lucky. Right, up towards the top side. They have had some good elims so
Just
far.
stay here. Nobody's gonna come here.
That's 4 thrives now out. But for Yangon, this circle is just unheard of, right? It doesn't happen very often, but it's giving Yangon way more time than they necessarily should have had here on a Sandhawk Northwest
Storm.
circle.
Black
and they just
Storm.
get to play it out as 4.
Where you been, bro?
There is not a small possibility that they're able to get across the shallows.
Why are they going right away? Bro, they should have stayed back.
Wild West maneuvers coming
in. What is this? Oh, DRX versus
none of this, brother. Running this. They begun in this.
Nice.
And Hyunbin hitting like the Buffalo Soldier up close versus Nonshin. Red Force shuts down another one. There is a couple trades back though, so DRX still suffering from casualties. And Nonshin, they have been very aggressive in the games we've seen. Even when it feels like they could opt to play
the zone is so bad. Like, do you go early to the zone or do you wait on the beach and then get shot in the water?
It's working well. Now, often to their detriment, but here where it matters most on a chaotic map like Sandhawk, they're certainly finding success off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos making that cross on the shallows. Absolutely no one in position to hold them out. It's so funny.
Oh no, they're doing 2-2 split. Yangon has 2 in the middle and then 2 here. Sleepy by Sleepy still has some part of the zone, bro. Just a little bit, but they still zone right here.
A lot of water in this one. Players are going to start to get those soggy socks.
Go for kills when zone sucks.
Beat the heat.
Yangon, and who's in the compound?
Yeah.
Who's the blue team in the compound, bro? They are chilling. The top one is the Regnum Karya. Who's this team in the
quick reset after a splish bash on a water ride for Alter Ego? As much as there was that knock in the back line, but Weibo were able to get an angle onto them. You reset.
Oh, they're full sending it. They are full sending it, bro.
This immediately. Soup with the DBS, taking the advice of the analyst desk. Let's see what he can
nice.
do.
Okay, one knock.
Good with the first. The Kryptonite against Krypton.
2.
Read on the angle.
2.
See you later. But the backstab is good to save it.
This is the problem.
Wait, I thought he was gonna WBG. Where is WBG? Oh, he was the last guy remaining.
This is a bad fight for Alter Ego versus the solo. This could be easily third-partied onto. Teams can start to move up.
Oh, instant engagement to Alpha though. Rosemary. He was the
Rosemary
man in the
goes
back line
down.
that got one to open it up and bide some time, but it's a quick response back, Blank.
But that's all they needed. They just needed to buy time, and Rosemary gives his life for it whilst they prepare themselves to get back up again. Alva waiting on the doorway, sees a player get out, but there's hard cover in position. But he's going to take the time with a single grenade.
Oh,
Let's
he's
see
getting
what Reefers can get done with this one.
One
it could
nade
be
and
gigantic.
boom.
Oh, it misses.
Oh, he missed the nade, bro.
Close to blowing up the bits, but maybe you can handle it with a weapon instead. Nonshin on the move up as well, coming round from the ridge side. All of this noise attracting commotion. Krypton cooks one for the reply. Bounce out the window on the lip. No damage done. Reefus still just waiting for an opportunity to shine. But Alva strikes with the DBS.
There is going to be so much fire coming that way.
Krypton is the last guy. Is he going to deny point or?
DBS puts away the bow and arrow, but it's a bullseye straight to the guys from Alter Ego.
Bro, look at the zone. Look at the zone, bro. Everyone's fighting on this.
Game we've got ahead of them. Yangon Galacticos
Alter Ego eliminated.
But they have been the beast.
See, this is what I was saying. Yangon went in too early, but then NS also came from behind. I don't know.
Nades over the top.
What is
Meanwhile,
Sleepy?
the Elim feed, you can see Regnum Karya taking shots from Hora
Sleepy,
as well, that are playing
just
with
sleep, bro.
confidence
Just sleep.
at the
Just farm the
moment.
placement point.
Just wide on the nade.
YG
Panic.
out.
And it's not going to work out the way that they were hoping for. The team's getting fragmented.
Bro, who's remaining from YG?
Okay, and with that, it's confirmed
right,
that they
top
go
5.
down. We say goodbye to Yangon. No chance for the chicken dinner, but
Doc with the
potentially
nade.
a surprise in store for Nonshin. Push up on the ridge side with Doc getting close. He's still
Sleepy
got
needs
nades
to
to play
start
with.
stream, bro. What is he doing?
For the big dogs here, looking to push things further. Currently in 3rd place on the rankings. 2 players to work with. Doc moves up, moves forward. Nongshim Red Force, can they be shut
Sleepy,
down?
what are you
Sleepy will be
doing? Are you
taken out
dying
by the
from play zone?
Trying to play out that match on the
Bro,
northeast edge.
come
Either
on, Sleepy,
through
stream.
all of this, despite the early rundown from Alter
Heal
Ego, have
battling.
lived this
You
one
have the
out
water,
in a
bro, just
compound
stream.
on this eastern side of the Northwest Island. Kept it chill. And look to get quite a few points off the back of this. They are unfortunately being a little bit passive on this one. I feel like they could get a lot more control down towards the southeast side.
2v2v3.
That compound is nice for cover, but look at all this space that they could be taking.
So many wide open sightlines and the potential for a lot of these Elim points to be soaked up by a few of the teams that are further ahead as well.
Who, Yango?
In Red Force with the game they're playing
or
right now.
Karia.
If they can just roam in, close down on Alpha, there's much more that can be done.
I think the thing is, Sarita, they're just scared playing as two.
Dang.
Benny will find one. Benny looking over towards Doc now, and it's a good shot backwards somehow, some way. Alpha Gaming come out on top. It's an incredible performance from Nongshim Red Force. They're angry.
2v3, how did they lose that, bro?
Calm them down. The simmer pot finally.
Doc on top. APG, who was saying APG, bro?
Alpha Gaming.
He got shot and went back.
Keep pushing it. What an incredible performance from Doc. So low HP, but that adrenaline was thumping.
Oh yeah. Nonshin seeing.
Damn,
red
they have
off the back of
11 elims, bro.
Disgusting place. Doc. The doctor is certainly in the house and he's looking to operate this one cleanly. They can buy time for it now. Slow it down a little bit. Keep the pressure on.
3 teams.
They didn't have the zone,
6
though.
players, 2 on each. It's the battle of the duos. What kind of dialogue these squads can
Silas
have with
and
one
Loxy
another
versus
going
Doc
forward.
and
Will it
Giles.
be argumentative? Will it be a complete shutdown? Or will it be
Bro,
a
full support team,
drawn-out
Hora.
conversation?
For Alpha, it's the dream scenario with the teams being ushered closer towards them. The zone starts to force you forward. Loxy was always looking for this lockdown sightline over towards Ida.
Play zone down.
Grab one with the play zone assisting as the third man for the squad of Regnum Karia. And they look to take the fight straight to them. Cheeky peeks on the head. Doc throwing up for the fist.
Silas with the push. Nope.
Silas commits on the drive-in. Instant pick up from Zol, and it's just
Yeah.
Loxy left.
Regnum Karia out.
Down to Loxy.
There's no way he's gonna make it.
Look to put a win on
Yeah,
the
he's gonna
card
deny the
to
point.
internationally
Damn,
gifted
13
teams.
elimination,
But
bro.
It is the squad of killers that will come out on top here. An incredible beginning to day 2 for Alpha Gaming.
13 eliminations,
In the
chat.
playoffs already yesterday, Alpha Gaming were able to find placement after
That
placement,
is
surviving late
crazy,
into the
bro.
early
That is
flow of
actually
games that we
crazy.
saw. But they're not content with just placements. They want raw chicken dinners to kick off today, and they make it look clean. Heads-up maneuvers, the crash from Nongshim Red Force, the fact that they handle that one and then go on to win it, that is an amazing opener.
It's a team full of big egos on the side of Alpha. It's in the name, realistically, but the fact that the companionship looks so good on that squad right now, everyone's working together. Doc looks nowhere near as outrageous as he used to. He's playing hand in hand with the squad there to get big wins, especially like this one over on Sandhawk.
Not bad, chat. Not bad. Not bad. Who got the dub? Alpha Gaming. I think Sleepy is going to know. Oh, Sky. Sky Aura is the best player. This team is newly formed, yeah. Sky is the best team. I mean, Sky is the best player. I think Sky does a lot more than Sleepy. It was the AUG that saved APG from NSR. Hello, Biscuit. How are you awake? What do you mean, how are you awake?
Cybertron's future is near.
I think Sky's decision making is a lot better than Sleepy's. But Sleepy has a lot more experience though. Name 3 teams you are rooting for.
Autobots, roll out.
Hora Esports, Alpha Gaming, and 4 Tribes.
This planet reeks of weakness.
But who do I think is going to win? I think well, my top 3 in terms of winning were 4 Tribes, AE, and NS. None of them are, well, I mean, they are getting closer, but
Your courage reignites my spark.
APG, Falcons, and WBG.
We'll crowd a new node at Cybertron.
I don't know, man. WBG might do good later on.
Roll for freedom. A victory.
I was actually very disappointed by the way Alpha 7 played. How far did 10 plus 13? 23 points. God damn! APG farmed this game, bro. Yesterday also whoever won in Sanhok got 23 points, so 2 teams need this title. What do you mean need it? Oh yeah. I don't know, man. Doc? Is this the best team Doc played in? Alpha 7 needs to drop every. I mean, they still have a good players. I don't know what's wrong. Am I the only one who's happy about how Alpha 7 played? I mean, you don't want them to do good, so you'll be happy, but. He said, what the. He murmured, what the fuck? How about Mummy said, yeah, I already got it. There is a video biscuit.
Well, what a circle to start off day 2. And Nepturi yesterday said APG was going to get themselves a win today. And they start off with a banger here to get it rolling on Sanhok. Joining me, we have 7. We have Maxman, very aggressive. Fear for this aggressive Sanhok 7. Where APG
Let's go, boys.
It was aggressive, but I mean, to be fair, APG didn't really have to do much. They lost a player early on. They were sitting in a compound for the longest time. One thing I do enjoy is how proactive this team was to just fully clear Thunder Talk. As soon as they saw Thunder Talk getting a little bit closer, they went for it. And Doc, I mean, we got to talk about Doc. He keeps clutching it for the squad, being the last one at one point. And on top of that, being able to pick up Seoul, which ultimately, I mean, that duo is just nasty.
I mean, of course, when you're looking at it, Seoul and Doc are just going to be MVP contenders every single day of the
did
week.
not bad.
22 points on the board
place,
for Alpha Gaming.
8 points, not bad,
quick rotation. Actually, the compound they went for was occupied by a solo of
4
Edap.
Tribes
It was such a
got 7. Alter Ego got
we have to take this fight. If we
Yang
win it,
got
we're just going to be in a great position for
Wait, I thought they got 11. Oh, he denied points. I forgot about that.
To be
Loxy
really
denied
flying
points
away
at
with
the
this
end.
one, considering the position that they had 7, and overall didn't quite go their way.
Come on,
which
man,
then it
we
didn't
can
go
also discuss.
Non-Shim's
We
way,
don't
which
need
then
to see them.
eventually it went Alpha's way.
Yeah, for Young and Galacticos, we actually enjoyed the 2-2 split that they had in Circle 5. We were saying, okay, they're just waiting to see what the next circle is going to be. They decided to regroup. It ended up working out for them. But surprisingly, Nocturne Red Force, a team that I've been just harping about, they're not aggressive enough.
Tomorrow
They
in
decided
the
to be aggressive,
Sanhok, Power and 40 will again hard drop?
The way that not only were they able to just take the fight to E-Arena, win that, and also set themselves up to defend fights against DRX.
Yeah,
100K, what, UC or dollars?
Arena and the side of Nongshim Red Force, because a lot of teams understood, oh wait, it keeps on shifting to the eastern side, western side of the northwestern island is not going to be valuable anymore because you're going through that big mountain that's held, as we know, by Thunder Talk. So now they just go for the wide wrap towards Trifecta to try and just survive longer into the game.
Who's your favorite
very smart
caster,
play, but unfortunately, a lot of teams had the same idea, which means you have to fight for that rotate for it to pull it off. And as we saw, that didn't quite work out for E-Arena, but did work out for Nongshim Red Force.
Here comes the match
There was
report,
only
and
one
the biggest
grenade
fan of Doc
elimination.
on the planet. Maxman. Oh, he's so excited already. Talk to me.
I like it. No.
Wait, are you still a fan of Doc?
I'm still a fan of Doc.
Okay.
I'm just not going to predict him and his team ever again. I've been hurt too many times.
That means they might win.
No, I predicted the last. You remember Star Wars? I used to always pick Star Wars 2. Never won.
So did I.
Yeah, and it didn't work out.
I don't know why I joined you in your predictions, but yeah, for this one, yes, if Maxman does go anywhere near APG, the fans will be out in force.
Chat, remind me, is there other player like Rosemary who just goes off on his own? Bro is literally driving around entire map, bro.
Are they going to be taking the fight once again with power? They did. It ended up coming out in their favor. I have to be happy about what they were able to do in regards to what they
not on Sanok. I'm talking about like Irango.
I'm still not happy with that hot
this
drop.
One, bro. This one, Doc.
Hot drop swing, even though you bro. Like pretty dominantly so. You're just taking a risk, an unnecessary risk. They get 7 eliminations, but they really have no placement points. And again, they're at the bottom of the rankings. Is that going to be enough for them to climb back up at the top of the leaderboards? Hell no. We need to see actual podium finishes, actual win if 4 Thrives want to be back in the conversation.
I'm with you. I agree. I hate the hot drop, but I am happy that they were able to at least secure 7 points. It is going to be a bit of a confidence boost for this squad that didn't have a good performance at all yesterday. That's at least what you want to be able to do. Hopefully going into tomorrow, as much as I would want to say, you know what, I don't want to see the hot drop. It's probably going to happen.
Look at all the big companies in the back that sponsored them, bro.
There was a world in that final moments of the game where Regnum Carrier could have done something about that. Obviously, they were sent towards in the cheat, but I was like, in the US, I was, where are we going? We need maybe a tree or some kind of cover there, 7, but nothing really materialized for Regnum Carrier.
For Regnum Carrier, I'm starting to see a pattern.
You know, Chad, I was watching a interview the other day,
for my liking, and
then it was like interview of a lot of people. One of them was Jonathan.
Late. It ended up working for them whenever they got the win because they were a little bit aggressive. I just personally didn't like the play.
I actually
Let's take a look at the overalls then and see where this
they did a lot better
Gaming
this game.
Second place with 70 points. It's
what?
A huge leap.
Alpha Gaming got to second.
There is a little bit of a gap that's being created between 2nd and 3rd place right now. Again, you don't want too big a gap going into your last day's worth of play
41
at
to
PMWC. That's going to be a bit scary because
what
Yangon Galacticos were able to make it relatively far in this game. They do stay in contention with Alpha Gaming for that 1st place. They will hold on to it for now, but as you go a little bit lower, I kind of want to go back on the conversation
points.
of Regnum
Not
Carrier.
bad, actually.
For me, you asked me what was peak Regnum Carrier.
For me, is at what, like 10 or 11?
Now they're playing slow edge split. For me, this does not suit this roster that is known to be so aggressive. And as of right now, they're just playing completely differently compared to PMGO. And I want them to go back to the basics, back to the
33, 41.
They can come home with a trophy.
Yeah, just way too slow for my liking. I also would like to see them being able to play in the center. And if you are going to be playing slow, just try to scout a little bit more
getting into top 5,
because that's truly what's hurting your chances at actually being able to be successful in this match. And if we go here towards the 2nd page, I mean, this is what I was saying. I was happy that 4 Thrives was able to get just some points because of that gap that's currently being created there towards the top.
Considering we have 5 more games today, and then who knows how many games tomorrow, are we writing the arena off? It's 11 points. You need a massive, massive push.
Done for me.
You think so?
I think every game going forward, I'm just going to start taking teams off at the bottom, just like you're out of the conversation entirely.
If they can get one in Irangal and one in Miramar, that'd be crazy.
And so far, there's names up there that have had a bit of a harder time, but there's also some names up there that are doing really well.
Who, Power?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Alter Ego. This is a team that, I mean, for their performances yesterday when it came down to Erangel, it was top 10 or above. And I mean, like, I don't mean like below top 10. I don't mean 8th place, 9th place. No, there was 10th, 11th, 11th. For this team, don't do that again. You didn't get a win here in Sandhawk. You cannot afford to just have this kind of performance going into 3 Erangels.
Yeah. All right, well, you guys at home can be involved in not only watching PMWC, but also getting involved in the airdrop carnival that is currently going on. The Pubg
I want to know if Power, because it's 1-1 between Power and 40, right?
3 days this weekend.
Yesterday Power won, today 40 won. What happens tomorrow, chat?
For more chances to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win, so come and join the airdrop.
I guess it also depends on the table tomorrow, right?
We're coming out of Sandhawk, but into Erangel.
Let's say that if Power and 40, one of them is like very close to the top
CSA, that was their best map.
Top 3 or top 5, they might not hard the class.
They can quickly rotate. They don't fight Alpha Gaming on the Western Bridge. Sanhok, for me, it's a bit of a write-off because of the hot drop. Again, they can still get back at the top of the leaderboards, but we need to start seeing results right now.
For you guys at home, make sure to tune into the map feed as well. It gives you so much information. You're able to think about those big macro plays. You might even be able to incorporate some of that into your game as well. There's no better way, from my opinion, than watching that map feed and see how these teams rotate, Seven.
100% agree, and I'm just smiling over here whenever Max was talking about 4 thrives, because going into Erangel, I'm actually
why did that start on his jersey?
I want to see if they're going to continue with those 1-2-1 splits, with those 2-2 splits that kind of worked out for them, because yesterday going into Erangel, that was their best performing match. That's when they ended up getting second place with 6 elims and also
what else is massive on
eliminations. I want to continue to see those kind of improvements here in Erangel.
What is a sadistic lookout? You're looking out for the team he predicted. He's looking out for the team you predicted.
I just don't want to talk about the team from Nepal again. I'm playing it.
You're trying to curse my team now?
Yeah.
Hello, John Berry.
Wait a second.
My forehead, bro. Look at my forehead.
Kind of twisted. That's ridiculous. But yes, going on to Erangel, because
Sleepy bhai, garnu paryo.
I think for some of these games, aside from maybe the Potato Hill game, we saw a lot of compound favored positions, right? Metagaming and what goes on in Erangel can be so easy for some of these teams at this level, Max, because they've played so much Erangel, so they don't want those compound finishes.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be your bread and butter here. You have 3 matches back to back to back. You need to get points on board on the grassy pastures.
All right, thank you very much, boys. Time to get it going. 3 times Erangel. More action coming your way here for Pmwc.
It's so cold.
The tension in the air is thick. You could cut it with a knife, looking at the emotions that are on display from our teams. And hey, even over in the analyst desk, you know, a bit of tension there, a bit of back and forth. The curses from Maxman, the 7 sight lines. I'm trademarking that one with Duranka, 7 sight lines.
I'm gonna look in.
Yeah, like you know, he stands behind the team and he's like, you could do that better.
You could do that. This is a bad sight line.
7 sight lines.
My sight line for you, it's not good. Not you personally.
Just in general?
Or just in general.
I was going to say, what's happening?
We're heading into our second match of the day over on Erangel. There is a lot of tension, like you said. It's going to have to be probably a massive pair of scissors. Human-sized scissors.
Like the ones you get when you go to Korean barbecue. You've got to cut the beef. Massive scissors.
Yeah. Just enlarged. Yeah.
God.
To cut the tension, because you're right, it's thick. It's thick.
Palpable.
Yeah.
Other describing words.
What do you think the zone is gonna be, chat?
Yeah.
Let's predict some zones.
So talk to me, Blank. Another game.
Another game, another day. But not just any day. This is.
Anybody in the chat wants to predict the zone?
Oh yeah.
Georgia zone.
And we're heading in from Novorobnoye.
Damn, both of you said Georgia pool. Holy smokes.
74 points for Yangon Galacticos, but look at that. That last game, Alpha Gaming puts themselves in a very good position to challenge in second place.
I think it's a 70 zone, bro.
Exact 10-point average
Ruins
for them. Alpha Gaming looking very, very good. Obviously, there has been some amazing plays yesterday just in terms of survival, in terms of grit,
like
making their way through it, continuing to put that damage out. It's nice to see Doc performing at such a level, but
I wanted to finish
on his own.
in the Yasuna, bro, so my boys can chill there for an entire game.
Players on side of top.
Is there any drop class? Bro, Ida is going to the freaking south, all the way down
towards Sosnovka to start. But
chat, what I tell you, chat, what I tell you. Severny right there.
And I think it's nice for Doc as well, of course, because we saw in that opening VT where he was saying, you know, win or lose, we just want people to cheer for us. We want to do this for the fans, for the people that are watching at home from the region. And win or lose, they've been doing that as a team.
Welcome back,
my
friend.
Like you said, so many of the statistical highlights there
George
represent
not
one, but a couple of the players from the roster. They've been playing off each other very nicely.
You know what I want? You know what I wanted to do?
Disadvantage.
Center up
to the draw today. They're looking hot
towards like the Yasnaya, that this water area, the bridge area, and then shift towards Yasnaya, bro. Chilling, bro. Order is chilling, bro. Big chilling. Let's go.
There is a bit of poignancy as well with the fact that you're saying win or lose, which one
Order will dominate Erangel
from our region. And I do think it's super important to bring that up, because in the past there has been moments where they have won, yet there's not been a whole amount of cheering, because it's a case of a lot of times, you know, Doc will go off on his own, or we'll make weird plays, we'll go for strange splits, and yeah, the game will be won, but was it won in a way that felt good? Probably not a couple of times for them over the years. And I think that here it really does feel like when they lose together. And I think you
think the zone will be out of Yasna soon?
Knowing that they've done their best, that they went for
depends on when it has
they
right?
were aggressive when it was needed, and you can cheer for them all together. You're not cheering for one singular player at a time. This is a team that has developed nicely.
Whoever made coffee is the most brilliant individual on planet Earth. What about chocolate?
Right now, Alter Ego quite far behind with fourth place at 49
Can I ask support? Yeah. What's up?
Off, Jackie.
Worst in worst, I'll say. I don't want to answer that question.
74 points, and then down towards 5th with 44 tied in place between Regnankaya and Ida, which is quite nice just in terms of storylines there for that team. But yet some teams will have to step it up, because going into our third and final day, Smash rules will be in effect. Right now, you're just wanting to be as close as possible to first place to set yourself up nicely into day 3 on match point.
I think it's an interesting one as well, because obviously you mentioned it there with Alter Ego. It's the fact that it's been their fragging power where they've been keeping themselves towards this top spot. But it's why there is such a big point differential when you think about placements. They're not getting as deep into games as we've seen before.
There is no fight. Damn.
For them as well, you know, you're just the one chicken dinner, actually, which... It comes back to all
do half-screen map and half-screen gameplay.
Them out. Yes, they can still handle themselves, and you've got a good distribution of firepower with the gun skill, but looking for some of those placement games now, like you say, try and leapfrog further up to get yourself back into a focal position towards the top spot. We get power on our screens as well.
What is your personal favorite phone brand and why? No promotion, only personal?
When it comes to taking head-on engagements,
I mean, I've used iPhone for so long that now I just like iPhone.
Teams have scoped them out. They're stopping them from making it too far into the overall flow of the game. We'll see if maybe that will change.
Personal, the sponsor will be upset. Bro, Winsanity was making a...
Meantime, let's take a look on that northern side. Regnankaya currently sat fairly
Winsanity was making a
Alter Ego, like you were saying,
sponsored video for Infinity GTX.
Scarcity.
And we were playing together, and I was like, I was asking him question about iPhone.
Scouting, that was the main thing that kind of made them
Win goes,
special.
Bro, not on a sponsored video.
To cut themselves away in towards that end game. Definitely different here when you get to the playoffs.
Infinix, yes.
You're playing against the best of the 24, right? Very much confirmed onto. Well, not always those rotations are as easy as they were in the past for them. Alva's not finding these critically unclaimed areas of the map. But still, that last game was just
that means you are stuck not favorite, bro. I hate people like this.
They get taken down essentially by Sook.
No offense to you, Suman, but I hate people like this. You asked me for my opinion. I gave you my opinion. You don't like it, and you're like, oh, you just stuck with it. That's not your favorite. What do you mean that's not your favorite, bro? I literally just said I like iPhone.
That could have been an amazing game. Just a lot of little mistakes came through, which led to them just not having that opportunity. These sorts of things just can't really happen here in the playoffs, especially when you're playing 3v1 and you're losing 2 players.
I was playing with him without you. He was mad at device performance.
So for a lot of teams who did have those mistakes,
he was not happy because
just about being able to reset game after game after game.
He needed to finish that video very fast.
To let yourself feel
like that video was needed to be done quickly.
It's got to be
and
very quick
one, he was not. We had a tournament next day, so he couldn't play a lot on that one. So a lot of things were going. Anyway,
we clued up going out a survival stage with no Alpha 7. Any one of these squads has the opportunity
I said,
to be crowned.
I've always used iPhone, so I like iPhone.
Two-time possibility, which should really reinvigorate some of the squads as well that are going into this thinking, you know what, we can push for so much here. The legacy, steal away the title, embody ourselves, be another squad that has our history made here live in Saudi Arabia.
Let's take a look at the rotations going through now. Alter Ego, they wrap round over towards Stalbert. Nice bit of high ground to get good vision on. Horror actually finding Sleepy. We have
what a power.
Hidan.
Come on, Sky. Come on, Sky. Come on!
But there is a response which backs him off. Sky is going to crawl back over towards his teammates while priming another nade. And Jiggle's very worried about holding that angle there. Power's going to done a fantastic job here at keeping them at bay.
Oh, they went
the
up
last
here. I
magazine
thought
for
Sleepy
our
was the only
Hatching
one
as well,
here.
with the shotty up close. 6 shells remaining for him. He's pre-firing on the corner, hoping he'd re-peek into it. Ooh, down to the wire there as well to go for the double back to grab the Hedam, but he will be able to pick him up. You've got cover. Hora aren't instantly engaging off for this, and there is protection at least from the rooftop side there, slightly further back. That's easy. A man that is incredibly crisp. He can take the window.
Give me that nade, Sky. Give me that nade, baby.
Seeing if they can get that one on target, nearly, but not quite hitting the mark.
It's a 4v3. Where's the fourth player of power?
Very open compounds on the northeast side of the map, just underneath Stalber. This does isolate the fight a little bit. No one's really wanting to run into this one because those sight lines are so open. Does happily contain 2 teams. For Hora, they're figuring out whether this is worth it to them, right? Is it worth it to continue this fight? It's likely not going to end up on this side of the map, and it does not as we shove over.
It actually went to 70, bro. What the heck?
The good thing for Hora is they did position Power further away to the point where they could make a getaway first. So they're absolutely going to be ahead of Power in the coming moments.
Yeah, you can set up quicker, which at the end of the day will be far more worth it than running the risk of both of them scrapping it out and you limp away, even with 1 or at worst 2 knocks there if they did take down Power, or vice versa with Hora falling. So it's just not worth the risk. They call it quits, especially with the placements that they're both in 9th and 10th place at the minute. We also get vision.
Only one player. Who died?
Again.
Somebody died, chat.
4 Thrives that have really been struggling.
Somebody got eliminated. Who got eliminated?
Early game exit back in day
one.
Oh,
what a spray.
Drop here going
Narvalo out.
Game. It's Team Secret that were near them, but you've got close grouping, even with Fireflux that are moving down from the bridge side. A little bit of scouting from Scarface.
Bro, whoever is doing the map needs to do a better job, bro. I cannot keep editing the freaking map.
It's quite difficult around this area as well because there is a lot of slopes. Does deny those sight lines coming through, information.
Like that guy is not centering the thingy.
Working in the dark. Find a flashlight to figure out the pathways through. Magnum Kaya did move up from that south side slightly to the eastern edge of shooting range, which we all know is pretty horrible at times. We'll see definitely some teams get themselves lined up against that fence.
Damn.
Alter Ego, though, they opted to head far on the north side. They started over towards Stalber. And they're going to work that coastline over towards Severny, where Weibo Gaming on our screens
WBG is split like that within the Severny. They're controlling the entirety of Severny.
Well, the way they've been able to play, even when they're split, even if it's a solo player, there's been some really good heads-up calls in terms of the impact they've been finding with the gun skill.
I can cast the map.
Obviously for them, you do need to try and push for a bit more, keep those points building. Potential to leapfrog a little bit as well with how close the grouping is there.
The shooting range, they heard me, bro. They heard me. Look at them fixing the map now.
They could have a great day of it with some of the squads above struggling.
Why is no one on the north side of shooting range? Like that whole section is clean.
Gas on side, refueling.
Join with another guy on Discord who will keep updating map by saying
quite a bit of space on the northwest edge of this map, which is unclaimed right now, Jackie. Teams will probably have to move up from Rozhok soonish and the island that sits between Yangon Galacticos.
You see what I'm saying? Like the shooting range side, the north side of shooting range. Or south, however you want to say. No one is on that side. I don't know why.
To really post up and stay for a long time, but we're centering on shooting range. Now is actually not a bad time to pick up those buildings that sit around shooting range.
DRX making the first move.
The fence around it does provide cover, but
yep,
it's better
DRX
than nothing.
went straight for that.
You got Ida that almost looked a little bit camouflaged there as well, and they're late roaming towards the circle with the blue matching.
Sky getting somebody. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Taking a bit of damage from the side as well.
One elimination for Aura.
Scouting out, obviously looking for an opening opportunity to get thrown into an engagement here. You got the hovercraft for the quick getaway.
So he has a good position with the
all squads still
undertops. Oh, WBG.
The equation over on the side.
What the hell?
They're down to a trio, but we might lose some more players here. The close quarters crash comes in. They dive.
There's someone in the hovercraft.
Weibo are able to deal some damage. Oh, ring around the rosies, but they're starting to fall down from the third party of DRX.
Power came in.
Power moves in as well, sweeps round, they get a lay of the land, figure out where these players are. A second swipe comes through, and nades would be easy to send over towards that location. Power still figuring things out though, and opt to just send it slightly further back.
Easy has the 2 nades to work with, but it's not to go in. So funny that AJ just kind of throws that hovercraft in, hoping to catch a few of them on the approach, just squash them all. Doesn't get any.
WBG survived, chat. WBG survived. I thought somebody would come and third party.
Yeah, time to reminisce, and probably not memories that you'll really want replaying if you have that visual memory. Not ideal whatsoever, and that is how we say goodbye to our first team, at least here as well, with Thunder Talks now going down fully off the back of it. Alpha Gaming, Nonshin, Red Force here, right near each other. Obviously Alpha Gaming, and the difference is they've been able to make some heads-up calls towards the late game, whereas Nonshin, it feels like it's very aggressive PUBG Mobile, right? As soon as they catch whiff of an opportunity, they will dogpile on you and not stop.
Nonshin scary. I think the 7 was talking
that
about
that should be able to pick up.
Great there. And I think that it's hard.
Where is Hora? Like what compound? Oh, there by the.
Is a great play or a bad play.
There by the garage.
When it comes to those engagements, they look really good. But how many of those engagements could they have not taken and still found a good game off the back of it without having to waste resources, find bullet holes in their vests, and just move on looking a little bit more clean. Yangon Galacticos over now towards the southwest side. They've been working the problem, working the issue, and now they're holding out Ida, who did try and cross on the island. And I think they've done enough now to slow them down, to make their approach really, really hard.
Yeah, why is nobody taking this side of the shooting range is what I don't understand.
Dive out and actually be in a position to get the opening shots off.
They should be right here, bro. No?
They've had to keep chicaning around and look
they are
to at least pull up for now. Obviously, that's Weibo that are slightly off ever since they had that hovercraft crash that came their way. Fireflux might actually take the punch straight to E Arena. Joker's been getting a lot of cover down for them, breaking up the sight lines with the smokes at least.
Ida eliminated. The Arena recalls the rest of the team back into the action. There is one knock that goes through. Fireflux do get the
I love that
circle on this one, on this small plateau that they're working with. I was really hoping for a shooting range finish, honestly. It would have been very fun. Sort of like a maze in there at times. Sook finding Reefus on the knock here for Alpha Gaming, who did set up, and they've been in a world of hurt for a long, long
Hora
time.
is still in the zone with that compound, bro. I love that.
Try to sit that hovercraft down on Weibo. Tony K having a couple of turns of his own.
The PMGC one, yeah.
In the 360 scope of the land.
Oh.
Wow, maybe he didn't read it as quite as well as I thought.
Yeah, not quite.
Bro, EA is in center of the zone. How many people are going to crash him?
But luckily they don't punish off the back of it.
90% efficiency.
About 10% goes a long way.
There's Alter Ego. This is an interesting rotate, actually, and they're rotating directly over towards Nonshin Red Force, which, again, they are a terrifying team. They're still a terrifying team, even though they make mistakes sometimes. You've got to admit that their prowess when it comes to engagements, horrible to run into. Krypton immediately gets knocked down by Sleepy as well. That's over towards the north side because he was slightly late on the rotate, scouting going over towards the west, desperately trying to find an area that they could play in. At least they have information over towards Horror there, and Krypton's death was for not for naught, essentially.
Rosemary getting sleepy with the freaking
shots down range.
Wait, what the fuck is Loxy doing
the
here,
Major
bro?
14, clean connections. It's a nice way to open it up and at least get some bite back over after the damage was done onto their team. So you take Krypton, we'll keep trying to take heads off of you.
Bro, he's spring and praying.
Barrage of bullets keeps on coming in, and they're relatively pinned as well. Redmond Kari is seeing the opportunity for this. Toshpick actually with the explosive bow as well. This one could have some sparks to it, Blank.
It could do. I mean, able to get some damage over the top. Alter Ego, they explode a vehicle.
Sky actually trying so hard to keep Regnum Karia back.
He's going to take a nap on this one for a short while, whilst the rest of the team desperately tries to wake him up, shaking him inside that ditch.
Bro, what the You are not shook, bro. You are not shook
on this and nip at both of the heels. You can keep it uncomfortable.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Comfortable being the operative word for him now. Quickly, get your
Who's
head
that
down,
power?
reset.
Let's go,
Good
power.
shot back over towards Al-Haji, though. From Wild and Loxy. Instantaneous reaction. Horror's going to try and send some nades their way. A little bit further, probably would have found Toshpick. He's got no first aid kits. He's running on 10 bandages, which is not an ideal scenario for them. Fireflux though with an awesome
bro, look at Rosemary. How does this guy play like that, bro?
Alpha Gaming
I don't understand.
Circumvent shooting range. Themselves out of there. Target practice in terms of where they'll land on the map.
Fireflux, so all the teams are in the zone.
Period as well. As curious as DRX might actually try and make a bit of a move up towards Alpha, but instead you see the shift around. Zone comes in as well.
Bro.
In a great spot for quite some time there. It feels like they've always had the zone on their side. 4-5's again another team that's in a good position off the back of the zone shift.
Okay, Sleepy got Rosemary.
Nice to work with for 4-5s. It's going to be critical when it comes to holding out teams on the western edge, though, right? With that building control, you have to be proactive taking those shots. Regnum Kaya makes a dangerous maneuver.
Power finished WBG.
One of the teams that is the furthest away from getting in towards the circle. They are bombarding it directly over towards the arena.
Sky got
Shots are being sent through.
Somebody stole the kill.
From Alter Ego, in fact, and Mormon will pick up the pieces.
Ooh. Carnage being caused. Fireflux want to hold on to their good position and deny any entrance from Regnum Karia with Rosemary in the back.
Jiggle getting Rosemary.
Peek back up, and it's another one from Jiggle to knock Rosemary down onto his last legs.
No fear finished Ayala.
Head-to-head versus Power and Alpha that was going on over towards shooting range. So it's kicking off in the north. It's all happening in the center as well.
Nice.
Yeah, Daybot sent away.
Bro, who's the remaining from A?
Pretty much no HP. Even one tag will take him out, and that desperate run comes to an end very, very quickly. Horror will have to move though. 4 players all still alive. It's somewhat surprising from this position, and they make it work.
4 elimination, not bad.
Is there another spot to be in, but they lay down in the dirt and finally brush themselves off and attempt to make it further in towards this circle. Nongshim Red Force challenge them down towards
the
got
the
side of the map. DRX have made like a nice little rotate, I would say. It's been slow and steady from that western side. They've been very careful.
That compound, bro. Who's in that compound? Who's the yellow team? Power? Power is not the yellow team. Who's the yellow team by Fireflux?
On third parties as well. I think they're just thinking about placements. They're playing a more strategic game on this one rather than being baited into anything. Power, though, have been pulling no punches. They took the crash down towards shooting range on Weibo. Now they kick off another instigation here versus E-Arena.
Fireflux also got activated for the third
party. On the
party.
precipice of being able to clean up on this one.
Fireflux has always had an opportunity to take fights over towards this side. They're never committing too much into the push, though.
Jumped out of the car. What the heck?
Something a little bit crushing in terms of teams beneath them, adding a little bit of a casualty in there, and the more teams that go down around them, the more secure their position becomes.
They have a very good position in the house.
They've been up towards shooting range.
I'm doing good, Alex. How are you doing today?
Now looking over towards E-Arena as Joker goes down first. Turney K stops off, but you can't stop for long. Redox
so many fights happening, bro. Holy smokes.
I believe with Nongshim Red Force.
And it's a bit of a smorgasbord of errors as well from both the Falcons and Nongshim Red Force with the self-knocks that have been coming through.
Where did Hora end up? Oh, Hora end up on that little ditch right above the shooting range.
Sleepy getting vision. Nongshim Red Force out in the meantime.
Oh, Sleepy with the freaking
C4 for
let's go. Connect this baby. Connect this baby.
Behind the tree. All bark and probably no bite.
The initial nade was very well played coming through from Hora. Still have all players up, by the way. One is knocked, but they are in the process of picking him back up again. Circle moves back down towards the southwest side. And this is definitely one of those games where if 4-5s cannot convert on this for a chicken dinner, you're counting them out. Like, this is a massive opportunity for them.
DRX, potentially a big opportunity in this exact head-to-head versus Alpha as well. It'd be a squad you want to take down, make it more uncomfortable for them.
Rufus also got out.
And flames burning down.
Wait, how did Rufus get
straight back with 2 clean tags over on the DRX, keep him pinned in position. Pop up from Yunbin. This is the man that can do so much.
Nade
a bit of a king in the game in PUBG Mobile, but what's he got for us here? Nice nade, bowls out. Rufus goes down off the back of it. Follow up
another one.
Rolling downhill, chip damage on the Doc. Meanwhile, Fireflux thrown
Doc is the only one alive.
That they're gonna walk
Bro,
away
Fireflux got
We're
Hora.
accelerating things big time right now with the circle pushing it over towards Alpha. M79 to drop those smokes quickly and easily. They create cover for DRX.
They didn't even get
the
the
still have 4
placement
players,
point,
but not
bro.
for long.
Come
Top
on.
once again re-engages the Mini 14.
So much going on, I know, right?
This guy is deadly. Fireflux, like you said, great engagement over towards Horror. Kind of sad we missed that one, as it was a clean sweep from Fireflux.
10 elements. We need a little bit more placement on us.
I think playstyle again here as well is far similar to what we were seeing from Fireflux when they were really starting to dominate, where you had that back and forth between Ketch and Scarface, the way that they were taking engagements, even on the spread.
40 has such a good place in the zone though.
7 elims, a ton of damage. Great zone control for the longest time. Alpha on the roam up. It's Scarface with the quick hit. He's hungry, and the dinner plate will smash over the face. Follows up. Zol down. Goodbye, Doc. Just top. Trapped behind the tree, and the nade will finish it.
What a clean fight that was. Brought out the dishcloth and mopped that team up. And again, immediately refocusing over towards Team Secret. 2 knocks coming through in the space of bare seconds. Solus will go down, but is in cover. 10 elims on the match here for Fireflux, making it look easy on this northeast side, constantly being a big presence in the game. So weird for Fireflux as well, because you see these games pop up now and again where they just look indomitable inside the lobby. And what can you really do against them? But we need more of this. We need this to happen so much more for Fireflux. So a lot of times where you see these games and you think to yourself, they're a shining light within
your team is on 13th place, but they might win this game.
Quite dim on their side.
And I think it's those 2 players that really do bring the lumens to them. It's Ketch and Scarface, and at the minute they're both still alive. That could be the differential
zone,
factor.
let's see if the zone actually...
You look at some of the squads that remain. I mean, the battle of attrition is far better for Fireflux. Regnum Cairo, just one man. It was Wild that was able to actually survive the push through Fireflux ages ago. He's had to keep himself down in the dirt. Hyunbin as well, trapped in. Zone shift, though. Oh, for 4 Thrives, they've been waiting for so damn long.
Oh my days, bro.
It's Yangon that are behind them as well, Blank, so this could cause some infighting.
For 4 Thrives, that compound is really quite good. Circle actually headed over that way. It's hard to get 4 Thrives off, because not only does it provide you a lot of cover, there's a huge amount of high ground control you can get from that position, which makes
Yangon
it so
needs to go
difficult
inside.
when you get to the end game, where it's quite a flat space on this region. The Circle cuts out every single
DRX
building,
is the only team that is way out in the
next
blue,
circle, and Fireflux have all the control on the eastern side here.
T24's POV here. There's been bullets whizzing through the windows for a while. Yangon just taking the peek over. Romeo's further out. Wild, hello. He finally makes a move.
Where
with
the hell
DBS.
Wild come
Close
from, bro?
quarters engagement could take Ketch out of the mix. That's going to be a bit of a sore sight for the Fireflux eyes, losing out on one of their players after what's been a blinding game for them, keeping all 4 alive for a good set of time here.
Losing Ketch is a big deal. One of the prime players on that squad. Wild, though, you can't really ever count this guy out on Regnum Kaya, especially as a solo. He is hailed as
yeah,
one of
but
the
you will
best
get the
solo
LM towards the
players
end now.
in the game. Mini 14 as well as the DBS.
Bro, he's gonna ruin.
He's got long range.
He's gonna ruin Fireflux.
On lock, but it is IQ to find that shot. Hyunbin now waiting in the wings here between them and Fireflux, and they have no idea.
Bro, a solo going to ruin 2 of these.
No one's got vision. Jumps up with the DBS. The right hook's good for 1, but they reply. They turn around. But again, it's issues. That's all these teams had to do if they wanted to cause problems for Fireflux taking the game itself. They go from 4 to 2 in the matter of a minute.
The fire is sputtering here.
Bro, both Regnum Karya and DRX.
Fireflux. Losing both your top players here in the matter of minutes. Scarface as well as Ketch. The other boys now need to step up.
Ooh, Noki is out.
Playing it slow on the southwest
Stray
stage for a
is
long,
not
long
good.
time. They've been quiet, but now look to be deadly.
Oh, IQ is out too. Wait, he jumped out of the car.
Straight to the face. It's uncomfortable for 4 Thrives. Losing so much manpower.
1, 2.
Target-rich environment, but the shots just don't deliver. And 4 Thrives are removed. Yangon bided their time for so long. They've engaged off the back of it and made it work. You can get the pickup as well.
This has been an assassination of a gameplay coming through from Yangon Galacticos. They played it slow, they played it steady. Teams weren't really aware of their position. They've just been holding out, waiting for their time to strike, and their time is now.
Bro. What a nade by
Fireflux, who
who
wrapped their way around
Soulless?
over towards the western side. Team Secret still holding on desperately. White knuckle grip on that compound towards the eastern side, but finally they have to let go.
Fireflux had 12 eliminations.
There really is no secret that this is the way they like playing these games. If you give them the stock to play passive, they will wait it out and go for the placements. Romeo, vision over. Spots onto one, few
right?
bullets.
Yangon will clutch it, bro. There's no way Yangon
they can trade off one another and opt to play this out just with the long con, with the fact they've got so much more stock in the bodies. It's Murnat that gets the first connection off.
Romeo looking to deliver the Shakespearean poison, but there will be no resurrection on the side of Team Secret when they go down.
It's a mini red zone, Alex.
Continue to wrap. Fireflux.
Like the way the nades fly in this.
Two players that can step up.
In this lobby, it's a mini red zone.
Roam out. Frankie in a whole world of hurt, likely to go down soon. And
Fireflux needs to be active, bro. Fireflux needs to be active.
Fireflux have had no say in the decimation that's happened around this map.
Dang, they could not even over peak, bro.
Call from them. As soon as they got that first knock, they go for the controlled engagement. So not only stealing away 2 additional Elim points, but also now setting themselves up potentially for the grand prize that's just inches away from them. Coming away with this one with that first place on the chicken dinner.
Yangon Galacticos currently in first place on the rankings as well. This would push them
They have
further
9
away from any
eliminations.
other squad inside the lobby. They have been so consistently dominant through the playoffs here. Now Fireflux have to move forward directly into the sightlines of Yangon Galacticos. And they're going to deny the points. It had been dawn, but now
they will deny the points. I mean, which is good.
And Yangon Galacticos will be here when the sun rises, pick themselves up another chicken dinner and forcing themselves way up there in the rankings.
A team that had to fight for survival, keep themselves focused.
Should I leave any hope?
But as soon as they've made it to the playoff stage, we have trained the true potential of this beast, this unit of a squad. And I think if this doesn't start to silence people thinking potentially
hope is the thing that keeps us alive, you know?
I don't know what will.
There's a lot of doubters here for Yangon Galacticos.
Well played, YG. Yeah, they've been doing good. They've been doing very good.
And they continue.
What team are you guys supporting? ASR, LX?
Here. Lasers are blaring from this team.
Hey,
it looks
my guy.
fantastic. It looks good, and it doesn't look like it's stopping any time
Bro,
soon,
it's
Jackie.
smiling.
No, not at all. And they embody it there with the celebrations. They wrap it up and silence the competition. Another huge win. The Galacticos is reigning supreme.
Yeah, I didn't quite see where they got active from, but towards the end, bro. Anu 3 बजे नै हाल्नु पर्छ जस्तो द्याट सोर्सहरु like Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all of them like initial push is very good.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists only on Spotify.
3 बजे मैले स्केड्युल गर्नु पर्छ के त्यही भएर म इदर 9 र 12 हाल्छु
2025 Esports World Cup.
The power of play unleashed. What the hell is this? Huge that yes. Hilton for the stage. What is the smash rule? Do you want me to explain today or tomorrow? So last year what they did was they introduced a new system where the winner can be decided by one of two ways. So today is day 2, right? At the end of day 2, let's say that Yangon Galacticos have 120 points. So Smash rule gets activated after day 2. In day 3, any team that wins the tournament needs to get at least the top scorer day 2 plus 10 points. So if at the end of day 2, Yangon Galacticos has 120 points, in order for any team to win, they have to get 130 plus points. So let's say that Yangon Galacticos gets 130 points. Let's say they get 10 points in Sandhawk, right? And they have 130 going into Erangel. If they get the chicken dinner in any of the games, the tournament ends. Like let's say they get 130 on Sandhawk and then they get the chicken dinner on Erangel. That's it. That's the tournament is done. Let's say that Yangon Galacticos has 120. The Smash rule is 130. Like that's the ceiling. Team number 2, which is let's say APG, they had 110 points. So they get 130 points in Erangel. And in the next game, they get chicken dinner, they win. Even if Yangon Galacticos is on like number 1, if the third team gets the Smash rule and then gets the chicken dinner, they win. That's how it is.
And now Yangon
I don't know if that
Galacticos
makes sense
poses a
or not.
problem to the entirety of the lobby. Is it now 15
Did they win
versus
2
1
games in a
as
row?
they
Yangon
take a
Galacticos? No,
big
APG won the
victory
first game.
for the Pmwc. And at the same time, whilst we're
Bro,
talking
where
about
did they
that,
get
we,
this
of
Prime
course,
from?
have
Why
the
does
lovely
Prime look like
Transformers
he's 5
collaboration
feet?
going on in-game as well. You can have Optimus Prime, Megatron going one-on-one with each other. I love Starscream personally, but you know, anyway, that's by the by. He's a plane, and you can get that checked out over in the game as well. So make sure to do so. How about yourself, Max? You love some Transformers.
You've got to love the Decepticons. I've got the prize part. Yes, I do. I need to play more games to actually unlock it at the end, but I do have it purchased. I'm gonna be Optimus Prime in game.
Fantastic, fantastic. But let's talk about this game, right? You got Yangon Galacticos here, 7. Now with another win on the board, they were already in first place, and they're pushing it even further.
This team is going from a surprise team to now just a sole contender for that championship going on to tomorrow. The way that they're currently playing, yes, by the way, congratulations, 19 points. But the way that this team is currently playing, Max, being able to just have splits, 3-1 splits, 2-2 splits, having Romeo getting the off angle has been so impressive to me. And another thing that has been impressive to me is how much control of the circle this team has been able to get.
Bro, Esports is still on 3rd.
Just south,
like
actually,
they've been top 5. That's all I want them to do.
Hilltop,
Just like keep being on top 5 of every game.
Not the way they play.
We'll see on game day 3,
bro. Tried to take it away. That strong position over to the western
they got
side.
0 placement point, bro. If they got like 1 or 2 placement points, that would have been crazy. Like 0 placement point. How?
Was so strong, and we said it.
Rex, no voice chat. You want to be in the voice chat? What do you want to talk about, bro?
It's very scary when it comes to how the finals could be set up in day 3.
I'm gonna get some of these teams here towards the end. Non-Ship Red Force, I was hoping to see a little bit more out of them. I was impressed with what I saw out of them coming out of Sandhawk. Not the same. Also, E-Arena. I mean, that was another team that I was expecting to see even more of. Got eliminated super early on. But going back, 4 Thrives, I saw them there in the first page. Not impressed with the amount of points that they were able to get, considering the positioning that they had. I wanted them to be a little bit more proactive. I wanted them to just take charge of the compound that they had on and just start looking to see who was rotating around them, and possibly they could even try to third party from far away some fights, or try to get some eliminations from anybody rotating close by.
Like, you would think you're in a central compound, you can get a few eliminations. That compound, actually, because of the terrain around it, a lot of teams are fighting over the lips of the hill, so they can't really third party as much from a distance. The one fight I would have loved to see 4 Thrives actually take here was actually push onto Yangon Galacticos 7. They had a great opportunity to send it down there, because the game at the end, it was not going to be an easy time for them to leave their compound. you leave it onto the southern side, onto Yangon Galacticos, teams can't really third-party you, I think that would have had at least an opportunity for 4thrives to get into the podium finish.
100% agree with you on that. Ultimately, you have IQ getting into a vehicle, having to run away. Why not start using IQ as that man that's just scouting a little bit more for you? Not even fully send it, just start scouting to see what Yangon's doing. They were just so patient and passive just being in the compound that they got way too comfortable. We've been seeing way too many teams do that.
They left it a little too late, right?
Yes,
like when you see the kind of car scout down towards the bottom, see what was going on. Maybe they were hoping for a drive over or something like that, but it was way too late to deal with. Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this match as well, as there was so much fighting in the north. For example, Alpha Gaming had a little bit more room than maybe I would have given them, considering that they could have been a potential threat. I think it was DRX that was looking to finish off.
Yes, that was it. It was DRX. They actually got a few knocks right onto Alpha Gaming, and the fight was going really well for them. And actually, I know this is an interesting conversation you haven't had during this match. DRX, despite getting knocks onto Alpha Gaming up north,
look at those.
They retreat.
Everybody from YG had like
I'm a big enjoyer of that, because actually if they do come into the fight, Fireflux just nearby might want a third party. I think playing it passive was the right call.
I disagree with you.
How dare you?
Now, the reason why I disagree with you is because I wanted them not to fully commit to where APG was, but I wanted them just to get some different off angles on those players that were knocked already from APG. In a way, I agree. You don't want them to fully commit, but just continue to get those angles. You know that Fireflux is going to be nearby. You know that you already have them in a bad position. Try to finish those eliminations for DRX. I got to give props to DRX, though. I enjoyed the way that they were playing. I enjoyed those 2-2 splits. I enjoyed the way that they were being a little bit more aggressive and not just what we saw yesterday from them, which was just pretty much sitting in the compound, getting blessed by the circle.
It's a tough slope to play, right? I think that they believed eventually it would just come to them, because APG was stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? So it's an interesting topic to definitely discuss here, but all of these teams looking to try and get themselves further in. These Erangels, Alter Ego, still looking like they're having a good time, kind of, you know, vibing, if I had to use some of your language.
Sure.
Don't
win from China and what Chinese team, what do you mean?
But, you know, you need to vibe more towards the top of the leaderboards, I think, to say. Let's take a look at those leaderboards, actually, and see where they are. Stop it.
Oh,
that's brutal.
93 points at the top.
Okay, so this is a problem now for everybody else. 93 points means that Yangon Galacticos throughout this day, 3 wins on the board as well. Everybody else has to step up, and it has to happen now, Max.
Yeah, because right now, let's say we stopped right now, you add 10 points. That's 103 points to get into the smash zone. Meaning all the teams around here would have to get about 60 to like 30
Yangon is gonna win, bro.
On the first page, which is really hard to do that and then back it up with an actual win at the end when you do enter the smash zone. So Yangon Galacticos able to maintain that lead and now create an even bigger point gap. The lobby must be rinsing in fear, because right now this is not a good prospect for day 3.
And the crazy part, you can see Yangon Galacticos, those 93 points, goes down all the way to 5th place with Rangnam Kari at 40. That is a 46-point difference that they have been able to create. Remember what we were talking about at the beginning of the day?
Right now, if the game ends,
that first place team to get too far away, because they're going to be able to get within this match. And with the way Yangon Galacticos is playing, and
there is no way anybody has a chance besides Alpha Gaming.
They could end up winning via Smash Roll, even though they're in first place.
They might be wiping away tears of joy with money right now, because they're thinking to themselves, we're probably going to be top 3 guaranteed, just off the back of what is not even technically half of the max games that we could end up going to. It is wild to see Yangon Galacticos position themselves like this.
It is such a scary setup for your last day into this one. I don't know
Chad,
how the rest of the
Yangon
lobby's gonna react
might
to this,
win
because
it.
the thing is the teams are just struggling to make it to the late game, and Yangon are just there pretty much for free every time. They're looking good, and that is going to be a bad time for the other squads.
Definitely, but not a bad time for everybody watching Pmwc right now, because starting from August the 1st, which technically was yesterday, that's actually factually yesterday, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest is officially kicked off.
Oh, you had the stream open, the scheduled stream.
And participating by showcasing real-life outfits for you to wear.
So
use your sense of fashion to influence the world. The top prize pool can reach up to $120,000, which is exciting. That's a lot of money. Details.
What would you do if you had $120,000?
Follow official social media accounts. Well, thank you, boys. We're going back into the grassy pasture.
$120,000. What would you do, chat?
Yangon Galacticos.
No.
PDP, very, very fun there in my
opinion, honestly, always one of my favorite parts of the year, seeing all the fashions and designs being on show. But I'll tell you a team that's looking good right now. It is Yangon Galacticos. There were some non-believers, but I think we've been swayed at this point, honestly. We do have teams chasing them, battling for the top, looking consistent also. Alpha Gaming looking fairly nice right now. Fireflux is a team that concerns me though, Jackie. They have these moments of pop-offs and then it just slowly goes awry in their other games. They need more consistency, and I think that is the thing that's hurting them.
No, I agree. I agree. You know, it feels like that team genuinely has so much firepower, a great dynamic, but the problem is there's two big heads on that four-headed beast. And when you lop them off, it feels like the stock, the communication, the power level very quickly begins to scale down. And it's terrifying because, as we've just said, right, even for the non-believers that are maybe now starting to be enlightened by the power of Yangon.
All right, let's go.
With them playing like
the map,
that and some of the other teams that
the
are
plane path right through
like, you know, they've got the boxing
right
down. They're able to hit you with a... You've got to be scared. You've got to be worried. You can't be on the back foot because they're going to knock you over and KO you.
Let's be nice to each other. Let's enjoy the game.
You do not want that to happen, so you need to re-deliver an uppercut straight to
southern side of the map.
These rankings, because we do need to get further upside here.
I think melee zone, bro. I think melee zone.
Of a plane path coming
what do you think, Chad? I think melee zone.
Again, for DRX. After PMGC with
bro,
B+,
buying NVIDIA.
Nice to see that region
I had a headache trying to buy NVIDIA. I was trying to buy a graphics card.
Tournaments, so easy, making it look pretty easy at times. It's nice the way that they're currently playing out on their rotations and the late games. The Yangon Galacticos.
I think melee zone. Chat, predict the zone.
Very sweet to see. I think there's not a lot of teams that really play like that here in this lobby. It's
Magnus
very
Carlsen just
at times, but
dominated, bro. What the heck?
Strategic towards that end game, and when Yangon saw that opportunity, they took it, and they didn't go out that game without a lot of eliminations either. They were really quite good at sweeping, where everyone else had taken a lot of casualties. They realized that, look, if we could just maintain 4 players, we're going to have a fantastic time.
Whoa, what the fuck is this zone, bro?
Against one another. And the thing that
what's the update now?
Was a very early decision to hold out towards Westbridge on Rozok. It was from minute
if the game goes like this, we might have a champion today.
Very cool. In the meantime, we're going to have a hard southwest circle with a lot of water in it. So most teams likely will be outside the circle for some time, Jackie, just getting looted.
Bro, the zone is going to be like the people
inside of the blue
are going to be like in this compound, this compound, this compound, this compound, this compound, this compound, this compound. All these compounds by the road are going to be occupied.
When you actually look at the split there, obviously trickling down, right, from Yangon that are on screen now with 93 points, closest second being Alpha on 77. It's that mid portion that is a bizarre level of leapfrog capability. Power on 41 all the way up to
I wish they would let us hear the comms too.
Ego in 4th place there on 47.
Chad, what do you think? I wish they would let us hear the comms.
For some of these teams to shift is gargantuan, but it's the point vacuum of Yangon that really makes it so terrifying. Because as much as you can power struggle amongst each other,
someone was in my chat earlier who was from Myanmar, bro. I'm happy
it is going to need everything from all 4 players on your squad.
It's terrifying. It really is terrifying. I mean, you speak the points vacuum, and they have been creating a ridiculous vacuum over towards.
Bro, what is Mr. Sumon Khan?
If you look at 11th place,
you guys,
4th place, it is a 10-point difference. That kind of optic
is
wild to
him away,
even
bro.
utter out loud. So there is a lot of interchangeability on these rankings, but the further Yangon Galacticos gets ahead, the worse it's going to become for teams on the final day, where match point is realistically just not achievable until
this reminds me of yesterday's
match
game.
4, in which case Yangon Galacticos can reach those heights nice and early and just close out the entire tournament.
What team are you supporting, bro?
It's also worrying because it's not like Yangon Galacticos is not getting a ton of chicken.
Where is YG? Wait, where is YG in this game?
The smash ruling.
Bro, YG also reminds me of Yamna Gaming.
Backs are going to be up. Everyone's eyes are going to be dialed in. But for some teams, the decision-making changes a little bit when you realize, look, we not only need to start to win these games and play better individually.
Who was saying EA? What is Fusion, bro? Fusion was saying EA was going to win.
Who's actually getting the outcome of points off the
back of the games. Who was saying EA was going to win?
We'll see if it
will
be
they
a
have
bit
13
of a bumpy
points.
ride, though, to start off.
13
We're here on the
points.
night bus as we crash in with Regnum Karia. You had the bypass from Yangon, bit of a split up. I think it was Romeo inside of the ruins. Kind of fitting.
Which team you want to see lose? I'll support them. Right now, I want Yangon Galacticos to lose.
And this time,
that way, other teams have a chance to climb up, bro.
As Regnum Karia passes on by.
Hora needs to be in top 3.
Like ships of the night there. They won't come into contact with one another. Yangon Galacticos, Romeo sees another day.
Oh, Luxie's
nice
out.
Rotate, in my opinion, from Regnum Karia, and this is a great time to unleash bullets from Romeo. It's the final player. He knows it's the final player as well from Regnum Karia to move through, so why not take a couple of shots? Maybe you can weaken a team that's going in front of you with the M249. It was a great opportunity.
Although I would not be sad if APG wins.
The thing is,
I want all of the top 5 teams to die early, bro.
No one would have been anywhere near being able to turn their heads on a swivel and get back in time to pick him back up.
I thought Power was going to win. Yeah, oh yeah, you were the one who was supporting Power from day one.
Neither side gets what they
Or
want.
not supporting,
it's cool though, because I think a lot of teams, if they were Romeo in that situation, they would have just been glad to get out of there, you know, unspotted. But Romeo's thinking about what's the next step. What's the next step for me here? It's to try and weaken the team ahead. That's how he can do it. And again, that's the big thing that makes
look at the point difference.
Is just that proactive
like
nature.
between 4th,
we've talked about them
all
so
the way to
much,
11.
You're probably getting quite bored of us talking
it's
about
like
them.
10 points, bro. That is nothing. That is one good game, and you are like top 5. Or one bad game, you are out of top 5. Like depending on how you see it, you know. But like look at the difference between 93 and like 47. That's like what? 30? No. 46 point difference. That's crazy.
But the weaker links are pulling the chain apart. And you can't have that, especially now, the position we're in the tournament, with how it's going as well on the day. Yeah, everyone's got to shape up, get yourself in position quickly. For Power, there's been some very high highs, but similarly, we've had some lows.
So, sir, how is my pre-order doing?
It's Weibo's order that's got vision over, taking a few establishing shots at least with cover to play with.
Weibo did start down towards Primorsk. It's a good spot, at least on this circle as well, I'd say, where it's probably going to set up around this region of the map unless we get some very, very difficult circles into the future. But a lot of teams making these quick rotates.
That's why I want Yangon to die early.
They have tucked in very quickly down towards this south side, and it is a huge clump, huge massive teams, all trying to play around the swamps, pick up some of the high ground, some of the more critical compounds in that area, because there's only a few. There is only a few.
Ooh, Koa. Okay, that's the Falcons that get first contact over onto Team Secret. Fragment them a little bit. 3 vehicles to play with, so they can put up a bit of temporary cover. It's actually the additional Jeep as well. So 4 of them in cars here, looking for to rotate back over, taking the fight to where the shots have come from. But it's Regnum Karia that are there, so it's a little bit messy. Squads all around, wild. Quick taps up, gets a bit of chip damage off, but no overcommit. The RX just hearing all of this.
Staying quiet with it though, don't want to really get too involved in the commotion, especially when you're one of the more central teams. You are very, very set up for
I love this compound, bro. These 2 houses are one of my favorite spots in Iran.
Careful which fights you're picking to take and which you're just letting go by.
The way this guy holds the phone is crazy, bro. He plays like this and then one hand on the bottom and one hand on the top. Who are we rooting for again? Team Hora.
That will be heading over towards the center of the circle, but again,
Chad, besides Nepali people, do you guys know what Hora means?
A lot of this eastern area is completely void of players, other than the ones coming in late, just because it's a lot of fielded area. You don't really want to position yourself early, and most teams did make the correct decision over towards this northern side of Primorsk.
What is
I was curious on the
gonna
rotate
have
if we'd
so
see Hora
hard
run
time
into
getting into zone.
Alter Ego as well. They caught whiff of one another and immediately bailed on
So
it.
it's a random name for team death streamer, I know.
Could get funneled slightly further down towards Fire Flux though. It's
Water supply, man.
just ahead of Alter Ego there.
How the fuck Jinan says water supply
to the Alpha action. See what they're up to. Bit of a rotate. Thunder Talk's not far off.
Oh my days.
Free roam into the
How
zone.
did water supply come to your mind when I said what does Hora mean?
It's something that Alter Ego has to be massively aware of, especially on our next match over on Erangel. If they make this similar rotate, for Hedon, that's not a bad park actually.
That's a good parking by Hedon.
That is just tucked in, but it's Falcons up against Power. We'll talk about Yangon Galacticos.
Bro, how are team number 11 and 12 fighting?
The Falcons overall up towards Power. Lots of damage sent in, and the first
Umar is playing with QDs now. He doesn't even.
Better than good. It's great. Falcons making the plays and trying to put power on the dinner plate for this one. Koa up top, casting nades in, trying to keep a little bit of high ground overwatch for the team that are close with Redox and Ralph in position. Rest and relaxation.
I want to ask a question. Oh, Jinan, it means is it?
You've got that chip damage in. You forced them to burn some of their resources.
Don't question my intent. No, it's just like random water supply. How does water supply come to your mind? What a tracking.
At distance, but
so Hora means like it's an expression. It's not a word. It's an expression. It's like is it? Someone is like saying is it?
Keep themselves nice and top.
Like so, for example, if I say Rex Hora, that means. Is it Rex?
Falcons.
That's how it means.
Position. They are completely.
So it's like if you say Anu's Hora, that means is it Anu's?
Like the hold for their own, but it's
Hora. No, Hora. You know team number 10. What does that mean? That's a Nepali word. That's a Nepali expression.
A little bit of respite now for Power.
So let me go back to Umar's Rex. I want to ask a question. If you are a client and you forgot to complete payment and the work reminds you of
shot in the backline from Weibo,
you
like
forget, he reminds.
They had the full lay of the land on this. Order got the read on Power,
and the worker reminds
so they
you
know
of
what's happening here.
You forget
in this downtime,
he
even though it's
reminds
been limited
after 1
resources
2 weeks.
for
You
Power,
forget
they've
again
been
and
able
he
to
reminds
reset
again.
themselves from the
Is it
initial
bad
chip
to ask
damage
for
that was
payment
cast
again and
out.
again,
They're
or
not
the
in a
person will
horrific
be like,
spot.
what the F?
Just depends
No,
who's able to land the first punch.
You should never feel bad.
Difficult
if the which team you support, that's the team I support.
It's very hard for them to step out.
I will say this again,
because
if you do a work and if you completed the work, you should never feel bad about asking for what you work for.
Interesting ending.
Like if somebody needs to pay you compensation, they need to pay you compensation. If somebody needs to give you something in as a piece of paper, writing anything, you need to, you owe that. Like you, like I don't know how to explain this. Like that is your work. You should never feel bad about asking for what is yours.
Not moving at all. They're just happy to see it set out on the beachhead.
And this is really movement for absolutely everyone. It's the Power and Falcons that have been trapped in position for so long. You get the move up from DRX, Fire Flux with the spot. All Regn and Kari are hustling and bustling as they try and bypass all the commotion that's being caused. So it's all getting quite intense. A bit of a hell in the cell matchup on this one. Scarface up close, trying to get the bullets on target as they chicane in the vehicles.
Bro, this became so chaotic all of a sudden.
Meanwhile, it's he that gets the shot back over onto Toshbik.
Yeah, this is a bold push from Regnum Kaya. We have to say it. I mean, I know where they're coming from because what they have been angling towards every single game so far is just aggressive pushes, take center. We know we play center very well. Personally, in my opinion, trying to just brute force it over towards the center of Quarry, it's not a great idea, okay? It's just not the best of ideas.
This team, Power and Falcon has been facing off for like 5 minutes now. Damn, triple stack.
Nice and central earlier than you.
Okay, so this fight that's been going on for so long finally kicks back off, and it's Power that
he turned around and shot the corner, thinking somebody was camping the corner.
Is really the only beneficial thing that comes in to slow them down. But Falcons, you run into a
I'm watching stream of a stream. Welcome to 2025, Rondo.
Power just kind of
I will change myself because I always stop asking and they don't pay now.
2 players left alone on the
and you should not work with people like that who don't pay.
A beast cornered. They saw
that slight opening, and they quickly shimmied through. And they know they've got the firepower to make it happen as well. Fireflux still roaming in vehicles. There's a position to play for them as they come further down from that north side. Yangon Galacticos as well as Alter Ego playing it safe and slow on the north.
Let's go, Hora!
Well.
Let's go, Hora! I like that.
Currently in 4th place, all 4 players alive.
What about you, Jack? What team are you supporting?
Nearly 50 points ahead for Yangon. That's just a disparity that we're working with inside of this lobby. Nonshin just playing on the ridge here. Upwards hill fight for them towards Hora that have just been scouting, looking on the periphery to see if there is an opportunity to actually take a clean fight to this. Cover to work with Doc C at least having a bit of protection from the hovercraft.
Circle shifts out over towards that western side. Eda's got a great position, by the way. A lovely spot to work around with. It does cut you off slightly in terms of sightlines over the ridge there, but in terms of safety, very, very nice. The only problem will come into effect when they let teams get too close, because suddenly you become very nadeable, and that is a possibility over the fields, but not until much later in the game where we start cutting out a lot more teams. So right now, Eda's got a very, very strong position to play from.
Yeah, play this race. I think this race should be fine.
Game. Not so promising for a lot
or
of teams.
They have to go all the way
edge.
Towards the young gang.
Like they've been lied to on this
young
circle.
gang Galacticos.
Will have to slowly force their way through pretty rough
you
terrain.
sup, Hora, I sup.
To get over towards this western side, and even then you're heading over towards the swamps, towards fields. E-Arena, in fact, gets themselves a very nice position on this beachhead. They can play over towards the plateaus to sit on that
Jiggle
western
actually
side
found that house. What? Yo, let's go. AE versus YZ right here, chat.
Meanwhile, now though, Black Compound move up round towards Alter Ego and Yangon. Low HP for Krypton, barely dodging the shrapnel from that one.
This is the first time I've seen a team push without a knock. No initial knock, just push.
You could actually backstab up on towards Smile, and E-Arena are getting a little bit of a look in towards this one. In the meantime, Hora
Rosemary
as well.
coming.
On Sleepy as
Bro, they already damaged the engagement there. Okay,
what I was saying,
one guy is knocked.
You get Joker, instant tag there from the side. He's able to punish onto one of the players, break up
Someone
the
is trying to third party this fight.
This is a pretty wild fight though happening on our screens. Is Alter Ego in 4th place challenging against our current 1st placers in Yangon Galacticos, and Alter Ego take over the buildings just in miraculous fashion, and Yangon Galacticos really had nothing to say back to them. Now they're starting to work the problem. 2 players off towards the side of Rosemary, and Nate goes in, does a fair bit of damage, but no, not quite found yet. I think Murnat went down, but was quickly brought back up into the fray.
Rosemary's low, forced to top himself back up.
No fear, knocked
to play with on this one.
Bro, what? Oh.
Meanwhile as well, Team Secret up against 4 Thrives, and they're handling that one with ease, it seems. There's a bit of damage even further gets thrown on top from Alpha Gaming. But Krypton finally takes the peek up towards the rooftop. That was the isolated
I think that was 2v1.
He gets removed from the equation. They've got cover to
No fear also gets
the
knocked.
additional resources as well. Meanwhile, down in the close quarters combat.
No fear finished. Oh, they were fighting that for that compound.
Heads up call to instead try and dip out through the window. He's caught because of it.
I think he should have just held his own. He's got the M249. He has ammo advantage there. I know he wants to get back to the rest of the team. Maybe a bit of a miscomm requesting he returns back over towards this building because they have the high ground advantage there. Oh, that is rough. That is very, very rough. Alter Ego going down to 3.
Is also down.
And E-Arena waiting.
Yeah, they might be done.
Red Force
so they were fighting between the 2 blue and that one house.
Again.
Scarier now for Alter Ego. Throwing out the smokes, they know they're going to have
Joker
to
is watching this fight from distance.
Eventually as well, with the zone starting to come in and cut off some of the play space inside of the compounds they've got.
Next circle gets.
They only have PMGC skins, Gina, apparently.
The north side. Actually a horrible circle. There's fields down towards the southwest. There's this one compound that Eda's currently holding. There's the disgusting terrain of Quarry that so many teams need to brave their way through. And on the north side, it's just the swamps. that you are going to have to wade into no matter who wins on this north side between Yangon, Alter Ego, as well as E-Arena.
Alter Ego fans still trying to hype them up, hope that they'll walk away with their heads held high on this one. Like you said, the longer
they might
it goes
actually
on, the
leave.
more uncomfortable it
Yeah, I
feels.
think they're going to leave.
E-Arena just sort of perched up, looking for an opportunity to play. Romeo with the spray on the dive over. That's
now
I think.
Oh, somebody knocked him.
Actually, Joker as well, getting the spot in again.
Joker knocked him.
That goes down because of it this time. Fireflux fighting out versus Power. Rosemary re-engages back onto them.
They lose Krypton. It'll be hard to get him back up from the position he's playing in, and Romeo will just take him out with Alva and Rosemary, two players that we have touted a lot so far.
So apparently this helmet is from Royal Pass. Someone was telling me yesterday.
Heads up call to move up towards this north side. They know there's going to be barely any teams around this area, so they can just continue to put the hurt on both Alter Ego as well as Yangon Galacticos.
And Team Spirit just went for NS.
Up against Nongshim Red Force and the aftermath that came through. It's three separate teams to put the hurt on over towards Nongshim.
Rosemary with a quick start step on the peak with the DBS, hoping that if he
damn, bro, why is he putting a fight?
It's not going to work from distance. Quick barrage of bullets straight to the face.
Here comes
so
the
low
push.
on health. Single taps all they need to at least convert that one and guarantee the Eagle point off the back of
EA
Rosemary.
actually pushed up. I didn't realize EA pushed up this.
Edging further closer towards this, feeling more and more comfortable that now's the time to just go for it.
E-Arena very much emboldened by these plays. A good name from Turney K, who now looks to send the shots through the building. Romeo goes down, leaving only Alva now for Alter Ego, and he should not be up too much longer.
Doesn't really have the close range potential. It's the SMG.
He wanted to go
good
for
finish. One, but he's left out in the cold.
Ora also went down.
Back onto that and can get the pick-me-up play on Joker as well, so they'll still remain as a 4-player squad.
And we are cutting teams out left, right, and center down to 9, but only 28 players at the 20-minute mark here.
Regnum Karya only has one. Wow, this again, bro.
Game for them to play through. Super relaxed.
WBZ 33G with a nade, one nade, two nade.
Dominant over towards the south side from their cutout.
Get him out of the car. Get him out of the car. Oh, never mind.
Quarry, they have slowly backed things up. Just the 9 teams out towards the eastern side of the map.
That's me and my teammates driving right there.
What you want to see? I think this is a nice call from either, but it's slightly messy. Put it that way. I thought this is an incredible
WBZ
call.
getting 40 out of the lobby, bro.
I mean, it's the time to go for it realistically. With Sakura in this position, if they
He
could at least
pulled a
build
nade
off the back
first,
of it,
he pulled a nade after. His nade is not gonna connect, but his nade.
That's not what you want for Emre.
Emre is 10 SP, bro.
Hitting him from HP. You're right, man. They're just not getting enough to engage from this.
Need to get Emre out of that. I mean, he's not getting back up.
Emre
He might have
is
just fed across one elim to E-Arena, and now they realize that actually we need to go play back in these buildings. They do.
Yeah, I mean, these guys with the nade, bro. These guys with the nade is crazy.
And they're hoping that the remnants of whatever comes out.
You know,
from
Chad, I'm telling you,
like,
I didn't used to use grenade that much. I started to play with Access, and the way that guy used to use nade, bro, inspired me to use more nades. These days I practice my nades.
Clean line of sight down onto 4.
WBZ cleaning up, bro. Palak is the last person alive from 40.
On his teammates, so Weibo are able to grab that one with absolute ease. Now you're pinned in position as a last man solo there. They've just had great lines of sight.
DRX is the only top 3 team left.
That tried to move out from any kind of cover have just been taking so much damage.
Bro, Hora could have done a lot better this game.
Again here, show up to finish.
Regnum also not finished. WBZ might have a good game. They have 6 eliminations.
They had a bad time in those warehouses. The fact that they've been able to continue to push through on some difficult timings is really nice to see. Weibo taking
No, I don't want the top 3 to do good, Jack. I want them to not do good.
Fantastic aim on side with the signature bow in hand too. And Thundertalks just could not make that cross.
No fund up, no talking. Just bullets from downrange. DRX, 2 players again here as well. Hyunbin still standing. His brother in arms taking a bit of a hefty hit from that one. It's Falak that's kind of just belly crawling up to see if he can get any kind of impact or potentially just keep his nose clean. Nice nade thrown over, barely off target there.
Oh, from behind.
Side and a quick swipe that comes through from Falak of all players. He will finally be taken down, and Weibo continues to just rack up point after point after point. 8 elims now held on side.
Weibo might have a massive game, bro.
Which is great to see here for them. We were wondering if the bonfire would start to die down after that last match, but no, they are still here to play here on our angle.
He even spotting vision back out onto Ida. And you are pinned in
EA
position
is
as well.
backfilling FF.
Arena looking to clean up from the first man they took out so long ago with Emre on that kind of flubbed push they went for. So they're
Hello, RJ. 19 months.
Compound.
RJ.
And Weibo, heads on a swivel really, like 360-degree vision with a lot of the fights that have been going on with opportunity to steal fights.
2,000 total damage in the match as well is nice. They've had a lot of impact here. Again, for Ida, that's so cool. Sending over towards the north. What a fun game this has been. For Ida, it's a case of Emre going out too far. His off angle is way, way, way too much. Yes, they missed the nades on it, but he was never getting back out of that situation, right?
14 months.
Commit there. It's a great nade that gets sent in by Eren.
Follow-up from the DBS is good as well. The nade to establish it, Shotty to blow the legs away. Mormon in panic stations now as well. Luckily, heads up call, dips down to the ground floor, able to get out and stay away from the nade, but they roam into it. Mormon replies, close down onto Ida, but look who's here, waiting to strike again. He could very well be him.
There's
if he's
someone
able to
right
find the
in front of his
follow-up
face
that they're looking for on this one, with E-Arena reeling to recover.
Fireflux looking to make their setup here, taking shots down the side. Scarface looks for the long-range engagement over towards Weibo. E-Arena cowering over towards
Power
the
needs to go through the water.
Power through it all is still in this game.
Jack Sparrow is like,
running,
how is Free Fire playing in the PUBG Mobile World Cup?
Spiking on the meters. To put some more points up here, currently down towards 9th place, but we said before those points are incredibly interchangeable. You could find yourself up in 4th easily off the back of a chicken dinner on this match.
Yeah, the potential to jump up is there in full force.
Fireflux
potential for some explosive plays from Sook could very well be coming our way as well. Right now he's just zoning towards the arena, keeping those shots going one after another to make it uncomfortable for them. But Fireflux sees this opportunity to get a little bit closer, more cover to work with, block off the sight lines.
WBG out of nowhere got
and instead cause carnage up close versus Weibo. Solus goes in. Quick burst from the damage. 2 players on low HP.
Sook.
One of them converted as Sook switches to the shot.
Oh, from the bottom.
The bow as he's quick with the secondary as well.
Down towards the basement right now. Quick heads-up maneuver coming through from Fireflux to just send down, but Sook's already done quite a bit here. Really has ruined the health bars.
No, not outside the zone. Oh, he got knocked by the zone too.
To the deck, and this might be a power game.
Ooh.
Going uncontested.
One last guy.
There's no need to fight. They can just wait. Everyone else has been scrapping amongst one another, so they're just sitting pretty for the opportunity to even play the game.
Who became third and who became fourth?
The basement, it's just E-Arena and Power that are left.
Bro. Weibo became third. Weibo became third.
Towards the beaches now find themselves in a rough
one more angle after this.
Like sand. And the sands of times are running out here as Power starts to move forward, finding damage over to Mormon, as well as Turney K, who was not quite able to pull himself out of that position.
Children came and Power started to win. Where is Children?
With one over towards Turney K, and it's just Mormon.
Alright, Falcons ain't making it. Good day. Dang, naughty.
We see more man from this man, as right now he's trying to get bullets down Rage, but Vahedon's got him spotted, and Power bring the punishment. A game where they were allowed to play slow. You forgot about Power, but they live up to their name and take the chicken dinner on that one.
It's a great performance as well because it shows that they can play slow, they can play it passive, they can play it patient. Power isn't all just about those big elims, those big plays.
Who was saying that Power only has eliminations?
Little to no resources. They see an opportunity that's given to them by the Falcons, and they jump on top of
what
it
the hell is
over
he
towards
smelling?
those two players. It is very, very nice maneuvers coming through from Power, and set themselves up on that northeast side as well, understanding that most teams probably will be looking for that compound. Everyone kind of misinterpreted the power of the swamp.
Yeah, they were confident enough to play with the open sight lines and just grind it down. And the teams did that work for them. They take the chicken.
This one was such a good angle by Ket.
As we get closer and closer to our final matchup of the day. Join us for more action as we carry on here.
What a knock. What's up, SS? One more angle, right? Bro, chat, did you guys see the glider from the next X suit? Some guy was like, bro, this is not
This land is calling.
Some guy was like, bro, this is not Game of Thrones. How is the second seat works? What do you mean, Jack? Oh, the glider? Yeah, I don't know how does it work. Someone was like, someone was like, bro, this is not Game of Thrones. This is PUBG Mobile. I was like, what do you want me to do? Good morning, next gen. Ke saal cover, bhai?
Pulsar Legionnaire available now.
The second seat is for the one who follows you to land, but what about the other two, bro? If you are in a squad, who gets to be the one who goes into the glider?
What happened?
Bro, Aura needs to have two back-to-back good games.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR.
Hello, Vihala.
And Jet Reaver glider
They sit
with
on the
special
tail.
animations. Experience parachuting like never before.
I actually have another short coming up about the glider. So I will see what do you guys think about that one.
Period July 25th, 2025 through August 26th,
The sound is of
2025.
AWM.
What are you waiting for? Get the new
Where?
guild set now.
Oh, for the DSR. You know nothing, Rex, no. Yes, that is true.
Well, that was a game of PUBG Mobile here for Pmwc as Power got themselves the victory in a weird one. I think one thing that does cause a problem in this circle, guys, Seven to joining me for this one, is Swamp. Swamp causes a big problem.
Yeah,
right?
that's why I was asking earlier. Why does the game, whenever someone shoots in game, it sounds like there is an echo?
Just really not having to do
Or
much
is it
throughout
just
that
me?
whole game, having everybody else fight in Quarry. But for them, I mean, this is just a big statement to send out here on day 2. Remember yesterday, we were giving this team flack because they just weren't able to get a win. Now coming to today, even though it wasn't a pretty one, it was still a win.
A win is a win, and you can't really kind of fault that or argue against it, right? I mean, 17 points, decent amount of eliminations coming in here. It's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
From being in an off-angle position to being on that edge in a very difficult zone, because Quarry is always difficult, going into that swamp is insane. It is all right. It's a decent win. It's a decent amount of elims, and it's looking good.
It's a big game for Weibo, and it's a big game
अनि
for
प्रोसेस
Arena as
एकदमै
well,
धेरै
who
चेन्ज
have the
भइरहेछ
compound
तिमीले
down towards the south, but
नर्थ
7
अमेरिका
for these two
के
teams,
अरे
important points. Weibo
डिस्कोर्ड
obviously
सर्भरमा
way up
गएर
in those
सोध
standings compared to Arena,
तिनीहरूले
but at
भन्न
least
मिल्छ कि
Arena is
मिल्दैन
fighting
स्टाफले
technically
भन्छ
a lot
होला
of prize money
तिमीलाई
down towards those bottom positions too.
I'm sorry, Arena. I'm just going to skip you. Let's talk about
मैले
Weibo.
चाहिँ
I was
भन्न
actually-
मिल्दैन
I was actually impressed with the way that they were able to just kind of defend against 4 Thrives. I thought 4 Thrives was going to be going on a different rotation. Maybe just wrap
What is
around
Horus?
and go towards
Man,
the
I missed-
west.
wait,
it was
what?
wide open at one point for
What
that team.
position
But
did
for
they
Weibo, it
get?
was the way that they were able to take on the fight with 4 Tribes. Once they eliminated them and they pushed
Ora
the
with
other
Zero?
2 players from 4
Yeah.
Tribes down, guess what? They started worrying about everybody that was in Corey, and it just
I mean,
became
they
absolute
died at
mayhem.
like
They were
12th
getting
place,
eliminations
and
easily.
they didn't get even a single elimination.
Obviously, though, a very important point about this Neptura. I do apologize for interrupting your point here, but Yangon, only 3 points. Hooray!
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Again, they do their classic large rotation onto an edge play sort of thing. They came down off the north side off of Everest, which was looking like a good split initially, but then the zone goes
that's
away
what
from
I'm
there.
saying,
They have to
yes.
rethink. There were some interesting
Jiggle
moves,
like
I'm
a
gonna have to say.
lighter
They fought
SS,
against Alter Ego,
Moji
right? Yeah,
first,
that's
but
the one.
quite
They
joy
just
knock on Zeke
took
first
too
now.
long. That's the problem with all of these fights. Time and
What
time
up,
again,
Slowzy?
they just take too long. They allowed not Alter Ego, E-Arena to just move in third party, take everything that they could. It's just like, it's just too slow, these teams.
It's good to see the
Neptura likes
opportunistic kind
YG.
of nature coming out from Arena, though, considering that they were languishing down in that 16th place
Jiggle
position.
needs
But
A7
you
to
mentioned
Mori.
Alter Ego here, and we do have Rosemary ready for an interview here at the halftime
Oh,
show.
actually, I want to hear what Rosemary has to say.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals. I've got Rosemary from Alter Ego Ares here with me for a very quick chat. Rosemary, we've got to talk a little bit about yesterday, because you opened up the Grand Finals with a winner-winner chicken dinner and put loads of points on the board, which is great. I want to know, what were the communications like? What was communication like between you and your teammates after you did that? Because you could be the first Indonesian team to secure a global title since 2019.
Tentunya di sini kita mau kembali dulu ke hari pertama gitu, di mana Alter Ego berhasil mendapatkan chicken dan berhasil mendapatkan poin yang banyak gitu di map pertama. Kita pengen tahu komunikasinya seperti apa sih gitu di map pertama itu, dan kira-kira apakah ada kepikiran juga, karena ini kalau misalkan Alter Ego bisa menang, kalian bakal menjadi tim pertama yang menjadi juara dunia setelah Indonesia menang di terakhir tahun 2019.
Kalau untuk ditanya tentang komunikasi sih, gue nggak bisa bilang sesuai dengan apa yang kita rasain kemarin, karena apapun yang pengen kita lakuin ya tinggal
I like that game plan.
Tinggal lakuin aja sih.
Really?
Jadi kayak ya gitulah.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Makes sense.
Okay, I think for communication, I cannot describe it perfectly. It's just like we just
I
feeling
understood it,
It's just
all
like
of it.
whatever we do, it just happens for us. So yeah, that's just what happens yesterday. And for today, we're trying to do magically it happened again. Yeah.
Oh, we're trying to make it happen again. But I know that we all kind of agree that, because you guys like to play quite
I like how
aggressive.
it's-
We like your style.
I
But
like
also
how
the analysts have started to notice
the guy
that you guys
replied,
play
he's
quite
like, oh
split,
yeah, and then
particularly
the
on
translator
maps like
also
Miramar.
did the
And
same
yesterday,
expression.
particularly on the first
He was also
Miramar,
getting stuck
you
at the
split
same
a little bit too
places,
far,
bro.
and you got caught out. And then that kind of worked against you. So today, coming into these Miramar matches that are coming up quite soon, are you planning on playing that split again, or are you guys going to rein it in a little bit?
Jadi tentunya juga di kemarin dicek oleh analis atau dilihat oleh analis bahwa kalian bermain sangat agresif dan juga bisa dilihat kelihatan agak terpisah gitu, khususnya di map Miramar. Tetapi kemarin ternyata setelah di map Miramar itu kalian terlalu terpisahnya, kelihatannya agak terlalu jauh sampai ketangkep gitu kan. Nah itu kira-kira apakah bakal dilakukan lagi hari ini? Kalian bakal melakukan strategi yang sama atau kalian bakal melakukan sesuatu yang lebih berbeda atau mungkin lebih ngumpul?
Kalau ditanya untuk tentang splitan kemarin, mungkin kita bakal ngelakuin itu lagi, cuman mungkin agak lebih connect lagi satu sama lain ya. Karena kemarin kita nge-split memang rada jauh sih, ya bisa dibilang, karena kita juga di center circle kita nggak bisa maksimalin itu lah. Dengan tipikal kita yang bermain dari outer, kita nggak bisa pas kita dapat kesempatan main di mid, tapi kita nggak maksimalin defense-nya lah gitu lah.
Yeah, I think in general our strategy is still correct. We're still gonna play a split, but we gonna have a better communication and have a better connection within each other. Because even yesterday, when we play in the outer side to the inner side, we got the circle already, but we just don't play good enough. So that's why I think we're losing in that battle. And for today, we're trying to have that better connection.
I think that's also part of being one of the best teams on stage here. You got to recognize your mistakes, and you got to own them, and then you got to rectify them. Rosemary, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. We are halfway through day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals. Things are really heating up. The pressure is being dialed up to 11, and we can't wait to see what these teams bring in the second half of today. Back to you guys.
No idea, bro. I don't know Tagalog, bro.
Well, they might be happy with it, but the catch-up still got to be on for teams like Alter Ego to try and take that #1 spot here. Let's take a look at the overalls and see what we're working with so far after our 9th game has concluded. Currently, Yangon still in #1 with those 96 points. Thankfully for the rest of the lobby, though, they did not run away with anything in this previous one as Alpha Gaming still on those 80. And now we're slowly getting a little bit of a catch-up for these teams here, Neptura, but that lead is quite big.
Yeah, I was just noticing it is looking a little bit more like we're having a gap as we get closer to that deciding that match point, right? That is not ideal for any of those teams in 3rd place and below. I will say only 20 points between 3rd and 8th place, right? But that little bit of a gap, it's starting to get bigger and bigger as those games go on, and that's exactly what we were talking about before.
Do you get, I mean, you also live in DMB area, so it's easier for you to get a lot of Nepali.
In regards to 1st place, I want to start seeing them being able to win some games.
They had Japu,
I also kind of want them to have just a dominant performance that we haven't really gotten any chance to see out of them. Yes, we're getting a chance to see a win out of you guys. You guys have been able to maintain yourselves there in contention to only 16 points behind, but I want to see the Alpha Gaming that a lot of people expect here with a dominant win in one team that I do want to talk about real quick before we go to the second page there was Power. Power outside of that win, only 4 placement points. Please follow up this win with just more placement points, at least a minimum of top 5.
The Arena is going to try and challenge some these teams down towards the bottom, but even with them doing so well in this previous one, still only tying Team Secret for that 15th place spot. And now, with us having ourselves a little bit of a reset, hopefully for some of these teams, like the Alter Ego situation, right? If you're going to make these splits happen, it's a fine line between
your volume. We want to hear you more than commentators.
Completely at all. And
I mean, I don't know what to say.
They do look like a genius when they take those splits, but it's about knowing when you can get away with those splits.
It is. It's all about knowing where the zone is gone, what the other teams are going to be doing.
It's all about knowing where the zone is going. It's all about knocking the other guy. It's all about finishing it. Come on, Neptura.
If you know that you can get away with a certain split that's a little bit risky, but based on everything else, it's going to do well.
I learned a lot about Nepali food from him.
The problem is,
like
when you don't know those things, you just go for it without any sort of information or any sort of
my college roommate taught me how to eat proper. That's where it all
falls apart. And you know, he was talking about a little bit
that's even an understatement.
Communication. They want to have better communication. If you're gonna make big splits like that, it's so vital that you actually have good communication for that.
Him and I,
it comes down to those fights, and as you mentioned earlier, that fight earlier on just took way too long with Yangon, allowing the Arena to just come and just pretty much start picking them apart. You need to
pick up a place to go every week.
If you're gonna be
we used to find a local places or like a places where
use those splits that you guys usually get to just finish off a fight like what we were able to see during survival stage.
You used to look at menu and then order things that I would never order
in this situation.
And then mix.
Well, of course, thank you very much, guys. We're going to head over to the stage now and see what Veracity's got for us over on the stage.
Tayali, love from Poland, bro. That's Polish, man.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yo, all right, hold up. Let me hear her, bro.
At PMWC. My name is Veracity. And there's one thing
Hello, Veracity. My name is Chemist.
It's that eliminations don't necessarily guarantee chicken dinners. And
bro, is he wearing the same thing she was wearing yesterday?
Right now. We saw Regnum Karia, who opted to secure some
Show me how to say water supply in Nepali.
Unfortunately, they fell down short to none other than Alpha Gaming with the power of the Document.
Wait, how do you?
Those boys managed to secure themselves
how do you say water supply in Nepali?
And 10 placement points. What do you make of that, Barney?
Well, Veracity, what do I make of that? I make a map number 2. It seems like most teams are actually still alive at stage 3 of the circle, meaning that most of our teams are playing a little bit more passively. But the final face-off
टीम के पास momentum ना esports
and
भाई वो बबर आजम को रोल कर लो क्रिकेट टीम के पास momentum ही momentum भाई.
But also Fireflux managing to secure 12, I was about to say 17, what's wrong with me? 12 elimination points as well. Map number 3 was an opportunity for teams to climb that leaderboard because the top 2 teams were eliminated fairly early on. So DRX had an opportunity. The duo, they fought valiantly, but ultimately they were taken out. And Power Esports, our local heroes, they managed to secure the chicken dinner. GG's all around. You know what, Rusty? It's day 2. The birds are chirping, everyone's singing, and players are getting gunned down left, right, and centre, and I'm loving it.
Bro, it's like
I'm
esports.
absolutely here for it. So without further ado, let's go ahead, dive into
Yo, don't touch that
4.
goddamn trophy, bro.
And get the shot on the road.
Imagine he left her hanging.
Let's
She's
get it
pretty.
going. Hey, look, it's going to be a lot of fun here. Taylor Reflections double joined by John.
Bro, he's not focused on the game, bro. He's the only game that was showing up on the screen
at the moment towards
was
the
wearing
top.
green.
Galacticus have been highly consistent from yesterday. Of course, 3 winner chicken dinners, dwarfing everyone who currently sits at 1. That is the max. Galacticus in a totally different stratosphere, even when it comes to eliminations at 54. Alpha Gaming, though, very close to them, and the team to potentially catch up. The question is, can we also add in an additional racer? In this case, DRX. They are the closest. We got our official map, by the way. Go and check it out, and it's live right now on YouTube, so you can know where everybody is at. And
what's up with the water supply? And did I miss a Gen Z joke with the water supply or what?
Storm. It looks like they just refuse to slow down.
It is a little bit unexpected as well.
Bro.
A lot of other names in this
Damn,
tournament.
look at them flexing in the lobby.
On the front page.
What are they doing, bro?
Up towards the top of the tables where they are not as well. And we were wondering if Yangon Galacticos could come in from yesterday, obviously having a massive day 1. It's not often that we see that continue in such a fashion.
Why not?
This time around, Yangon Galacticos
Why not, Anuj? Why not?
to solve the puzzle. The question is, can they
Bro
keep that
just
pace up?
ripped
Because
out
they
a
are
new
streets
pair
ahead
of class socks.
Everybody else, up and over that 10-point average, right? And that is what we look at for the metric to think about a first-place team, right? Over that 10-point average.
Wait, was he already in the game or was he playing?
We don't need that one anymore.
Let's go chat the game number 3. Come on, Hora. No fear needs to pop off, bro.
Our 16 finals teams once again over and into the skies.
Let's get it going.
Who else is here that is not from South Asia
Any of those
besides
rosters who are below first place, which is setting the threshold going into Smash Point tomorrow. You've got to catch up. You really do. If you're Alpha Gaming, DRX, especially when you drop down to Fireflux, Waybo, and Power, you've got a long way to go. We're
John
talking
prediction.
At some
Doom,
points,
are you working
40
today?
plus or more points that are needed in order to reach the theoretical threshold, which who knows where it'll be. Yangon Galacticos are on fire. This game, they could apex 100 points. That is the reality.
All right, chat.
Here it is,
I
our
think
last
this
airing of the day. Before we head
is
into back-to-back Miramars,
bro, this is a Rozhok zone.
Was wonderful to see, but we haven't had a true military zone today, so I'm hoping we get a little bit of that action.
Melee zone.
You never know. We have had a few of them so far this tournament, though. I think we've had 2 military circles already gracing us with their presence.
Come on, baby. At least
moment.
come in the top 8, bro.
That 10-point
like
average is what you look at.
6-point difference between top 8 and Hora. Come on,
the number of matches played in this set are variable. If it goes the distance, we'll get up to 18
go prediction
matches
chicken
at the end of
Hora
day
Esports,
3.
bro.
That is if
Gatka.
nobody wins via smash ruling.
Milta
So
power
180
zone.
points. It's likely you're at least in
I
the
think
running
it's a Rozhok zone. I think it's like center of the wrangle.
I think coming into this tournament, looking at Fireflux right now, being the main contender from Europe, from Turkey, this is not the team that you would have put at the top of the list, right? You have Falcons from the Europe region. You have also Regnum Kaya from the Turkish region, such a passionate region. Coming into the season,
this might actually pull towards Rozhok.
So to see them now up in 4th place,
shooting range, we just had a shooting range end zone, bro.
But they are still so far behind Yangon Galacticos. It feels so unlikely to be able to take this one.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, 3 winner chicken dinners is insane, right? In grand finals, and that's going to be so valuable going into tomorrow's competition when they do, or if they do, I should say, rather, pass the threshold. Well,
they are a team that has proven that they can win. And the scary thing, they've proven they can win consistently on Erangel, which is map number 2, 3, and 4. So the tournament could very well end in just 2 maps, but like you said, it could also go the distance and go to the final map number 6. And even for the team that wins, right, you got to consider the standings still matter. Getting as many points as possible is still critical, even if you don't necessarily have a chance to win, because once that team does in fact conclude the tournament, where you stand is where you're ending the tournament, right? That's the amount of money you're going to be making. So if you go into map number 3, the team who's eligible for Smash Point, they win the tournament, and you're sitting in 8th place, you're not happy with that, you don't have a choice, you don't have any more games to go through.
Bro, tomorrow I want to see people like targeting each other.
So
that'd be
point
crazy.
Matters, and for some of those rosters towards the bottom, they seriously need to get to work. But as we do start talking about map number 4,
all right, I want anyone but Young Galacticos to win the tournament.
Up, and obviously I look at
I wouldn't mind
APG, Weibo, who now have to go
APG
across
or
that
WBG
western bridge where 4 Thrives is currently at, albeit there is still plenty of time. But 3 teams in military, it's about the max you want to see over there.
Yeah, it's not too many more that could reasonably stay at each other's arm's lengths and be nice and safe. I imagine Weibo are going to go for a rotate through the water, whether that's on hovercraft boats will depend on what they've been able to find around the coastline.
That's a Doom level joke right there.
Over towards potentially Primorsk.
All right, what where did YZ land and they're just running now?
Previously, we've also seen 4 Thrives depart from the Ferry Pier area
fairly
early on. And not contest APG on this rotate.
Somebody stream snipe YZ,
It's not
bro.
impossible. I don't think 4 Thrives are going to go for a bridge camp, especially with the river sat right in the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
You want to put yourself in a position to go north, to go south of that river at the drop of a hat, because it currently splits the middle of the circle. It's my least favorite circle in the game.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you mentioned Weibo. They do, in fact, rotate out. The hovercraft is going to be great for in-game or potentially just any fights that you get out into the open. Hovercrafts are critical, in my opinion, when it comes to rotations on Erangel. The fact that they already have one is great. He is going to go ahead and go inland as far as he can with Sook. So to see what is up ahead, which will be DRX, but still plenty of distance between the two. And I agree with you on the 4 Thrives
Regnum
narrative.
actually
Looking at the map, with them being split up in that 2-2 split, I don't see them gatekeeping APG. We don't know what might end up happening, but for 4 Thrives, they are a little bit further down than they probably want to be. Maybe getting a bit aggro might be the answer for them, but I've seen a lot of mistakes today.
I think that has been the story of this tournament so far, certainly for the finals. It's just a lot of mistakes being compounded one on top of the other, and Yangon Galacticos are sitting there just sort of not doing anything necessarily particularly special, but they're just not making these mistakes that other teams are, and it has allowed them such an advantage in this scenario, and you can't be letting teams get away with this at this stage. We are now over halfway through our grand finals. This match is the
Smash
first,
Rule OP. I like Smash Rule. There are a lot of people who don't like Smash Rule, but I like Smash Rule.
You can't be letting teams get away with things like this, and at this level of gameplay, it's disappointing.
I think it is, and we came into this tournament thinking it's going to be the most competitive finals we've seen, and so far it's been great.
You think it's because like people who team who do well over 18 should deserve it?
Even honestly, at this point, even Firefluxed out, start to get active, get involved, and get busy. Let's get aggressive.
They were
on
top for 18
like your tournament life
weeks.
is on the line, which it is.
I mean, 18
you want to
games,
make sure you are the champion. It's wide open. Alpha 7 are no longer here. This is the time to take the bull by the horn and full send it. Weibo still rotating up. Alter Egos, they're going to be taking the northern side.
They did pick me for team captain Metro. That's good,
how they decide to play this current zone, but it's getting quite contested up towards the top. You've got Ida, you've got, of course, Fireflux, and you've got Noxum Red Force, who's also fighting for center control.
Northeast of Pubg.
Who else is the
trying
captain?
To move up towards Yasnaya, potentially going over for the bridges on that direction, but they divert from one another, and again, no casualties to be seen on this circle. It's more likely that you're going to try and put control around a bridge position, which is why I'm looking at what Power have done. Quite close to where Fireflux are right now, but they have control over quite a few crossings as it stands. Their split is fairly wide, and teams will start to test them on that.
Well, how many seconds before the zone closes?
Around Rozhok on the north side for the bridges, around Yasnaya for the west side on those bridges, and I imagine that Power are going to have to reconfigure at some point, because they do still have 2 players players on that south split. So we'll wait and see how long they try and hold that one and see if they can keep up their heads.
Let's see it. You know, splits can be quite punishing. Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but for Power, I think they should be all right. After all, they are coming off a win, so I think
that's
the
going to be a
confidence
problem,
is
bro.
truly
You better
there.
figure it out.
I'd love to see Power elevate themselves up the standings. Currently in 6th place, not very far behind for breaking into top 3, but they do have some
Let me know,
between not only APG
not today and tomorrow, maybe after the watch party.
They can do well here. This could be a tremendous
maybe I'll be able to help
Thrives
you.
have finally moved away from the
But I'm
western
gonna
side,
sleep
giving
all day
space
today.
for APG to go across, and ultimately for 4 Thrives, one up closer and closer.
So if you need help with OBS, at least like the simple setup, I can try to help
between
you.
the two. They should be just fine. Everybody, plenty of space. Nobody's dropped yet, so very slow early goings in the initial game.
Yeah, 4 Thrives currently just rocking up to that ruined split that will sit around those bridge crossings. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize this. Teams are going to be looking to control those crossings. With a team, with a circle.
I told them,
that is
wait, you're not
split
going to
down
be
the middle
captain?
with
Why?
this river.
Oh yeah,
Those
because
positions
if
are
you
gonna be
can't figure out the
huge,
OBS,
not
then
only
it's
in terms
not.
of your ability to rotate yourself, but in the ability to control other teams around you. So this split for 4 Thrives, pretty solid right now, with DRX being that counterpoint on the
table,
north
try to
edge.
rack up the points.
west
Yeah.
side is
All
starting
right,
to get
Chad,
really
let's go.
difficult. Next circle pops in. This is nice.
What a
All the way
freaking
up to
zone, bro.
George.
I love it. I really do. And look at how many teams now have to rotate to the western
Alter
side of the
Ego
map.
has the
Get
best
up top.
rotation,
The
bro.
whole
Alter
northern
Ego and
parts,
Hora might
shooting
actually
range
have
and
a
above.
good rotation
Completely
too.
free, but
Like,
maybe
they
not
could
for
go
long.
all
We
the way
haven't
from
lost a
here
player
and wrap
yet,
around.
But John, I think we're about to lose our first.
Oh, these bridge crossings are going to get brutal now. DRX, they're moving away from it, which might allow 4 Thrives to get on through nice and quickly. But the first
Same
knock
zone,
comes
like-
on through. It's over towards Noxian Red Force. This is over by Fireflux as well. In school, in apartments, and you could see that Fireflux do not want to allow the team from
They
South
only
Korea
want
to
OBS
get
live.
out unscathed from this
Yeah,
area.
but what's the
They're
problem
on the
with
long
your
side of the
OBS?
circle. In 20 seconds, it'll start closing. It's early stages, so you can hang out in the blue zone for a while, but they don't have too much time.
Tell you what, we talk about Yangon Galactica's APG and how well they've been playing today, but Fireflux, we got to give them their flowers, John. I mean, we're talking a 2nd and 3rd place in back-to-back maps, 12 eliminations in game number 8, game number 9 sitting at 9, so they're elevating themselves up. Now, for Fadine, he's moving forward, Sleepy just up above, he'll park the bus, move away, and I thought he was going to fire on the vehicle. He doesn't, so Sleepy in survival mode currently in the shed.
Power going parallel to a lot of these other teams.
Oh, that's a nice compound to
slamming
hold.
into the east side of the circle, trying to push themselves into these hills. Thunder Talk right on the boundary of this next circle. They do need to move further in, but so do Alter Ego, and they are across the road from one another. You could see these fights are a little bit isolated from one another right now. A 2v1 on the north side in favor of Thunder
Message
Talk,
me
but a 3v2
maybe
on the
tonight,
south
slowly.
side in
I don't think
favor of
I'll
Alter
stream
Ego.
tonight. I
Across
don't
the
have
road,
energy to
they're
stream
looking for that
tonight.
pressure, and that's brilliant. Okay, hang on a minute. They regroup 3 versus 3 for Alter Ego on this south point, but a big nade opens things up, and Moana can start to move in.
He's definitely going to move in. If he can time this right, he can get the shots on
Ooh,
the king.
Rosemary
And
gets
Nate is
knocked.
being
It's
cooked,
a
but
trade
I don't think it's going to
at
have an
this
effect
point.
on Moana. Shuts the door maybe to throw off the scent of what Thunder Talk is up to. Rosemary being down is going to be tough, however.
Ooh, why
He's
did he
been
cancel the nade?
instrumental in these fights. He's so good, but Krypton, have good faith he's going to be able to get Rosemary back up. Moana, in the meantime, will continue to keep the pressure
nade
up. So
might
Thunder
be
Talk
good.
can't push forward.
No, why did King come back?
Goes off on that nade.
Oh my days, I thought
think
he was
they
gonna get
did.
knocked.
Maybe looking for the re-knock. No, just about able to squeak away from the damage there. And Thunder Talk going to live to see another day as 4. Rosemary is still down. They had to reposition away from the nade. Krypton still with 2 in hand, but the pump action, the leap around the broken wall, not going to quite connect. And Moana's down again. Now Ching trying to cut through them, and it's Alter Ego to fall next to the team from PEL. Thunder Talk at the bottom of the tables get 4 points to add to their tally.
Beautiful, beautiful job. Thunder Talk refused to push up and get overly aggressive.
morning,
they
Jenny.
held their ground. Luckily, Utility wasn't
Hello,
able to reach
Basanta.
them, but the way they played that was great. All 4 members stay alive, and
Absolutely.
more
Who are the
importantly,
captains?
they've got a free and clear route straight into the current zone. Thunder Talk, a
Hello,
potential
Levu.
strong game setting up, but the zone centers up to where it currently was. It still has those bridges and the river in play. 4 Thrive starts to look quite interesting as well, where they're currently at. Falcons
Who has that
too, but
compound
Falcons, I
right
do
by the
worry
bridge?
about
40,
APG.
yo, 40
Now,
has
some
that
Red Force,
compound
who
by
most
the bridge.
likely are going to come up north right behind them.
That's gonna be good.
Yeah, could get difficult on the south side. I mean, APG on the top of Everest
and
right
then
now.
the squad house, bro. 2 squad house across the water, and then the compound.
Engage the fight before
Wait,
moving.
Regnum Karya is setting up here?
Can offer a little bit of sanctuary if APG want to get ahead of it. They might
bro,
just
what
push
kind
up
of strats
to play
are
around
these?
those bridges.
Oh, they're
but
just
with 4
changing
thrives across
stuff.
the way, that's going to be pretty difficult to move up unscathed. Regnum Karya pushing up to the river, and again, these positions near the riverbank, very, very valuable.
DRX choosing keep Regnum Karya's heads down, but the more shots they fire, the more activity they potentially draw in. Team Secret, Ida, Fireflux, she's been very aggressive off the back end of the 2 games. Thundertalk also moving in. So for DRX, they should be just fine because I expect those edge zone teams to maybe fight each other or at least keep each other at bay. So in the meantime, DRX will continue to apply the pressure on Regnum Karya. APG though, Falcons, remember APG coming from the outside, now choosing to challenge that of the Falcons on the southern zone, and the nades are detrimental.
They're not going to try and hold on the top of Everest. They descend, and immediately the southern point of the Falcons is dispatched, and this 2-2, it feels like they didn't even expect another team to be on the south coast. You can hold this if you're just facing off against teams towards the north.
Wait, what kind of split was this by Falcons?
2-player. There's no chance that Redox and Ralph could have even gone in to help there.
Right.
Again, I just have to question
how many
what
matches
the
left? 2 more after this.
It feels like they are crumbling.
This is the last angle of the day.
Falcons have not been soaring high, and it's quite disappointing being the home team.
It's like
being
how we play normal
Metro.
Like, yeah, I know.
The finals.
I kind of figured the format is going to be whoever gets the most Metro casts at the end of the tournament wins.
Meanwhile, we transition on to Weibo versus Power. Power coming hot
off of
a big win, potentially elevating themselves up, and this is a critical fight, and the reason why Weibo Power are neck and neck in the point standings.
I thought room now. The way the format was
the other right now. And Power with the inside
I'm still not done. Bro, you only slept for 3 hours, Jenny? That's not good.
Bridge split that we saw earlier on.
Isn't this match 9?
On the west side, on North
no,
George.
This is match 10.
Force actually rotating in behind Weibo as well. Remember that long rotate that we saw earlier on, where they rotated around the south side of Everest. So potentially a 3-party fight in North George.
How is Esports gameplay? I hope
the
gonna be
taking them down, but
hope they do better
for a
this
little
game.
bit because Weibo do not have sightlines.
And also Thundertalk.
Bro,
and
Hora is gonna get
on the northern
smashed right here. Look at them. They are like right here on the top.
Fireflux in just a little bit. So 3 teams converging and clashing up towards shooting range. Zone will rotate down. That forces Power to rotate in. But like I said, Ida, Fireflux, Thundertalk. As Thundertalk reposition, Jing taking a lot of damage. Scarface down low. You gotta favor Fireflux in this moment. They've been hot. They've been slaying out. And they are looking to get active once again to catch up to DRX in top 3.
Thundertalk somehow managed to sail straight through the middle of them, and Scarface actually goes down for Fireflux. Not really in the best of spots either, fairly isolated. Thundertalk looking to disengage, get ahead of this
how are you doing
in
today?
Towards the next circle. The slow pickup there may cost them a knock. As Xing hits the deck behind the rock, there's still pressure from behind. Fireflux looking for the res as well.
And Ida's in hot pursuit, mind you. They are not going to back down. They want a third party this, and they want to take advantage of the hillside where Rita is currently at, and Aaron, of course, and the rest are starting to move through. And now you've got Fireflux in this bowl. This is not going to be good for them, and most likely Ida is going to be able to pick them apart piece by piece.
Aaron on the hunt now, looking to try and capitalize on a down player for Fireflux, but it's not quite come through just yet. Solus now is on the deck right next to Scarface. He's going to kneel up, go for this res.
Bro, Hora actually found a way to get in.
Lead down, putting pressure over towards the hillside.
Sleepy with the lead.
He's going to allow this res to come through.
I am shocked Ida did not fully capitalize off of their location on the top ends, but hey, maybe they know something we don't. They look as if they're going to reposition straight into the zone, potentially to just stay ahead or maybe even disengage completely from this Fireflux fight. But even still, Aaron getting tagged up and he's forced to retreat. The straggler left behind.
Still fairly low elim counts across the board. 15 teams remain, the highest being Thundertalk with 4 elims. Of course, against Alter Ego, they're able to get a lot of value there. Their path is still treacherous.
Who'll send it?
They're going to ensure that.
Or somebody else ran him over.
Against the rock, there's only 1 player now left standing. With Solus down, though, Fireflux, are they disengaging from this?
There's no way. Why would you? We already witnessed Ida disengage. Now Fireflux does as well. Even though Thundertalk is a down player and only 1 with half health, it makes no sense.
Bro, he's going to go straight into Regnum Karya and then die.
They're looking to try and
Here comes the nade
from the third party, but losing 2 players, they're going to crash straight straight on into the middle. Scarface wants a little bit of an off angle here, but Regnum Kaya, they spin him out. They crunch him on down. That nade actually did quite a lot of damage to Regnum Kaya, but Silas is there. There's a resistance from across the way. Catch. No way does he take down Regnum Kaya here. No way did they let this happen.
Catch, good connection. Regnum Kari is getting taken down.
He got
Silas has to
nades.
look on helplessly. He cannot get down there and assist. The only thing he can do is try to keep Catch at bay. The solo from Fireflux. The solo that might be able to get 3 cleanups. Another nade rolls in, but it doesn't connect. So Silas still has the maneuverability in conjunction with Loxy to maybe
finished.
get Regnum Karia back up into the fight.
They
Sky
can
get
potentially go
knocked.
for the full reset here. It's a question of if Ketch can connect with another nade, or if a team from the south side gets angles on it. There's Loxy going down. 2 4th Thrives who are on the northern shore already. They managed to play the buildings on the east side of the cube and will spot the shot. But Wild was rezzed just before that knock was sent on in, which means that Regnum Kaya can still get the full reset.
All right, it's going to be tough, though. Catch refuses to back
Fear
away.
goes
Being
down.
in the shed, he's not overexposing himself. Therefore, nobody can truly get an angle. Now, with APG firing off from the distance, Silas has no choice but to back away and maintain his life.
The circle south shift again keeps the Falcons under the bridge alive for the time being. Potentially for APG. A nice little turn up. Nongshim Red Force, they've been trying to push their way in behind this engagement for a while. They have 3 players left standing with Weibo in their way as well, with 2 players on that roster, and Power off to the north, playing as 2 themselves. It's been scrappy in North George for a while now, and nobody's really looking to push all the way out. I think Weibo closest to it.
Yeah, when the zone shifted, I knew these 2 teams were going to have to clash eventually, and unfortunately for Power, they've lost a lot, and they're going to continue to lose even more. Ragnar, who I feel has had an off day, the last one standing for Team Power. Nongshim Red Force, they want the final elimination, and there's nothing that tells me they're not going to be able to get it. Nongshim Red Force, a team trying to work their way up, currently in 10th place, but their tournament run is not over with just yet. Power finds a way to disengage and get out of there, but only for a little bit of time. I mean, Weibo most likely going to see him if he runs across the field.
And Yangon Galacticos across the way, very happy to be on the turret, overlooking the exit from North George right now. They've got control over a lot of this circle. Regnum Kaya, that sits out to their east, have that ridge line where Silas was hunting out towards the riverbank there, but that could potentially be challenged depending on how this fight on the north side concludes.
You have to win your one.
Ridge, they're looking to try and take care of Irina, and they need to try and fight it out now.
Well, Ida's fully eliminated. They were the ones getting into a fight with Fireflux and Thunder Talk on the northern side, but even though they're gone, it doesn't mean the northern side is free and clear. DRX, E-Arena, fighting currently for the hilltop control. Of course, they still have to move their way in, and when it comes to E-Arena, they're taking some heavy damage. Joker
smacked from distance. Silas
finally dropped. This DRX continues to push up, continues to slay out, and there's no reason why I think they're going to lose this fight.
Unfortunately, though, DRX have a knock on their back line and potentially off, oh goodness me, potentially an off angle coming through from Team Secret on their western side. This is dangerous, this is pretty tricky to navigate, but they do still have the momentum advantage.
He also got
eliminated over in the northwest side, so were Power, so only way
Power also got
to have a chance to get out of North George there. Another nade sent on over, but look at the
DRX is top 3.
This is brutal oversight onto this fight.
Here it goes, they're clashing,
here
they're
goes
close. Now it's a
one.
CQC fight. Hyunbin, great shots, but also takes a little bit of damage himself, and through the smoke he drops, and look, Silas with the off angle, just peppering shots on anybody he possibly
EA has
can.
2 down, but they should be able to
regroup. Down a
regroup.
DRX player, and by the way, update, Regnum Karia does manage to recover, get all 4 members up. They still have great legs in this map.
Definitely a lot of opportunity here for Regnum Kaya. At the point standings that they're at right now, they do need every blessing they can get. Yangon Galacticos are still alive, though. They have 3 elims. They're in a really solid spot.
I still
The
can't
difficulty will
understand
potentially be in their
how
run out when it comes to stage 7, that sort of phase of the game.
Is
you can
holding
see
that
Silas,
dip,
as
bro.
soon as he
I've never
gets rid
seen
of
that
the
before.
arena on that far side hill, their position goes sky high in terms of its potential, right? You just need to take down the arena. You start to extend your line north, south. They're right on the edge of this next circle. They'll have to contend with Team Secret trying to push it from the north edge. but E-Arena going to have to move first.
I do wonder where Four Thrives are going to decide to go. They're a bit split on the river side, so they wanted to control both ends. They got to move up. If they go up north, they're going to run into Regnum Karia, and that engagement that's taking place with Team Secret, E-Arena. For the other two, if they go down low, it's not going to be easy for them either, but they're forced to move forward. That's going to be into Redox. The solo from Team Falcons, and Falcon is going straight into him.
Falcon is going to continue that crash on the south side. Noki does get pinged away there by Ziol, who is overlooking that south side of the bridge.
And Regnum Karia got the freaking airdrop, bro.
Crazy. This is the only reason, really, that Alpha Gaming are still alive in this one. Four Thrives going to go for a swim, going to try and meet up with Falak on that western side.
They have to, because APG is also about
Silas getting. I didn't think Silas can recover.
And then you also have APG, who are going to be fighting desperately for control on the southern side. Wavo a little bit too far away. I don't think they're going to have an effect, but maybe so. This Regnum Karia fight is still ongoing, and it's taking place with a ton of distance. You've got E-Arena still firing on Wild and Co. in the south. You've got Team Secret, who's still looking to find a couple of positions.
Sakura is 1 SP.
All of this going down
Falcon out.
is favorable for Yangon Galacticus to potentially apex 100 points, and more importantly, get another winner chicken dinner.
It could be massive here.
Yangon Galacticus?
Oh, they're in the squad house. To be added for them. They will be crossing the boundary.
Falak is down
into triple digits here on match number 10. A beautiful average, still keeping pace. Can anyone take it away from them now? Because Silas has been re-knocked. They do manage to get rid of the arena, but 2 players now down on the deck as Team Secret push in on the long spit ridgeline against Regnum Karia, and it looks like there's no resistance.
Silas Toshpik now fully gone for Regnum Karia. 2 more with a sliver of health. Wild looking at IQ from a distance. Loxy forced to hit the dirt, get a little bit of health before he re-engages onto the fights of the 4-man unit from Team Secret, who continues to push up. Now, we do notice IQ gets active on APG, so that Four Thrives rotate in. It takes down the solo from Falcons, and it also engages into the APG.
Did they know that Loxy is here, or they just
players are going to be
trying
down
to
as we look
fish him
at Team
out?
Secret once again pushing forward.
APG versus W. Bro, Yangon might just freaking win another game.
This long to recover. When you looked at him earlier, 3 players
down.
Regnum
Karia is
the guy to try and keep them up, and they managed to recover, and they're still up fighting against Team Secret. It's been a wonderful game for them.
They don't see Loxy yet.
Will be going down here though, almost certainly.
They shot
Loxy
the box.
has a nade in hand. He's looking to try and get the cook on, get a knock or 2 maybe towards Team Secret, but they have 4 players. They're all.
Bro, he's gonna ruin. He's gonna ruin again.
No, he's on this buggy. They'll send it out wide, and they're spraying already. They're pre-firing, and I'm counting him out now because he's dead. He's gone. He's out of there. Regnum Karia full, and now Team Secret with an opportunity to play that ridgeline that I put so much stock in terms of that predictive power. I feel like Team Secret do have a big chance here, but
bro,
the next
Yangon needs to
Yangon
needs to be not have the zone,
and it will dictate.
Please tell me they're not gonna get the zone.
APG already starting to put their feelers over.
Please tell me they're not gonna get the zone.
Four Thrives, a lone player still remains, and we're going across the river. Yangon Galacticos. I mean, it's like these circles want them to win this tournament.
100%. Yangon Galacticos have been chilling.
GG,
I've seen
bro.
them get active in the
Yangon
elimination feed a couple of times, right, with Smile from a distance with a knock here and there, but it's like they've just been chilling. They're hanging out. They're in a great spot in the standings. They already have a point lead even over second place, and even more so over third at DRX at 69. So for them, they don't need to do anything special. They just need to play good PUBG Mobile, and that's exactly what they're doing. This game surely going
Actually, 3 teams have 4 remaining.
The southern portion still
APG needs to clear out WBG fast, bro.
On APG. You notice 4 Thrives were taken out. They were a team that crashed in on the solo of Falcons. APG then started fighting with them, managed to stay all 4 up. So for Team Secret, most likely going to try and gatekeep APG. This could be wonderful for them. They can rack up even more eliminations.
Team Secret starting to get a move on now, get a shift across. There really isn't too much cover that sits ahead of them here, but Weibo finally going to get drained away. 3 teams now remain, and they are all sat at
Mostly
4 players
APG
remaining. This is all-out warfare. At the moment, interestingly enough, Alpha Gaming actually the most central team. However, Yangon Galacticos can move forwards on their buildings, and they will be even more central than that. Team Secret, the first team that needs to make a move now.
So APG has good real estate on the shoreline, but Team Secret also have good real estate on the high ground, and they're going to be able to stop APG.
Has 7 eliminations.
It's a wonderful shot on the train, dropping a player from Team Secret. Yangon Galacticos says, hey, you guys
everybody
can
has
still
1-1-1
knock.
knock.
The placement points, we want to know another winner chicken dinner to Apex everybody, which would be at 4,
bro,
by
Team
the way,
Secret needs to win this.
Team Secret manages to get trained back up. Another 4v4 about to ensue.
Nobody biting the dust just yet. 3 teams, 12 players in action. Reefus getting rezzed as well. You can see Yangon Galacticos playing the high ground on the rooftops there, which is why they're staying so far back on their building. The next circle will be coming in 10 seconds as well. Could potentially shift away from Yangon Galacticos towards Alpha Gaming. I think this is why we haven't seen any moves being made just now. Team Secret, they feel like they're too close to the edge and they want to get more ground. It shifts away from Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, what a nade.
On this side of the map, and maybe
what a
Team
nade.
Went too early. They pulled the trigger, and Alpha Gaming were ready for them.
Absolutely ready. Jaiki now has to get desperate. He's got to push up to solo to try and keep APG's hope and dreams alive for the winner chicken dinner, but APG takes him apart 1 mile.
Oh, nice
but
knock.
Hey, maybe there's life. Maybe there's an opportunity. Jaiki pushes up, and Buddy's dropped down, unfortunately, and now
why is he got active?
pushing in, and Romeo's got a beautiful off angle.
You wait 5 seconds as Team Secret, and none of this happens. You don't rotate down. You don't go for this crash because you don't need to. You wait for Yangon Galacticos to move, but all of a sudden, it's over towards the top of the tables, and Yangon Galacticos trying to defend their first place spot, but Alpha Gaming won't go down without a fight, and they're being assisted by their opponents here. Self-nades, Smile down next, and Yangon Galacticos lose a few in the fight.
Alpha Gaming can still do this, but I love the off angle from Romeo and a beautiful nade.
What a nade, bro. What a nade.
And Yangon Galacticos takes another win for today to put them at 2 and a total of 4.
Yeah.
Winner, chicken
GG's,
dinners.
bro.
This is insane.
I don't think
at a global level.
I don't think
Yangon Galacticos got a challenge for the records
who naded his team
as they rack up yet another chicken
I don't think
dinner.
anyone's gonna
Through,
beat Yangon.
But I have to say, a lot of that was because of Team Secret. They opened the door, they pushed 100%. Down, they allowed Yangon Galacticos to get across this one for free.
Wasn't necessary. Necessary.
It's messy, and I feel like this is what we're seeing. It's mistakes being made.
Yes.
And Yangon Galacticos, the only team that seems to see through it all.
Without a doubt, again, with them in the point standing, so comfortable, they don't need to get desperate. They can just play nice and controlled Pubg Mobile. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're forcing their rosters to make the mistakes themselves.
Let me change my prediction in Pubg Mobile, bro.
Messy and just so unnecessary. So much to talk about, so much to break down. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll recap map number 4 and hop in to map number 5.
I totally forgot that YG was gonna capitalize on that push. Bam. Show me that emotion. That's it? Come on, boy. I want you to go into center stage and be like, I'm the best. Cooked chicken served by Pubg. There is their 4th chicken. 4 out of 10, bro. Are you kidding me?
This land is calling.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like 4 chickens out of 10 chickens is crazy. Hello, Earth. I am here. TKT Gaming. Yeah, this guy is from Myanmar, bro.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend.
Are you feeling about the 4x change? No, actually.
Features the upgradable
I was thinking about it, right?
DSR.
I was like, one of the reasons I used to like
Glider
6x
with special animations
was because of that
Experience
crosshair.
parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new guild set now.
So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Bot actually was saying a lot of things on Discord. I read it, but
Yangon Galacticos with
it's
only
gonna,
10
is it gonna look
games
like
down,
the 4x on
wins
18?
under their belt.
So you can
They
switch
are
between 3
inches
different
away
reticles.
from that trophy. Of course, everything can happen when we get into the smash zone, but right now they are making waves. They are creating a typhoon, never mind waves. This is ridiculous. I was concerned about how they were playing this out overall with the compound, but then the perfect push out. Oh, Neptura 7. Neptura Yangon looks fantastic.
Don't they just? It's so nice to see. I mean, you could say time and time again, yeah, they get a lot of compounds in the central zone. The zone keeps going to them.
Why
but
that
what really
seems-
impresses me about this team is the timing.
Oh,
I mean, we were all
is it
saying
because when I
backstage,
open
right?
the
You get in
Discord,
there
it
and
becomes
there's a fight
dark?
going on, and instantly, as soon as they clock what's happening, they
It will
are
be
up
useful
on that
in
high ground.
using
They're pushing
762.
in from 2 different
How
sides.
does
it's
it
the
change, though?
synergy that we're, to be honest, if I may be so bold, we're not seeing
Hello,
from the other teams.
Sahabuddin.
This is the synergy we want to see. This is the timing.
I would actually have to disagree with that. I think there is one team that is showing us a little bit more synergy, or even just tying their synergy, and is that second place team on this match ranking, Alpha Gaming, with those 60
Chad,
points.
go watch that
The way
short and let
this
me know
team
what do
was
you think.
able to clear 2 players up from Team Falcons on the south
What do you
circle
think,
earlier
Caesar?
on,
Is it good-
taking
good
full
or bad?
control of that, and then having to spread out and making sure they took care of Weibo, making sure they took care of Team Secret too. Ultimately, there was no way that they were going to be able to focus on 2 things at once. They had to focus on Team Secret, which allowed Yangon Galacticos the perfect time to third-party that fight.
Yeah, I think Alpha Gaming knew how they wanted to approach all of the scenarios, but Yangon just didn't give them it, right? Just considering how quickly they hit on that 3rd position when the compound had been pushed
I feel
down.
like it's going to
Team
be
Secret
like
at
a
the same
red dot
time,
versus
able to dispatch of where Regnum Carrier was in that dip, and then move down the way that they moved
Red
down.
dot
I think
versus
that
the
Team Secret played
holographic
this well,
side
as well,
discussion.
Neptura,
It's like people, there are people
the
who like
harshness of the
holographic,
terrain
right? But
overall.
a lot of
Yeah,
people
this
like
is a
red dot
very
because of
difficult
its
zone.
skin.
It's not one we see often, so it's not one that these teams actually get a lot of practice on. I do agree. I think they took their time to clear that north side, but once that was empty and free for them, Team Secret were able to just move down really, really well, take control of that high ground, sweep through Regnum Carria. I really enjoyed that because that also gives you that momentum. You've got those elims behind you. You're ready to conquer the next team. It was very nice from them.
The way that they were able to take the fight with Regnum Carrio, it was what's impressive to me, because we saw earlier on Fireflux trying to take that fight too. Yeah, Ketch was able to knock 2 players, but he wasn't able to confirm those eliminations. They made sure they got the player that had the highest ground, which was Silas. On top of that, it forced one of the other players from Regnum Carria to try to push out, see if he could revive Silas. They saw that opportunity and they hunt him down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, considering Random Carrier was in that little spot there, 7, for a long time throughout this game, and was able to do a lot from it, to be honest. It's a little shallow little dip, but when it comes to a circle like this, it does have some value.
I personally liked it. I thought it was, I thought the way that they were able to defend it, I'm glad that they didn't have all their 4 players there within that dip. If that would have been the case, then I would have been fully against it. I'm really happy that they were able to use the vehicles as well. As you can see, they set up a barrier to make sure that the dip was even more in their favor. And then on top of that, you have Silas being able to get that high ground, being able to surprise everybody. Silas ultimately is what saved them whenever they were fighting Fireflux.
It's true, and also it's really, really nice to see that he didn't use the highest ground he could go for, because that particular ridge is so open. You can see, anybody can see you wherever they are in the map. So it was really nice that he took a mid-ground position instead. It gave him enough of a vision against other teams, but didn't endanger himself.
Honestly, we watched this grenade like 4 times just then, because it might end up being a PMWC winning grenade. I'm not exaggerating. Yangon Galacticos here.
Chad, I know about a grenade that wins you a tournament.
To the very end of the game, you've got to be able to use it in the most dire of situations. And everyone else was knocked from Yangon Galacticos. They had to do something there, 7, to make it happen, and it happened.
I enjoyed it, and I have to agree with the point that you made earlier in regards to their timing. Their timing is just so good. And on top of that, this team was sitting in the compound for the longest time. What have I been saying this whole time? Sometimes we see this teams being able to just be in the compound. They get too lazy.
No. I'm trying to do the
they don't end up
PUBG
scouting.
Mobile
Guess
stuff.
what? Yangon Galacticos is not one of those teams. They are continuing to scout, and they're making sure that they do whatever they can to third party whenever it's possible.
The numbers don't
I'm trying
lie,
to get the
and
free
right now,
tokens,
you're
you
right.
know.
If any other team or a lot of the other teams had been in that compound there, they wouldn't have been proactive enough to say, okay, if it shifts away from us, how are we going to move?
That's what I've been saying, bro. That's what I've been
to
saying.
be able to get ourselves out of this rut. And
we need someone to drop class YG.
Just look at the stats. By the way, this is from yesterday and today as well. Both days combined, you're averaging 6 eliminations. You're averaging over 1,300 damage. On top of that, the thing that's most impressive to me, Neptura, has to be that average survival time.
It is. I mean, rarely do you see a team with that average over the last 10 matches. To have that sort of average really means you're doing something right. Whether it's those splits, whether it's weaseling your way into zone, whether it's taking full control of the zone, they are able to be in that top 5, in that end game time and time and time again. And that, like you said, is a PMWC winning strategy.
I like what a lot of the teams were trying to do in this game, trying to go to the river, trying to use that riverbank as kind of some shelter. We saw Weibo trying to do it. We saw APG doing it as well, 7. So I get why they wanted to go down there. In the end, it kind of became the most forte position for a lot of these teams. But yeah,
I was glad that APG went for it.
I was glad made Rondo at 20 minutes.
I've been glad
yeah, but they brought it
so
from
what I've seen
what's
out of APG throughout this whole tournament, honestly.
They brought it from
sure that they have
the
fixed their mistakes. Unluckily for them, the reason why they're currently not in first place is because of the way Yangon Galacticos is playing. But APG, keep on doing what you're doing, because that's definitely working and it's keeping you within range for tomorrow.
The bell tolls for a lot of these teams right now, because Yangon Galacticos not only breaks the 100-point mark, but it's at 114 points. And I think
I don't think there is any team that's going to be able to.
If Alpha Gaming doesn't do something, I don't know who will.
I have to agree with you, because even though the points are so close together, 3rd down to 6th, 7th, 8th even, the gap is just not going to be feasible to get back up.
Yeah.
You have to do an alter ego in the group stage. That's the only thing that's going to get them anywhere near what Yangon are currently doing.
But like, look at the difference between 3rd and all the way to 8th. It's not a big difference.
But with the Smash rule and only 2 games left, I'm looking at any team that's below that 8th place. You know what? I'm looking at any team that's currently below that 6th place. If you're not able to get at least 1 chicken dinner going into this last 2 games, hoping that you close the gap to Yangon Galacticos, you're not even going to be challenging tomorrow.
And you can't let the goalpost keep moving as well.
Yes.
Someone shut down Yangon Galacticos in the next 2 games on Miramar. The only problem is we had a Yangon Galacticos win on Miramar yesterday, and they looked really good doing it on the West as we take a look through our 9-2-16.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's
4
like,
chickens. I know, that's what I'm saying, Sivam. That is 4 out of 10.
For Yangon so far,
like 4 chicken dinner in 10 matches is just crazy.
Whenever they want, on whatever map they want. And so for these teams that are
so whatever point at the end of today
is super hard for them to even get close to it. APG at this point is the rest of the lobby's only.
It's going to be plus 10. So let's say today they end at 125. The smash points will be 135. You just add 10 plus.
Going on. Don't miss for the final 3 days. Well, 2 days now left over here for this weekend. Log in, summon your surprise airdrops, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for a chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed rewards. Come and join the airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. Thank you, guys. It's time to get to the dusty dunes of Miramar. We have the casters ready to go. Someone stop Yangon Galacticos.
Nobody's getting in their way right now. It feels like they've got free reign over this lobby, and the numbers bear that out. It is only Alpha Gaming who really have a shot at taking down the Giants at the top of the table.
That's it. It's Alpha Gaming, APG, the only roster to potentially dethrone the dominating performance of Yangon Galacticos. For everybody else, I mean, it's getting away from them. I mean, after all, Yangon Galacticos nearly have double the points of 3rd place, which stands as DRX. That is huge and cannot be understated. The performance from Yangon Galacticos, 4 winner chicken dinners. Nobody else can get a win because they refuse to budge. These next Miramars have to go to the way of the teams below APG. And to even put it in even more perspective, APG last game, 2nd place. They walk away with 16 points. Normally, that would be wonderful. You'd be singing their praises. But then Yangon Galacticos get 18, and they're already in 1st place.
Where are you from, Myanmar?
They are going out of their minds right now. And if you're a
Good morning, Cesar.
you are having a
They wanted me to get.
I mean, how often do you get to watch a team play 40% of their matches as a win, right? Like, that is incredible as a record. On 11.4 average points per match, this is a sort of domination that we haven't seen before at this sort of level of gameplay, right? We see it sometimes at the regional stages, in these lower level qualification tournaments where there is a far and away top tier team playing in and amongst them. But they are honestly making the lobby look like chumps right now.
This is the thing, right, about Yangon Galacticos in the position they are currently
Why
in.
is he land
They're
at
not really
what?
worried anymore about
Trailer
anybody else.
park?
The pressure
Ain't no way, bro.
has been lifted off of their shoulders. They're already in such a good spot. I understand you could argue the pressure of winning
Horror
the
classes
championship
YZ
is still
and
at
then
stake.
dies.
APG
No,
are
I
nipping
want
on their
Horror to go
heels, but
into a top 3, bro.
At least from a game-to-game basis, Yangon Galacticos don't need to do anything fancy. Like I was saying before, they just need to play good,
Why is he
solid
playing
PUBG
safe?
Mobile. They do that, they are going to be
What the
okay
frick
and
is
stay
this zone?
consistent.
Playing
Even
path.
if they're only getting 5 points per game, right? It's still going to be enough to stay ahead of the curve. For everybody else, they've got to potentially change things up. They need to start challenging in a way that shuts down Yangon Galacticos, which, speaking of which roster is going to try and do it? In this game, will it be Hora? Well, they land at least close to them, but we'll see if they cut off their rotation.
Maybe. So the most likely rotational path for Yangon Galacticos is down this west
Oh,
coast.
we got a
right?
drop
The
drop
question
class.
is, when are they going to make
A
that rotation?
versus
And
Regnum
where are they
Carrier.
going to try and end up? Who's going to get in the way of that? I'm looking at teams like Falcons. They generally move over towards El
Come on,
Pozo, expecting
Krypton.
that to come on through. But for Yangon Galacticos, they could go all the way down to Valle de Mar. There's actually Loxley picks up the first elim of the match. A nice clean elim there, added to the tally for Regnum Carrier over on the middle side of the tables. But I'm expecting Yangon Galacticos to potentially push down all the way to the
114.
south
What is
of this one.
114?
Get over towards La Driera, that Valle de Mar area, potentially. And I don't imagine that too many teams are going to get in their way immediately. They could just stop off over towards Trailer Park, though.
That's right.
They might just loot early and get on in that way.
Well, one of the things Yangon Galacticos does on Miramar that we've been
YG
hyping up
points,
over the past couple of days is they
It's
stay
crazy,
in
bro.
blue zone for the longest time. So it's going to be hard to even see them until maybe stage 3, where they finally decide to get within a zone. And if I'm Falcons or Hora, I'm going to constantly keep that in the back of their mind. They have history. They are the teams who have been trying to gatekeep Yangon Galacticos in our previous Miramars. So most likely, those are going to be the 3 teams to clash a little bit later. Like I said, though, unless Yangon Galacticos does what they normally do, and that's stay inside blue for the longest time. Now, for Alter Egos, revenge is needed. You got Regnum Carrier. They just took down one of your teammates. The question is, how much do you want to commit for the challenge onto them a little bit later on? This zone, not too crazy, not too exciting at the moment. Everybody has their own real estate. Everybody has kept their distance, but my eyes, once again, goes up towards the northwest between Yangon Galacticos, Hora, and Falcons. Maybe even throw
They're
4
all
drives
3
in there.
side by side, right?
Eventually,
I know
that's gonna be
Falcons
spicy.
and
it does look like
Hora
Yangon
have a
Galacticos
drop
do
class.
Stop early,
But they
loop
drop
up
by
around the
each
northwest
other.
side near Trailer Park, and they'll play in from that northwest edge. They wanted to get looted earlier. They do have a lot of vehicles on side as well already gathered.
Hello,
so they
Preet.
can move nice and quickly, but we're now coming into our 4th minute as the first circle starts to close. So you imagine that they do want to get a shift on fairly soon, fairly quickly. And at the moment, we're not really seeing too many other teams putting pressure on one another
What did this
for the
strat
time being.
What
I'm
did this
looking at
strat
Alter
chat?
Ego, potentially Weibo coming into conflict with one another over on the northeast side, just east of San Martin, near Hacienda del Patron.
What is this? This is PUBG Mobile World Cup 3.
From Nongshim Red Force as well.
This is a global
much, much closer
championship.
to the middle of
Well,
the
it's
map
not
here,
global
just
championship, but
out north of the Cardo.
And Weibo's a great shout, by the way. A team that has performed decently well on previous Miramars in this tournament, more specifically here in the finals. Weibo, a team
not gonna
that
lie,
is
Weibo has been
very
doing better.
what is
You're not
close, it's all
playing though.
relative, but at
I'm
least
watching them.
close
This is
enough
a
to break into
championship.
top 3, maybe start challenging the top 2 teams of APG.
But 20
And
points
Yangon
is
Galacticos,
nothing
the
though,
opportunity
Adam.
is there. So
Like
for
if you have
Weibo on
one
these
good
Miramar
game,
maps,
that's it.
I do look to them to kind of be the front runner, in my opinion, to maybe start shaking things up in our top 3 run.
I mean, these are numbers you just don't see, right? Like, it's so unfamiliar to be playing with this sort of lobby disparity towards the top of the tables, right? I mean, we're coming out of the first day, it was fairly close by, like everyone was sort of neck and neck. Yangon Galacticos got a little bit of a lead.
Which team? There is a team from Nepal.
But it's, I mean, it's
Team
just completely
Hora.
topsy-turvy now.
They
Like,
are
there's
on
no-
12th place. I'm supporting
I don't
them.
think there's precedent really for for a tournament situation like this. And for Yangon Galacticos, they've got to feel real good about themselves. Team Secret on the southeast side, just out west of Impala, near La Bendita as well, taking shots over towards Regnum Kaya as they try and move on the east side. Wild actually taking quite a lot of damage, and another tag sent on in as well. This is dangerous. Trang could potentially get a shot or two sent his way as well, but Wild just about escapes with his life.
Solo
barely gets away. I thought
no,
for
but
sure
one
Drake
good
was gonna
game
park
is
the bus,
is
fire
what
some shots. I would have for sure
20-point
at least
difference in
tried
my
to get
opinion
that
is
knock, 'cause
nothing.
Wild would have been out
One
in
good
no
game
man's
and
land.
you're
That's a
right
team
up
you
there.
do want to take out. Regnum Karya, despite being in 7th place, is a roster that is scary when you fight against them and you're opposite of them. And for Team Secret's sake, I mean, even further down the standings for them, taking out Regnum Karya would have been huge. Now for E-Arena, a team that needs to step it up, fighting against our second place team, APG. Reefus has the high ground.
Reefus on top right now. For APG, of course, one of the very few teams, and by very few I mean the only team that is within even thinking distance of Yangon Galacticos right now. Mormon
somebody
takes
naded
himself
themselves.
out. And that's going to be an easy pickup for Reefus. Very happy with that. E-Arena
Bro,
fumble.
he naded
Not
himself.
good, especially when you're in 15th place. You can't let that sort of thing happen. Reefus on the outside, he's all too happy to take this fight. And the backup's coming through for E-Arena, but getting up and challenging him is so difficult. And now Doc is on the ground floor. Top moving in from the sidelines. They are going to close the jaws on this trap.
You would think so. Still, though, in close and personal in a CQC fight, E-Arena does have the shot he's needed in order to battle against APG once they do push forward. And Reefus can only do so much from the hilltop. It's going to be up, or it should be from
There's
the
another
rooftop.
fight happening. Where is that fight?
To push in
Power
from the
versus
bottom
Regnum
side of
Karya.
things. By the way, update, Power loses Al-Haji, a crowd favorite. I'm curious how that's going to impact
play Free
a little
Fire
bit later
now?
on. For APG, though, they start to tighten the
Free
vice
Fire,
grip. Joker, though,
by
on the
console type
outside
Free
is
Fire,
a little
yeah.
bit interesting. If Reefus does decide to overexpose himself on that rooftop, Joker might be able to knock him down, giving an opportunity for E-Arena to potentially take the high ground for themselves.
I mean, the issue is the off angles, right? For Alpha Gaming, it's going to be really difficult to have an impact for Joker. Reefus isn't going to give
Now
him
this
the
is going to be a
opportunity. I
standoff.
can guarantee you that.
They need to get rid.
We'll find out about this position
He
as well.
exposed
So the
his
off-angle there is
position and
spotted.
did not get
They'll
enough.
easily handle this, and it should be E-Arena disengaging if they can.
Yeah. Tough for Joker. If he knocks down Doc, maybe he starts to push up. Zayal potentially takes over the place and maybe challenges Joker himself, but it just doesn't end up occurring. Zayal, though, continues to push up.
Sometimes you can't cancel the. Suloji is speaking from experience, bro.
Sakura hasn't moved, and in fact,
Godlike team is playing no. By India, from India, there was a team called Team Aryan, and they didn't qualify.
Well.
They didn't make the
Galacticos
finals.
Currently making their way in on the west side against the Falcons. You can see that in the picture-in-picture on your top right. The expanded mini-map there could potentially come into conflict. They're still quite far away from
good
each
nade.
other. As the
Good
nades start to come
nade.
through.
Good freaking nade, bro.
Over towards Yol. They're going to try and chase this one down. He knows Top's on the wall. Burns off the corner. Burns off that retreat. Could potentially put a lot more pressure onto this.
You haven't had that nade. Oh, one too many
gets up to
times,
cover,
bro.
and the rest of the team are going to sidle on in and keep this one at arm's distance. 4 Thrives moving on past this, not going to get stuck in either. Tourniquet just about escaping there before his health bar depletes to 0.
Oh, but how aggressive does Doc want to get? He knew the damage was in, but now he doesn't have the positioning. Tourniquet will recover, get his health back up into play. Shots will ring out, but Tourniquet is safe. This angle is
Regnum
nasty.
Karya is getting into. Why would you go to the other room, bro?
Down as he peeks in the line of sight of 3 players from APG. Now Joker has no choice but to retreat back into a corner and try and stay up, but he can't go anywhere. Nowhere safe.
Doc around the corner there, keeping that suppressive fire down, and they find another. Sakura falls, and now Joker is the last to go.
Good cleanup by
back towards APG, and E-Arena donate 4 more points to put them over into the triple digits as well.
Okay, all
the
right.
guy that made it himself
with the critical
Rex's
fight, all 4 stay
right,
alive. And if you're interested in this race between Yangon Galacticos and APG, you're hoping APG has a couple
Sky,
of pop-up
connect
games
them,
to truly
baby.
challenge Yangon Galacticos to make tomorrow even
there
more
you go.
interesting. For DRX, the struggles continue as one player will get dropped, fully finished off. And, well, no surprise, it's Horta Sky who loves his long-range fights.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to clock that shot. An easy flush out as well. 3 players for DRX, the 3rd place team right now, who sit so far behind first place. It's
but they might still not win it, but
in the tournament, you know, after 10 matches played, you expect
I think 4v4 Horror are the best players in the tournament.
Just had their path made all the harder by playing on as 3 here on Miramar. The circle centered over towards Picardo.
Look at WBG,
going
bro.
on to the inside of it just now, but Power can rest easy for the time being, despite losing a player earlier to Regnum Karya.
You mentioned Yangon Galacticus taking that southern portion, and they have gone all the way down to Chumacera. Now start to rotate their way in. This time not in blue, but I think that's only because of how the zone is kind of centered up, or else Yangon Galacticus would be totally happy being a little bit further south, but they start to move in. APG, most likely
Young, I was looking at that error. I was like, what is Young?
So there is a chance, and so is Reefish, right? So there is a chance we have a 3v3 between Yangon Galacticus and APG.
How did they rotate all the way down, bro? How did they rotate like all the way down here?
To get a little bit closer,
and then like trying to go up? Like what kind of rotation is this?
In the center area, like you mentioned,
like they landed on top right here.
To rush anything.
I haven't quite
and then they went all the way down to Cruz de Valle, and then they're coming up again. What?
Yangon Galacticos just to start hot dropping APG every game.
Ooh.
And
not now. I don't think now.
I feel like, yeah, definitely not right now.
Yeah.
But limiting APG's point scoring potential is the only thing they really need to worry about. Moving in towards tomorrow, of course, the gap is surmountable.
Because they're not gonna go through here. They're gonna wrap around Los Leones, bro. They're gonna wrap around here and then go from here. They might even wrap like the whole way to Minas Generales.
If you're thinking about towards the second half of tomorrow, we could see things get a little bit freaky if they don't want to try and break the record of most chicken dinners in a tournament.
Well, it's not a hot drop at the moment, but Yangon Galacticus.
What do you think? Who will win?
APG is getting closer and
closer.
The
YG team from Myanmar, they might win it.
To maybe shut them down, stop the points.
See Yellow, good morning.
Very separate, and actually Smile is going to be isolated by himself in between 2 members of APG. And to add in a little bit more of a curveball, DRX going down south. Falcons forced them out even further than they're probably wanting to with a couple of shots. And DRX will soon be crossing paths with Yangon Galacticus. So now all of a sudden our southern region has become quite active.
APG going to coalesce towards a compound right now. They don't want the smoke from Yangon Galacticos. Smile stanchions himself out to the east side. We'll just feed this information back with Alpha Gaming going a little bit slow. Pushed out to the east side. Yangon Galacticos could potentially navigate all the way through Los Leones. There is a chance that they could just try and enter out that way. Getting a little bit closer.
I thought same, bro, same. Caesar, my top 3 were 4 tribes,
still
AE,
pursuit, as you highlighted.
and freaking EA, bro.
Ahead of them, but they are in pursuit. When they see that team in front of them, they might be forced to fight it out. Now, for Fireflux, I wonder if they're aware of everything that is going on just south of them, because they do play a gatekeeper role in a way.
Look at where YG is, bro. See, I told you, like they're not even gonna try to go to zone. They're just gonna wrap the whole way around.
APG, who are now getting dangerously close to themselves. So from APG to Yangon Galacticus, APG now over towards Falcons area. The
like this stream chat if you haven't already.
They decide to get into the zone, and for DRX, how quickly can they get up to Yangon Galacticus? APG still holding down a hardcover POI as hard as they can with Falcons up ahead.
Yeah, they slip back out to the western side, and Falcons now going to be the team to try and take them on. Of course, the hometown heroes here in Saudi Arabia. The organization has a lot of fans out there, but they have been underperforming. Expectations so far.
I don't know how they do it, bro.
Their confidence definitely knocked here, and it would take something miraculous, something unbelievable to see them find a title.
Caesar is gonna have a wake-up call.
The day is dusking. It
feels DRS like might actually pull right behind them.
As it has been for so many other teams with high expectations into this tournament.
I think so, and you know, that's really hard to say, because Falcons, so much hype coming into this.
Do you earn from YouTube?
I do want to highlight for every team that has made it to grand
finals.
Not
a lot of money, but yes,
I do. Still a big
make
accomplishment because they've had to battle it out, and they've surpassed other rosters. Now let's talk about Falcons versus Power. Power have the advantage. 4 Thrives even getting active as Ralph will fall to the third party. So 4 Thrives, Ida, Power, Falcons all within the area, and Falcons are getting dismantled.
Redox the only one to stand now on the inside. Navallo down and can't really go for the cross
Don't
cleanly
support
here.
Trying
to slam into the east side of Picardo.
What do you want me to support, bro?
it's not ideal, right, in this scenario. There's this big hillside that sits in the middle of the circle, but it's really exposed out to the east edge right now. Once the circle shrinks a little bit more, that ridgeline will start to gain power, similar to how we saw on the ridgeline to the north of the river in the previous match start to gain power once the circle closed on towards it. Very exposed before that, but can gain momentum. Yangon Galacticos going to be playing on that east side to potentially take shots out that way.
Yeah, DRX finally made their way up. They had to go deep into blue through the south. Once they finally got up into the northern side of things, they run straight in to Yangon Galacticos. A couple of shots are exchanged. DRX takes a little bit of damage, loses a player, but still relatively healthy. But for them, they've got to worry about alter egos because they're collapsing. Alva was the first one to get active onto the DRX members, and now the rest are going to join in. We've got a fight over here in the factory. Milana is down.
DRX might actually just clean it up.
DRX wanting to rack up a point or two if they can. Nade over towards another, and Alva goes down next as Rosemary, his point is picked up by DRX, but Yangon Galacticos get one of the points on this engagement, because why not?
Why not?
They need more points, I'm pretty sure.
That's right. You can always use more points. The question is, actually, Chad, let us know prediction.
So show me the Hora fight. What is that happening?
In the standings, at least points-wise, by the next two games, this game included. For DRX, they successfully win the fight, but they can't stay here. They've got to move forward. With it being said, for Say Cloud, he's got the forward position. So DRX, maybe a northern rotation is in the books. For Yangon Galacticos, things do start to get a bit spicy.
I think they got Thunder Talks. Let's go. 4-4. 5 elimination. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
To the right. So
but they also lost one guy. Who died?
Galacticos get into an engagement and then ultimately end up being third party, either from DRX or Fireflux from a distance.
Nades in from Nongshim Red Force as they try and put pressure on from the north side of the compound towards Hora.
No Fear has a very good
a little bit
position.
more damage. 3 players alive for Hora, and Tizzy going to try and keep those health bars nice and low so that this assault is made all the easier. I'm looking at No Fear right now, thinking about how this position can impact the engagement. Needs to catch at least one player from Nongshim Red Force on this approach.
Who's behind Hora?
His team is
done. Yeah, Fear.
Remember, I mentioned Weibo at the very beginning.
64.
A great Miramar team. They've been relatively slow so far.
Bro,
however, I think this is where they start to
Molly.
capitalize off their current positioning. They can look down on this fight between Hora and Nongshim Red Force. They can also look down onto DRX. Well, but up close and personal, we see Nongshim Red Force with Tizzy throwing out utility, taking down Hora. As Hora are in trouble at the moment. Only 2 players alive. Sky is down and out. Tizzy even burning himself to go in for the full finish.
Looking for another point. Add it on to the tally, and No Fear has no impact on the engagement there. Will not be able to help his teammates out, and he'll play on as a solo.
Sky had 5 elimination all by himself.
That does shift up a little bit to the north, so I'm sure that the Falcons are regretting their decision to crash into Picardo, because everybody's going to have to leave from there. They don't have to just yet, but certainly in stage 6 they will do.
Yangon Galacticos,
last game of today, no, one more after
this. Toe-to-toe with each other. They did have a bit of a fight earlier. DRX
Bro, APG also has 5 eliminations.
To challenge a team up ahead, but
DRX
now
versus
for
YG.
DRX taking the fight to YG. Cars coming, and Hyunbin ready for it, but gets tagged up. Surely he falls, and he will. Now the rest of the DRX roster forced to stand up, forced to try and be heroic in the moment, but Smile gets the full finish. DRX down to 2 players, and YG goes for a reset.
You cut off one head, 2 more arise to take its place. Yangon Galacticos rallying around Murnat there. Pop him in the back of the buggy, put pressure onto DRX, back them off here. An emergency evacuation being enacted right now, and DRX have no say in the matter.
What the?
Say indeed. DRX running out of time, running out of resources.
APG farming, bro. I don't know where they are, but they are farming.
You've also got Hora maybe to deal with from No Fear to solo. Nongshim Red Force, who are starting to progress on the hilltops, maybe to look down for a third party. For DRX, they've got to fight tooth and nail. They need to get active, and maybe a buggy exit is what they needed.
Hora are eliminated in the meantime. And
yeah, Hora is done. I don't think they will even make the top 10.
Smile in pursuit. They want to chase this one down. Nongshim Red Force there over the road on the north side.
Damn, bro.
Smile
He is able to take them down to one player on DRX, and they keep churning through these games, through these teams, and it's just domination left and right. The only other time I can remember something like this happening is all the way back in like 2019, right, with Bigatron over in Kuala Lumpur. They dominated by about over 100-point margin.
Obviously, why is he being active on NS2?
But that's the only other time I can remember this sort of domination happening in a tournament at a global level.
Bro, we were saying they play a slow zone. They're like
heavy as it is for
cranking right here.
Being on Galacticus, they've hit their flow state. They're just looking so good. DRX forces in Sohej just straight in the middle with a buggy exit, and now Yangshum, wow, okay, Yang on Galacticus managed to get a knock, and they take the fight from a distance against Naksham. Red Force Tizzy is down, he's dropped, but only for a little bit of time. I believe he's going to be picked back up. So for this fight, Yang on Galacticus, no reason why they don't have the advantage in a moment. Now, I don't want to see another crash in this spot, though. No reason for either team to get overly aggressive. Take your time, you have plenty of it.
Certainly a lot of opportunity. The circle comes in and it goes central. Now, this is where that ridgeline I was talking about starts to come into play. On the south side, you can see there's an approach for teams like Fireflux, like Team Secret, to push up towards the north. APG are there as well. But let's hop into this fight because it's popping off over on the edges of Picardo.
Yes, it is. It's going to be our team of 4 Thrives going against Ida, who is now getting pieced apart. 4 Thrives, wolfpacking together continually upwards. Now, notice Falcons and Power are not too far behind. Naki needs to be very careful on how he swings this angle, because most likely he's going to get shot instead of back. With Ida being dealt with, Aaron fully gone. Now you can focus your attention on the Falcons and Power. But I ask you, John, is it worth it to challenge this?
How do Power and Falcon always fight, and their fight takes 10 years to finish?
I feel like getting ahead of this is going to be more impactful. 4 Thrives, if they can find a position.
Oh, NS knocked someone from IG.
Uncontested for the time being.
With the shorty.
Potential danger from Weibo off in the distance.
2 knock.
Tried to cut across them.
Oh, NS actually pushed them.
In danger right now? Okay, hang on a minute. Romeo and SayCloud both down on the front. Nogsham Red Force have 4 players alive. It looks like they're going to be able to finally do something against the roster that's been a terror to the rest of the lobby.
Well, it seems to be the case, doesn't it? But Nogsham Red Force with 4. You got 2 Mighty Warriors from Yang on Galacticus. Mernat firing some shots, drops one, goes for the second, can't connect enough. But what a valiant effort it was, but it doesn't mean they are gone just yet. Actually, it does, excuse me, as they're fully finished. I thought there was going to be at least 1 more warrior from Yang on Galacticus to put
actually,
up a fight.
APG might have a massive game, bro.
You got to give it to them.
They have 8 eliminations.
We have to shift our attention to APG, the closest team to catching up to Yang on Galacticus, the team looking to take down the Falcons.
117 points is their target now after this match. They are currently on 104 with the 8 points that they've gotten so far, which means that they are 13 points behind right now. So they still have quite a way to go if they want to catch up. But this is brilliant news. Like you said, the opportunity now to draw level with Yang on Galacticos, which is something that could only be dreamed of further down the tables.
That's right. This could be a massive game for APG, but Fireflux, they want to stop them. After all, Fireflux, they still got skin in this game. They're in 5th place.
What a nasty angle by
the
Rufus,
championship potential run. Solus
double tag
gets mowed down. Fireflux left with just 1 more standing.
Ooh.
But for how long? Well, Madcap says, I've got this. Boys, I'm going to take the cake. I'm going to push up. 1v3, no problem. APG, not like this.
Oh, they are going to push Madcap back off the angle, though. He has 1 more hurdle to jump. He will go for the fire. Rufus keeps them together. The full reset potential, but Narvalo could also change things around. The Falcons moving on up with their last player. He's not going to be there in time. He's just trying to get a little bit further forwards onto this circle. So Alpha Gaming now up to 11 eliminations, 10 points behind Yang on Galacticos.
Fireflux clutches that up, bro.
Potential 21-point game. Who knows? Maybe even more if they get eliminations, which would put APG in 1st place. And you mentioned
APG going all the way.
He's gone.
APG going all the way.
Are eliminated. For APG, this is their game to take. They've got a lot of great competition. They still have to fight for zone, maybe even against 4 Thrives. I'm assuming Noxium Red Force, but APG have already put up one hell of a game.
Weibo on the north side are a major
12
threat.
elimination and a chicken dinner in Miramar is just nuts, bro.
If he doesn't get spotted by them, but you imagine that Weibo are going to be able to spot that one out. You hope so at the very least. So on the northern side, they have a lot of control.
Yeah,
so
the zone is too bad.
Spotted. No. Oh, that was a reverse there.
Team from Nepal.
They're going away. They might leave into his own devices.
So it stays alive just a little bit longer. Weibo finally starting to fire a couple of shots, I believe, onto Phallic. IQ will try to alleviate some of the pressure from
NS
the distance.
And 40,
Weibo
all 4,
have
right?
a lot of utility here. Soaz will stay just where he's at. No reason for him to fire off. He's going to be a sneaky beaver as long as he possibly can. Actually, I do start to worry about Weibo now as he might get gunned down.
Oh no, uh-oh. Oh, no, he's right there. Surely he checks the angle. Surely they spot out. He's pulled his gun away. No, he's getting spotted. Okay. M4 is out, and it is DRX eliminated. Crisis averted on the northern side. Weibo.
Bro, I like how commentators were hyping up so much, and we did not see DRX's POV. Like, we did not see DRX POV.
Surviving.
Bro, come on.
That would have hurt for sure. D24 down, but not for long. Naki's going to get him back onto his feet. 4 Thrives will be able to continue to potentially thrive in this game with 4 of their players. We look at the zone, and man, Weibo, Noxium Red Force, just neck and neck. Doc starting to move in potentially into APG. Now, I do worry if he gets a bit too far away from his team, APG's going to mow him down. You need numbers in these final fights.
And at the moment, center of the circle, closest occupant is 4 Thrives, who are on board with
40 has a very good position,
get
bro.
a little bit closer to this one. However, the high ground now has to be rolled off. APG, you can see how low their health bars are. You've got to imagine that their meds are looking a little bit threadbare as they take some shots over towards Noxium Red Force. Doxy hasn't been handled just yet, and he finds both of the backline. Again, it's all up to Reefus to keep them alive, but top is going to get flushed away, and it's IQ to actually push Doxy off of that high ground. In the meantime, there's a trade-off. A Weibo taken back down. This engagement is going every direction on this circle.
All right, huge. If we can get a reset, at least with a duo, Weibo now focused fully on Noxium Red Force up ahead. Sook, a great grenade. He's going to throw it. It goes down the hill, but Benny and Tizzy managed to distance himself, but a wonderful shot will drop one. Reefus gets some shots on
NS somehow got
getting
sandwiched by two teams.
APG at 12.
Could potentially be racking up more and more. Haven't quite got that flush just yet, so the 12 elims, they'll try and add to that tally. Falak nade over the top. This looks good.
Connects.
Of the 33Z. Weibo's sidelines now are opened up a little bit, and he manages to get back as well behind that Molotov. Really timely retreat. The old ducks behind the headland just in time.
Gotta favor 4 Thrives in this moment. A team that was so incredible. The dominant roster throughout group play, struggling when it comes to grand finals.
40 had a
chance to step it up.
great
Reefus is
split,
down
bro.
to solo. Last alive for the team of APG. Sayal also taking damage himself.
NS has one alive, APG out on 4th.
Even more so for 4 Thrives, who have a dominating position, and they have dominant control here. I don't think they can lose this game.
Weibo trying
Imagine
to find
he does
Vinny
1v2.
in the ditch there, but he's in the smoke. A little bit too hard to find this time around, but the spray downs, the shotgun puts him out of the business. 4 Thrives now with 9 eliminations, trying to convert this one against Weibo. They've crunched them in. Look at how they sit on this circle. We're on to stage 8 now.
40 has
center,
amazing split,
have
bro.
this one on lock in a 4 versus 3. Nade over the top from D24. Falak's gonna be up on that off angle now. Sook should be next on the menu, and you can imagine he's gonna bite down something hard. Falak able to nail that shot, of course.
Well done.
No chance he doesn't.
Now it's a 4v2. T24 pushing closer and closer to order, and he down below. T24 finally looks like he starts to fire a couple of shots. Order most likely dropping in a moment. He as well. Is this the game? Will we see it won from 4 Thrives perspective? Only one more player remains, and I just don't know if it's enough. 4 Thrives will take game number 5. Much needed points going their way.
Pushing
Bro,
themselves
WBG
up
is
towards the
coming
middle
close,
side
but
of
they
those
have
tables.
not been
Obviously,
able to close out
a
again.
little bit futile to hope that you could get up towards the top, but it is money that you're earning as you ladder up on those tables. There are big pay gaps that you can cross, so beautiful news for 4 Thrives. coming into this, one of the highest point scoring qualifiers from the group stages. They needed to keep things back under control, and you can see maybe a little bit despondent about that performance, but either way, they take the 10 chicken dinner points.
And you know what? You got to give credit to APG. They closed the gap even further onto Yangon Galacticos, who were eliminated earlier than they wanted. So for APG, making it very competitive. But for number 1 and number 2, they still continue to distance themselves. A great game for
This was a good name. This was a good opening name.
Remains. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final map coming your way.
How many aliens they had? I think about like 10. I want to say 10, but I'm not sure. They had 12? Damn. No, it's 20 plus for sure. Hello, Aman. Even more, yeah. Let me go to bathroom. I'll be right back. Hopefully, back in last game of the night, chat. Last game of the night.
Reach your
See if we can have something good for Hora. The restrained guy.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube glider, the Polar Spectral set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Rex, next match prediction. Bro, I want Hora to do good, but Hora ain't doing shit. How can I get Mummy suit without spending? You go to sleep and you imagine. Or you dream about it. Chat, let's do some 10 UC spin. Give them the challenge. The boss is in the arena, bro. Chat, now wait, hold up. Chat, now I know why the winner of the last game actually was the winner. But Umar wasn't here, bro.
واحد بالبيت مفتوح يجي ما
عمر को बोल भाई
ما ادري وين شفت الرجال والله ثاني وين كفر البيت ها كفر البيت وان شوت والله حق البيت كفر البيت بس تو من اليمين يمين عامل باقي حق البيت نايس خلاص هذا يلا تعالوا قاعد تقرب ماشي قاعد تقرب ماشي خلاص هذه ها لا تنوك انا اوبن هات نايس كمل يا عيال يلا جيجي ضيعنا قبل يلا
The fight is back on from the rest of the lobby, and you
right,
two can enjoy
let's do some 10 UC spins. I haven't done the 10 UC spins from yesterday.
Inside the game here, as Pubg Mobile meets Transformers, as we have
10
Optimus
UC.
Prime, we have the Decepticons, we have everything going on. Check it out in-game right now, but we're checking out what's going on in Miramar, because 4 thrives on the fight back. Neptura, they get themselves a win, finally.
UC.
I'm so happy about this last fight. I
Let's
love
do
everything
Astral
about it.
Blazing.
These two can attest to that. I was going crazy.
Screaming in the
Finally,
10
we
UC,
see
let's
something
go.
from
Can
all
we
of these
get
teams right? You had 4 thrives coming in from Picado,
Nate
completely
and not
taking
bad.
them out.
10 Nate
Moving
converts
in,
to
right? Then you got WBG
15?
on the north.
Okay.
You've got
When does this end?
who else? Nongshim Red
8:31,
Force
so we got
kind
time
of on
for
the
this
east
one.
side. You got APG on the south. 4 thrives able with Falak on the north, able to push
Polar
WBG
Spectrophage.
into Nongshim Red Force.
30
you had
UC.
APG doing the same thing to Nongshim, pushing those 2 teams into each other. The minute that
Open
happened,
10 mummy
APG go
crate. I have
out,
everything
which just
from
leaves
mummy
4
crate
thrives
status.
able to just move in through the entire zone,
Like I
take
have everything,
control,
so there
and
is no
just
reason
wipe the
for
whole
me
thing clean. It was was good.
Chef's kiss.
Yes.
Wow. No, this is definitely a lot closer to the 4 thrives we hope to see going into this one. Was the circle a little bit favoring them?
Mamma mia.
But the way they take the fight to Picado, eliminate a lot of those teams trying to exit Picado itself, and then actually go to the little dips over to the east of Picado, which is a very good position to gain time, wait for the circle to move in your favor, hopefully, and then you can take the win. I think the terrain knowledge there was on point from 4 thrives. Is it a bit too late, though, because they were at the bottom of the rankings? Maybe, but still nice to see a Pakistani win.
Yeah. Now, of course, Yangon did go out early, though, here, Max.
Actually, yeah, it was quite interesting that Yangon went out early, so there's still hope, though, lingering in the shadow. And for this occasion, I know normally we're not supposed to change predictions, but I do have a special cue card for the occasion.
Wait a minute.
And actually, we're going to be looking here.
No, Max. You're not cursing.
Bloods it, Pakistan win. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you, Seven. What are you trying to do?
What just happened?
What? No,
Honestly,
no, not what just happened, Max. What are you doing?
You're a dangerous man.
Me? He just...
You're a dangerous man, Max.
assaulted.
I didn't even see him get back there. That was impressive.
Yeah.
He's so small.
It's because he's small, yeah.
He is. He's like a small hamster.
500 UC won't open the card storage.
Yes, okay, right. Well, shut up, Max. Nobody needs to
What do you
hear
mean?
about that. What's on that cue card?
It's just my notes. My horrible notes I can't write well. It's fine.
Imagine if he had a second one prepared just in case. That would be ridiculous.
We'd all be quaking.
No, generally, there is hope when it comes down to it. Like Alpha Gaming able to linger a little bit more longer into this game compared to Yangon Galacticos. Actually, it's not even just Alpha Gaming. The other teams that were currently on the first page can try and play catch up a little bit. But we still got one more Miramar. We know they got a win yesterday over on Miramar, so chances are they could try and wrap it up again here on this map.
All right, well.
Oh, actually, Chad,
Just keep
I
predicting
wanted to
Yangon,
do
I guess.
this.
Let's take a look at the overalls then and see what happens, because there's no way that they are not going to be able to outdo this curse. 117 points. Look at that from Alpha Gaming, though, jumping up to 112. The barrier that they are slowly creating here, Neptura, compared to the rest of the teams, is absolutely nuts.
I'm just going to say, welcome back, Alpha Gaming, to be honest.
Yes.
With one win, they're able to get 112 points, right? 75 eliminations, Max.
Crazy.
We're able to see so much of them come back. This is the Alpha Gaming we're used to seeing with that high of elimination count. It's currently in the top 8. They have the most eliminations of everyone.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier a little bit, Neptura. Reefus is the man just saving this day for Alpha Gaming, which is surprising when you have 3 global MVPs in Zyol, Top, and Doc all on the squad. So Reefus, really the unsung hero for APG.
Yeah, I mean, he is really the alpha of the group stage, I think. He's that one player. Well, he is, though. He's the one player, that support player, the off-angle player, that's doing so much for the team and setting up his fraggers.
What a huge jump from 4 thrives, though, moving into 6th place here, Max.
GG.
Bro, how did 40 come into 6th place? Out of nowhere, bro. One chicken dinner and they're in 6th place.
To be completely honest,
I
you
would
need
agree.
another big game for them. But you know what? I want to go on to another team outside of 4 thrives. We already talked about them a little bit. Weibo. able to actually reach the lane game, able to jump up here in the podium finish. 78 points about what that's going to be 30, 40 points away from our top squad.
Unlock
Technically
500
in
UC
reach
car.
of a first position finish if they can try and wrap it up in style here with
What do
this
you mean
last game of
unlock
the day on
500
Miramar.
UC car?
They've been playing a little bit better. I like the speed at which they rotate, but on the second page
I don't
here,
understand
a lot of teams,
what
we
he's
don't
saying.
expect to see it.
I would say definitely Neptura, a tough drop from Power and Alter Ego coming down here.
That is so unexpected. I don't know what's going on there. Power having a much quieter day. Can the day one actually carry them through to day 3 where they might have a different story? I'm not sure. Another one, though, that I really want to highlight is Thundertalk.
Lock
They
500.
have 30,
What up,
34
JD?
eliminations to 4 placement points. I
How
mean,
are
it's
things,
Power day
JD?
1 all over
You
again.
haven't texted
but just
me,
not
you
with
haven't
the
replied to
standing
me
that
in
we
so
were,
long.
For the presence we were seeing from Power yesterday.
Definitely a tough time. Definitely a tough time. But guys, girls, everybody, of all ages, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
We're back once again. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. And this time around is actually going to be quite a serious one because we have a nade that might just be a winning tournament grenade here coming out from Yangon Galacticos. They wrap it up. They get the knock, the flush, and the winner chicken dinner because of an initial amazing third party from Yangon.
I was going to do
Team
the
Secret
new
versus
arena.
Alpha Gaming. They get the nade, they get the squad wipe, they get the win,
What do you
and they
think?
create even more of a lead
If
in
I
the
get
leaderboard.
this, what do you
That
think it's
nade
gonna
was truly
convert
maybe
to?
not just nade of the day.
Will it
but
convert
nade
to
of the
3 or
tournament.
less?
Yes! Like it! Good job, Max.
Thank
You
you.
ignored me. I never ignored you.
Can I get my APG cue
No,
card
no,
back?
no,
Oh.
no,
No,
shush
right.
you, shush.
Thank you.
Nothing more from you now, Max.
Okay.
You're banned from
One?
talking. Neptune,
Alright, let's
talk about this
find
next
out.
game.
Let's
One
find
more
out, chat.
Miramar for the day, and of course,
It is
everybody
going to
looking
convert
towards,
in.
not Max, man. Alpha Gaming currently
Did
being
you
able to
convert?
somehow make this kind of lead up from what we've seen from Yangon. I think it's spectacular what we've seen from Alpha
You
Gaming.
walked in
It's
on
so nice to
switching
see them back. I
endless
think there's been
create
so
mode.
much
What the hell is
concern over
endless
them.
create mode, bro?
Finally, they're stepping into what we're used to seeing from them. So
Wait, do I have 2
really,
skins
really
now?
good to see them back at it again. Can they win this next game to just secure the top of the leaderboard before we get into day number 3? Before we find out what our smash point is going to be? Can they be the
I
one to
only
set
have
that
one.
standard, or is it going to be
Interesting.
Yangon at the end? I don't know.
The +10 tomorrow will be big, of course, here. No, we're not getting anything from you, Max. I can see you mouthing something. Shut up. It is now to head over to the commentators. Thank you very much, Neptura, for everything here. Not you, Max. It's time to go into our final Miramar of the day. Over to the casters.
Yeah, and then I said, you know, don't worry,
Chat,
Alpha
make
Gaming,
sure you
Max
get
Man's
the
definitely
new
not gonna be- Oh, hi
earlier
guys,
one.
hello,
Now you have
we are
permanent.
back once again.
He made the
getting
earlier one
into the
permanent
final
too.
match of the tournament today. Of course, it is that race between Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming that got oh so closer after that first Miramar. We're going again to the desert, and let's see if we can change that story once again. Are Alpha Gaming going to be able to usurp the Titans at the top of the tables, or are they going to
Something I wanted to try.
face a danger?
You know,
Anyway.
I think at this point, even if they don't usurp, as you said,
All right, Chad, let's
I
go.
think Alpha Gaming has
Two
put
last
themselves
game.
in a wonderful spot going into tomorrow's competition. Even if they get a goose egg in this map, Alpha Gaming, the team to potentially challenge Yangon Galacticos, who have been highly consistent. But you got to question Weibo. Again, a great roster when it comes to Miramar.
We
now
need
going
APG and
into
YZ both
another
to lose.
Miramar team that is inching their way closer.
Muzi
So
और
much
गर्न
time
की
is
सके
needed
हैन
for
कति
them to
support
catch
गर्ने
up.
हो यार
The reality is the closer they get, it becomes even more realistic that they're able to potentially get on that smash point themselves and still the championship away from Yangon Galacticos, from APG. The opportunity's there. It's just a matter of what the players want for themselves. This next game is going to be critical for our top 2 teams and critical for the other rosters on down the standings to step it up. And for Alter Egos, a team that still has a pretty, I don't know, I think a lot of fight in them. I do. They're a little bit further down in the standings, but they've made a big impact. And let's not forget their tremendous day throughout group play, I believe it was, where it was group player survival stage, getting one of our highest scores yet in a day. So for Alter Egos, I look at them to potentially make an impact, not only in this final map, but also in tomorrow's competition.
We do, of course, always have these outside chances coming on through. I mean, we just saw the fans from Weibo, or for Weibo, I should say, as well as the team gearing up. They are right on the cusp of thinking about maybe being anywhere near to the top 2 right now, which is more than you could say for most in this tournament. Them and DRX, kind of those 2 teams who are sat there. Maybe Fireflux as well. Throw a couple of those on into the mix. But so far, it is really just such a difficult
Don't give me that
situation.
extra sounds, but I will not send you that
Because we
extra.
have two such dominant teams at the top of the standings, we've scooped out a lot of the point scoring from the rest of these tables, which makes it so much more volatile. And that's going to hit the middle of the table hardest in this instance, which means that teams
All right,
can go
Chad,
up
let's go.
and down, upwards
The
of
final
5
match
places. Just
of the
every
day.
single game that can reshuffle the middle of these tables. Very, very quickly, things can get spicy here as we head on in for our final time today over towards Miramar to see what we got coming on up.
It's our final time, our final chance to see who will set the point threshold. Will it be Yangon Galacticos? Will it be APG? Those
All
are
right,
your
Chad,
two
what do you think is going to
front
be the
runners
smash
set
point?
The threshold going into tomorrow.
2
10
man
points would then
above
be
Rex
added on top of that, and that
What?
will be our smash
Pani
point. Don't
bitara.
get too caught up in that, though. I know we'll be explaining it tomorrow. But at least as this game goes, this is the final opportunity to get as many points as possible to set yourself up nicely going in to tomorrow's competition.
How many points do you think will be the smash point,
of
Chad?
a lot of our rosters, this zone isn't too crazy, but if I know anything about Grand Finals, if I know anything about PUBG Mobile, they love to throw some wild things at you, some wild zones. So honestly, I'm kind of feeling it in my bones. Where are we going?
Ooh, okay.
Give me something spicy.
I mean, the spiciest circle on Miramar, as we all know, will be that East Island circle, right? That we saw at the end of the global stages at the end of last year back in London. That was nutso, and it was really, really dastardly. Not going to happen here, though. Don't be ridiculous. Stop bringing it up, Taylor.
I have to try. I've got to try, man. I need something spicy.
One day you'll get an East Island circle.
One day. You know, I didn't get my military zone. If I would have got that, I would have been perfectly satisfied with normal, okay? But this is going to be all right, and it's going to be great for those teams who just like a standard style of gameplay will most likely actually Yangon Galacticos not going as north as we're used to seeing them. They're going to be a bit more south, which doesn't change up too much necessarily, but still could be a little bit weird for their competition. For 33Z, Weibo Gaming, come on. We look at you to be the front runner to break the top 2, and you already lost one.
They haven't lost them yet.
Not just yet.
What
Just
the
yet.
heck?
We'll see.
Very certain that they are going to lose it very soon, but
There it is.
not yet.
They're going up. They're trying.
Oh, no, they did push back.
They're all in one vehicle. We know this is not necessarily a good thing.
No cam on horizontal?
Stop
What do you mean no cam on horizontal?
Thank you very much.
There is a camera on horizontal
Alter
and
ego,
vertical.
Hop out of the vehicle, drop 2 off, and they
Hey
haven't
ho,
actually confirmed this flash
shouldn't
just yet.
you be
So,
sleeping? Yes, I'm gonna sleep after this game.
looks like they're not even going to try.
Welcome,
Just gonna
Sleepy.
Get out of there. I mean, disengaging, maybe a good idea. It seems like Weibo Gaming, they're going to be happy to play on the score.
All right, Chad, what do you guys think? Who is going to
I
win?
want that point. Right, I'm a little bit further down than I want to be going into tomorrow's competition. Even with a heroic game this time around, it only breaks you up into maybe 70 points.
Live
Still
from
not very
Riyadh.
close
Look at
enough,
that
at least.
baby,
Not
bro.
as close as you would want to be, right, to the rest of the others. But they get back in. Oh, maybe a trap has been set. They forgo one. Oh, excuse me, Alter Ego's fire back onto Weibo. They forgo one cleanup, potentially getting 2 now. I see the math. It's working out.
Hey, look, he's still down by
Damn.
So now, let him send in a third. Let him
Let
send
him
in a
send in
third
a
to get the
third.
other 2 up and take down 3, and then do it again and take all 4 down.
I reckon they'll fall for it again. They'll do it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, for sure.
They're actually leaving.
No, they're just leaving. I mean, they've already lost both of the so they don't want to res up. No point in getting stuck into this one further. So,
Why
Weibo
sleeping?
down, split.
I wanna
to
fall
half
asleep like
of
this
their
in this
roster.
stream.
DRX now, our major hope for maybe catching over
Hello,
towards the top
chat.
side. But
I'm
Yangon
here,
Galacticos
chat.
fairly disengaged.
And then after a while,
Chumasona
it's like-
was the drop spot for Alpha Gaming, and they are, again, fairly uncontested in the zone. Ooh, a little bit of a drift off the side of the road.
Yeah, Gene, what's
it
up?
Looked cool. It did look cool. Yangon Galacticos not only in first place, but also getting style points. I don't know
Mini
how
and Miramar,
those points
for real,
factor
I'm
into
going.
the
Why are you
overall
going, bro?
standings.
It's the
But we'll
last
figure
match.
it out.
Yes, it is the last
we'll
match.
have a discussion with the TO on the back end. Bernat South, that most likely is where the rest of the trio for Yangon Galacticos are going to be heading down, potentially rotating over towards maybe APG. I don't know.
Chad,
I mean,
there is
the team,
another
who's
match
kind of
after this.
gatekeeping
Should we
them,
watch that
several
match or
times.
not?
They have history, and well, even more so now, being 1 and 2. So now I bring up the conversation you set up just the last
You didn't believe
game.
us when we
When
said
does
4
APG
tribes won the
decide
last
to
game?
Truly challenge Yangon Galacticos. Now, obviously, you brought it up in an initial POI fight, but in this case for APG, there's a a lot of
This
distance.
has like
they
10
don't
minutes
necessarily
plus
know
stream.
where YG
Bro,
is currently
when
at. But if they
Farouk
do
went to
see them shutting them down this game
PMGC
and
last time,
challenging them, especially
he
with
was
the lead
in
they have
London,
over
right?
Weibo,
Last
who's
year's
currently in
PMGC.
third.
He
Could be
called
worth
me.
it.
Like I was doing the watch party. He called me and he was like, he video called, right? He video called.
On having more of a lead
And he showed the screen, and the screen had already like the last circle, bro. And we were at like second circle.
Up until now, if you're
We knew who was in the last circle before even the watch party started.
To go for the hot drop engagements, right? Because even if you're taking them down by 2 players, right, you're severely limiting their point scoring capability. And if you're able to do that, that is brilliant
knocked
stuff.
off the air.
Okay, it was a knockout with the Mini 14 from Rosemary on the early game to find Patterns the pickup. That did not go well at all. Goodness me.
I'm actually happy we caught that though, because it's you take down a solo. Questions remain. What are they doing? Well, they did it all to get 2. So bang for their buck. You like to see that. So okay, $3.99, best price out there. Fireflux, a bit spread out. Solus is going to be one who's pretty much by himself, and you've got quite a few players around. Regnum Karia not far behind. Power just up ahead of him. You know, these splits, sometimes they pay off. Oftentimes, I've seen teams get too punished.
Chat, nobody answered
this
me.
case,
Should
I'm
we
hoping it
watch
doesn't
the
happen
next
to
match or
Fireflux,
not?
But for them, they still seem pretty confident where they're currently at. DRX also coming up behind them. So Fireflux,
there's one more match
to
after
band
this.
together.
What's the next
sooner
match?
rather
It's
than
a Rondo Showdown match.
We're looking at the northwest side right now, and it seems like our observing team
So
are too.
remember last time they did the TDM Showdown? They're doing a Rondo Showdown match after this.
Right on the northwest edge, fairly
$10,000 for the team with the most elimination. $10,000 for the team that wins.
Another potential for things to get involved now between these 2 rosters. In 12th place and 14th place, Otter and Falcons respectively. They need something. I mean,
next
they need
match,
something
this
big,
is the last
right?
one. I just explained what the next match is.
They're not too far behind, sort of 3rd place.
But I didn't think I'll do
they are within striking distance, and that's what I was saying in terms of the volatility of these tables. It's just so crazy what's happened with Yangon Galacticos.
I think I'm gonna go to sleep, bro. You guys have no idea how tired. Yesterday, bro, when I was doing the stream,
that we have at this
only 40 points, I know, right?
But it's definitely very, very movable around the middle side, right? If you get a big game here as Falcons,
when I was streaming yesterday, oh my days, you guys have no idea how tired I was.
You're in the running for those podium positions.
You never stop fighting until the very end. So the tournament is done with, you continue to fight for every position.
You're about to fall asleep, bro.
Get. And
like last 2 matches, last 3 matches, bro. Oh my days, I could
he'll
not.
get a couple of pop shots, but speaking of which, odds no fear. But he's also calling out the.
I felt bad because 7 was trying.
Whoa! Airborne hits the shot on a sleepy and takes him down. Super surprised he's still alive.
Hey, you can take the Falcons to the sky, but those guys just fly out of the way, you know? They're dipping, they're diving, and Koa's on the business.
See your eyes, I know. I was like, oh my days, bro.
Hotter now busted down to.
Why he fished? I didn't think he had enough ammo.
Players on 2 now remaining standing. Redox is circling again, giving them an aerial display as they threaten to take down Jiggle. Koa pumping into the smoke with that pump action shotgun. Nade over the top, and Jiggle should not be long for this game. Another nade over the top, and the airburst is good.
Good stuff. One of the strongest starts we've seen from Falcons in quite some time. Koa, a bit of an issue there with the carp. That's all right. He's going to get picked back up onto his feet. So good on Falcons to start off.
No, I'm talking about Caesar. I'm not talking about yesterday's watch party. I'm talking about today's game when I was doing the competition with
They're
Doom.
going to be surrounded by Regnum Karia, DRX, E-Arena. Very active, especially as the zone gets even smaller as 4th Rise start to move in as well.
In the afternoon, bro, I was so freaking tired.
Of confidence. Doc, he's out of there. He'll find a position.
But yesterday also, in the last game, I was like, I'm done. I'm like sleepy. I was like, oh my days. I want this Miramar game to be over.
Side of Chumacera, up into these hills, a lot of ridge lines they can play around. Potential danger from further to their south. The question is, what teams try and isolate that sort of position? You can see the high ground that is afforded to them. Yangon Galacticos, potentially one of those teams behind them. I mean, Doc's just, they're just pumping, right?
Take a shot of Expression.
4 thrives. Exactly. Yet again, maybe a side swipe from Chumacera.
Yeah, that's the risk you take when you go center zone, especially with a zone such as this. You
Bro,
know
he's switching between DBS and crossbow.
With it being Miramar, there's every single angle possible, and for Fourth Thrives to take great advantage of it. And even for Ragnar, well, he decides to go ahead and take advantage of the fight on the Jing, taking him out from Thunder Talk, who have definitely not been the Thunder Talk team we've witnessed during the survival stage. But again, fight, fight, fight till the very end. That is the goal. For Power, though, they've done decently well, I would say, right? 60 points is
Sleepy,
still
are we
close
playing
to
Metro
the
today?
average we have, at least from Weibo Gaming down. Of course, you got your outliers, the Gang on Galacticus, as well as Alpha Gaming, but around 70, 60 points. I mean, that seems to be around where everyone is at, so an average
What are they doing?
performance.
Parking simulation?
Average won't cut it. To be a champion, you need to do a little bit more.
Yes.
Okay. Silas playing mechanic right now.
I don't know if I will do the custom rooms today, bro.
Well, pop that one inside the garage. Now on the north side of the road, they're very,
I don't think I will be able to do the custom rooms tonight and then sleep and then wake up and do the freaking watch party as well.
Northwest side, the Falcons were able to win their engagement with Hoda, not fully clearing out the roster, but adding 3 points to their tally. They'll now be chased in by the blue towards Noxian Red Force, so potentially a little bit of difficulty on the road side on the northwest edge. The question is, will they find the positions to deal with those angles that they need to try and breach past?
After the watch party.
Start, but what will their finish?
I mean, the way Hoda did, bro, I might as well say
I
it.
agree with you. A 20-point game here puts them in the running, potentially making an impact in tomorrow's Smash Point competition. It all depends on that Noxian Red Force fight, but the good news is for them, they don't need to get too overly aggressive. They don't have to full send it in. They can stay where they're currently at and wait to see where the next zone is going to pop.
Couple of teams now looking to try and play that edge style.
Bro, look at where Young Galacticos are.
They're allowed to do that by the rest of the lobby as well. Falcons are fleeing. Falcons getting an over towards Noxian.
Hey, yo.
It may well be.
Young Galacticos might be under trouble.
Be teams off in the distance like Fourth Thrives. A really hard north shift on this circle. Goes back up towards Picardo. Falcons, I mean, this is their only real opportunity here to gain some confidence, if nothing else.
Without a doubt, and they do decide to send in on Noxian Red Force. Meanwhile, for Alter Egos, fighting on the right side, the opposite side.
One more shot, bro. One freaking shot.
Solus, just a sliver of health, slips away. Krypton has a chance, and he'll take it. Taking down Scarface, reducing the numbers even more for Fireflux.
Fireflux rolling up like a sushi conveyor belt. Krypton chows down on them, able to knock them straight on out of the vehicles.
He will center up. We got a 1v zone for
thank you very much. 4 elims now for Alter Ego as they post up on the east side of the circle.
Most unserious guy with the explosive
balls. In a great spot, fully effectively pushing Fireflux back. Opposite of Power. Meanwhile, for Falcons, we knew this fight was going to take place. Noxian Red Force was their only other enemies. Now, Falcons win this in good fashion with all 4 players left up, excuse me. They're going to have this compound area to themselves, which could be incredibly valuable depending on where the next zone shifts. So, a critical fight for them to take with Tizzy in the smoke. Falcons need to keep
I don't think they know what
GG
is.
Not just blast on Biome. That UMP is going to knock them out.
Nade in from Koa could find Tizzy if he gets the bounce right. He knows there's a person in here now with the damage tag, and Koa immediately able to put him down there. Again, that's the warehouse now controlled. The longhouse is next up. These are a lot harder to take control of than the warehouses. But the question is, do they need to right now? They've got control of this warehouse. The Falcons, not really too many teams contesting them in this area. Could potentially be third-partied by a team like Yangon Galacticos. And the longhouse still has some teeth to it. Don't necessarily need to push just yet.
Need to keep Narvalo up.
Ooh,
going to be very difficult.
Pre-fire didn't work, bro.
Forced to retreat
final
now.
match, yes.
And that should give an ample amount of time
for the
to
group
get
stage, for the finals,
fight, which Redox is going to fully commit to. And Noxian Red Force knows this. Nade's going to be cooked, and it might have a chance to connect onto Koa through the doorway. Good. Oh, just misses. I thought that was good for sure.
Just a little bit too long on the cook. The one side of the wall does catch the damage that they were looking to put.
You didn't watch the last game, bro. Last game they only showed, well, not only showed, but most of the fights were 40 fights.
Red Force, because they've been playing on the far side of this longhouse against this push from Falcons for quite a while now. Weibo as well, with order moving in, could also find angles with Falcons in their sight lines.
Damn, how did Yongung made through like the middle of 3 people?
And that is one great white off in the distance.
And I worry about Ralph. I loved his off angle, but now start to question Wilmer Nat from Yangon Galacticus. be able to hit the shots needed, but the pressure's in, the commitment has been sent, and Doc C down to a sliver of health, and in fact, he's going to be fully dropped off of that. And Falcons look to win this in full fashion with all 4 players last alive. The question is, what can the last remaining member of Noxian Red Force do?
Circle counting them in on the edge of the circle as well. They're going to be happy to hold this fight for a little bit longer. XZY on the outside though, spots Koa, looks for the flush as well. I think he was denied and gets cut down by Narvalo, who was rezzed earlier. Putting that
I thought he was going to at least finish one.
Onto that res really pays off for them. The Falcons now losing only one, meaning they're fairly safe from Yango Galacticos. But Yango Galacticos do not need to take this fight right now. They can just try and get ahead of this and keep the Falcons on the edge of this circle.
Which is what they've been great at, and that's why they have been so consistent. They're not focused on crashing in, being aggressive. They're focused on pacing and positioning. And you'll even look at, well, we look at the map, right, for SayCloud, where he's currently at. He already has a great off angle and a good position to gatekeep the team of Falcons, who are very aware of where he's currently at. And if they can't take him out, they get tunnel vision on SayCloud. You think got Burnett, who's getting an off angle himself,
APG is
just
down
behind
south.
the Falcons roster. YG are closing the vice grip, and Falcons need to be acutely aware of where they're currently at.
I wonder if they're aware of Myrna on that off angle. And he is going to be devastating if he catches someone trying to push up that ridgeline towards where SayCloud was playing, retreated off of now, by the way. Then it could be dastardly. But Falcons are going to extend further towards the north side. With 2 players left remaining on Weibo, those are the 2 players who will be playing on the angle. Koa will spot the players inside the building, hear that vehicle rotating. He'll know that there's a bit of a regroup onto that Weibo compound.
Yeah, Koa Redux just trying to fill out where Falcons
Why
can
is he
go
winning
next.
this,
They
bro?
know it's an option to stay put where they're currently
I mean,
at,
right now the zone is in a way that most people have their own territory.
Will stay just above that of Team Secret to get a couple of pop shots, maybe a knock to where Falcons could open up a door for themselves to maybe push in. For Power, though, opposite of Fireflux, who had some early
Who's the
engagements.
team in the middle, like right in the middle, this team, Chad? Anybody know? Anybody has the map
for
open?
them, they're okay at the moment, but
This team with the warehouse, the big broad warehouse.
I'm looking at Alter Egos to maybe be the next roster to push up, and I think that was Alter Egos who took down the 2 members of Fireflux earlier.
They're on the east side.
Bro,
Alter Ego right now, they're
kit.
fairly isolated. A potentially difficult push. They might target Fireflux. You could see Matcap, Solus trying to hold out their coastline. Well, I say their sidelines rather, as they will be aware of Alter Ego's
All right, Chad. 30
Not
seconds for the new zone. Let's
too
go.
much and wait for this next circle to come on through. 40 seconds remain on this phase, and we'll figure out where we're going next.
Chad.
As our teams are starting to quiet down
Idea.
and wait for that pop to come in.
Nikita.
Where do we go next? We know Falcons are going to have to
Anuj.
move. Yangon
नहीं
Galacticus
जाना
and Smile, by the way.
उमर भाई बस में ट्रैवल
They're
कर रहे
actually
थे
starting to come back in and set up around Falcons once again with SayCloud
उनका
and
साइड
Smile.
का सीट खाली था
Falcons are back to square one.
उन्होंने
They
अपनी
know to their
पानी की
north is gonna
बोतल
be
वो
Team
साइड के
Secret
सीट
and
पे
Weibo.
रखी हुई थी
And they know straight ahead is going to be YG. So for Falcons, this is going to be a hard rotate depending on where it goes. And I assume they're going to have to move forward. There's no way they get blessed by this, right?
और एक महिला आई
Oh, let's see. It's going southeast. Okay, so they're going to have to leave from the northwest side. Again,
और वो
there's this big
सीट पे
hill
बैठ
ridge
गई
in the middle of this
उमर
circle
बोला
with Ida as well playing on the compound
महिला
there
जी
that sits out to its west. Regnum Kaya down on the south side, playing
I
in
don't know,
a fairly
Alex, I don't
secure
know.
spot as it stands. The
आप
high ground on the south side of the road,
अपने
that's going to get dismounted.
लेग्स ऊपर करेंगे मेरे को पानी निकालना है
Narvalo
और वो
almost
पिट गया
dropped, I
भाई
should say. Falcons are going to be put into a blender.
If you understand the joke, you understand the joke. If you didn't understand the joke,
Falcons to drop one. Hold up, maybe a miracle third party order from Weibo drops one from a distance. Now this gives an opportunity potentially for Falcons to, I don't know, make an impact. But Narvalo needs to get back on his feet. Weibo now going in. Yeah, I think Falcons are cooked in this moment.
3 players remaining. They're mounting up.
I don't
See if they
understand.
can
Yes.
find a charge position. I mean, with all 3
What
players,
is
they
this
could
guy,
just set them to
ChatGPT, bro?
SayCloud spot, right? It depends on the speed.
Bro,
at which
nobody
Yangon
understood.
Galacticos
Nobody
can
understood.
respond. Smile
Besides all
regroups under it.
these,
It feels like they've red, that is a possibility. But instead of that, Falcon's going to try and sail under the terrain cover, get ahead of Yangon Galacticos, potentially towards Horror and towards Sky, or maybe even all the way over the road. Okay, Redoc's going to lead the charge there. Where are they hoping to find an impact here?
Now you're the last soldier on vertical, sleepy OP. Terminator plays game in the vertical for you. What kind of pull?
Falcon will take him out, and Falcons get pieced apart. I don't think this is really an issue of Falcons. Like, Falcons held their ground. They didn't get blessed by zone. The pressure from Yangon Galacticos was a little bit too much. Then Weibo joins into the mix, and you lose Narvalo. Falcons realistically didn't have a safe space to rotate to.
Is this the time
like maybe they could have taken a fight over towards Yangon Galacticos, right? As much as you might not want to,
I understood.
It could have been the easier.
Who else is here? Caesar and Jinan are the only two people that didn't understand what I said.
It's difficult to say, you know.
OP Terminator,
yes. What ifs here, but Yangon Galacticos may be struggling against the last player from Horror, who will fall in the end with a little assist from Noki in the distance. And Yangon Galacticos, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's give them a break, guys. They've had a real tough time of it so far. Let's allow them to get back onto their feet. 4 Thrives, not willing to do so.
That's right, 4 Thrives. They want to go back-to-back, and a potential is here with 4 players still up.
Come on, Falak.
You got Galacticus in this little bit of a fishbowl. Falak can just mow down nades along with IQ. Even so, the smoke is enough to give a little bit of concealment for Yangon Galacticus. And, well, they're going to go ahead and return the nades themselves, and they can still make it out of this. If I'm 4 Thrives, I get aggressive on this. Start mowing them down. Start shooting into the smoke. You need to silence
the problem is freaking, they can't do anything,
flank, and of course, across the way, the team's holding the compound. It is so nerve-wracking to make this call. They're not quite in the position to do so. Noki over the angle may be a linchpin position for them, but he doesn't really have sightlines over to Yangon Galacticos. The thing is, committing for this position when you're 4 Thrives
freaking lucky with the other team from behind.
And I think that slipping around the sidelines may be better in the long run for them positionally.
Idea held the YZ right here.
For Yangon Galacticus, Ida ahead of him. A couple of shots fired into him.
Why are you salty about YZ? If YZ does not accumulate more points, it's going to be more competitive tomorrow. Because if YZ gets the chicken dinner, might as well just call it right here. They're going to win it.
Galacticus, it looks like that's exactly where they're going, straight into Ida.
Ida have been able to hold this compound for a long time. They've only got the 1 elim to show for it at the moment, but you imagine that number is going to start to rise as teams like Yangon Galacticos going to have to move. I say that, and I heard exactly what I said just as I said it, because it is Yangon Galacticos. We'll see if they can do a little bit more. Alpha Gaming, they lost Reapers earlier on, but they're still
went to sleep. Went back
punishment
home,
over the rest of the south side of this lobby to see if they can get a little bit of
WBG getting TS,
the teams that took them down. And Peg, Yangon Galacticos moving up and actually further north and potentially looking to insert.
The question is, how are
YZ I wouldn't be against
going
that.
into the
I
zone?
just don't know how much value you're really going to gain sending it to the hardcover compound where Ida is currently at. Now, for Alter Egos, though, straight into Fireflux. This was a duo that was dismantled early on, who has been staying alive center zone, but now as they do get pressured, they once again have to fight for their lives in the final game of the day. And Madcap, very weak.
What a nade,
just
bro.
to his right, taken down.
What a nade. He almost had a double knock with that nade.
Get the medkit pop the time to fire onto Alpha, but is it enough? Can he continue to stay up? Can he continue to fight Alter Egos? The answer is no.
They will be able to roll back, and Yangon Galacticos are going to go right now, headlong into the compound here. Say Cloud down first, Smile and Myrna trying to put pressure in down the line. Rita goes down now. So is Emre and Smile Live. Denied that opportunity though, as it will be shut down.
They got third party
across the way, putting nades on in. That's down. Shut down with the nade from across the distance. Over in that warehouse, they
Smile
hold
and Romeo
two
remaining.
players for the top of the table team. It's Romeo and Smile to try and piece things back together against Ida.
Flashed, Smile down, Romeo now forced to go at it straight ahead.
Romeo is
it's
the last
a battle
person alive.
for sure. The winner of this getting a plethora of points.
Oh, WBZ came in.
And Weibo needs a big game. This could be massive for them if they can somehow, someway as a duo, wipe these two rosters and get a deep run. That'll put them closer to 100.
Ooh,
but
order
as
gets
order
knocked.
falls, Sook last alive.
Hello,
the chance of that happening
Vento
now falls to the
MX
wayside.
PUBG Mobile.
Really super likely to happen in the first place. But Eren on this off angle in the warehouse has been instrumental throughout this entire fight. With just Romeo remaining, he was able to cut across the sideline of Yangon Galacticos' position for so long. Beautiful stuff coming through on the off angle for the young firecracker player Eren over on Ida.
Romeo, the last one standing.
Romeo trying
to fight. Here comes the push, and it is going to be good as Darkin gets the final shots. Yangon Galacticos.
They did not get the placement
still
point, bro.
Healthy, but now APG has a direct route into first place to set the point threshold.
Bro.
Ooh, DRX as well.
APZ.
Remember, they're a team with a chance to push up towards the top of the tables. They have 4 players alive. Unfortunately, they're on the wrong side of the road for this one. The nades are pretty good over towards the arena, though. That's going to be more damage being dealt on out.
DRX is out of the
not
zone.
Providing too much cover here. You just need to keep these nades coming on through. DRX going to have to move a little bit further north with Alter Ego lighting up their crossing.
Hubin,
so easy,
Hubin is the only person who made it.
All the way across, gets the spray down onto one, but cut through by the rest of the arena.
Ready.
Holding face for now, and DRX having a tough time getting across this roadside.
Very tough time
why
indeed.
would you
And in fact, Weibo's going to be fully
that?
finished off. There was a down player earlier. We knew Sook was going to try and go at it alone. For APG, a chance to dethrone Yangon Galacticos, who has been in first place for the longest time. But the question is, can they pressure up? Can they take down Ragnum Kari? And I just don't know if they're going to be able to. It's going to be a tough spot to be in without question. And APG already has a downed player. This is truly going to be a testament of their skills.
3 players, but only 2 of them up and standing. The off-angle dispatched now. Regnum Kaya have the blue zone to play around, but they have to leave as well. Top taken very low there for Alpha Gaming as Yol breaks out wide, a little bit more healthy. Needs to find a needle on the side of Regnum Kaya, but can't quite find it. The haystack too dense to be able to piece it together. Wild looking to sweep the legs. Yol goes down. Alpha Gaming most likely falling here to the blue zone, and the final tag is good. Regnum Kaya, 4 players alive. Now they need to turn their attention northwards.
And I don't think it was enough to overtake
127
first place. So
is the smash point tomorrow.
Galacticos, who hold on tight, but APG so close. We focus on the remaining teams left, and of course we look at Power, who's had a decent day, but will this be the shining example of what they can do in the finals? Well, maybe not so, as they're down to a solo.
Teams are ripping shreds out of each other along this ridgeline that sits central to the circle right now. Power were there for the longest time. And now they've got one.
They got one elimination.
This high ground. Alter Ego pushed in from the east side. They are playing as 3. One of the main
so
forces in this circle,
will be the smash
on the south side. They had 4, but Sakura wants to change that. Maybe a chance to take them low. Will go in with the shotgun and again takes another player down. And Irina not going to go down without a fight just yet. Regnum Kaya, Day getting ruined right now to close it down. Loxy back to the blue. Not much wiggle room to play with.
They might have few points, but they are mighty. But from the off angle, taken down before the story can truly get started.
Was about to
wipe to our top 4
Kaya.
rosters, and well, things start to get exciting for
Regnum Kaya. Has a way
the question is,
to
can they
reset
get Wild
everybody.
and Loxy back into the fight? And you also got a question for Silas: how much of an impact can he have against Alter Egos? He's in the forward position, and I believe Alter Egos know exactly where he's at.
Silas needs to hold this face here, right? For Regnum Kaya, they need the control of this open ground that sits in front of them. 20 seconds was enough to get those reses before the zone pushed on in. They can get a little bit of healing done, but the vehicle's low. Rosemary now pushing up, and that's the rest of Power dispatched.
Bro, Rosemary just like
playing up and on that.
Look at him celebrate, bro. Look at him celebrate.
Kaya finally able to get away, and as 4 players, this may just be done and dusted.
This might be, but you got to give credit where credit is. Oh, what a nade from a distance.
Darkin
throws it just right. Krypton down. And Alter Egos, 2 members to fight with. Ida keeping the pressure on, which is only even better news for Regnum Karya with all 4 players alive. Surely this is their game to take. It's been a while since they've been in the winner's circle, a while since they've had a winner-winner chicken dinner. Surely they can get the job done this time around.
Nade was
Next
crazy,
stage
bro.
will close dead center. That sits close to Alva's position right now. You can see that high ground there is under their control, but Ida could take the angle here, and Regnum Karya obviously with these nades, that looks pretty good. I don't think that Alter Ego are going to be able to hold this position for much longer. Regnum Karya should just be able to swallow over this. That nade looks good, and there's the knock that they were looking for. Alter Ego want to try and take a player or 2 down against Regnum Karya. They'll need to find this opening, but they've now lost their forward position, and it's just so hard to find these openings.
Ooh, and that's a big down onto Darkin. That's going to drop the players from Ida down to just a solo. Alter Egos at a duo. Loxy weak, no worries. He's got teammates for a reason. Slowly but surely,
actually, Regnum Karya could just farm both the teams and get the LM as well.
They still have to worry about
it's
the
a what,
solo
4v, 2v1?
Aaron, who's trying his best to stay up as long as possible, but Wild wants to take his head off.
We'll go for the spray.
Look at that. They got both eliminations from
in a full-face 2v4.
Now it's a 2v4.
Silas leading from the front. They've got 9 elims. They can add that up to 11. That will be a 21-point chicken dinner and put them nice and healthily for a podium competition spot at the end of day 2 here on the grand finals. Silas again pushing around the edge with that UMP.
But he has a MG3, bro.
Facing down against Rosemary and an MG3. That is not a friendly sight to see, but he's got his teammates where Rosemary does not.
Ooh.
Great shots. That at least helps a little bit. Rosemary, a guy that's been known to clutch up 7 eliminations for the day.
Oh, he got help from the top.
Rosemary guns him down. Is this the end? Will Regnum Karya choke the final engagement despite the man advantage? Well, it's up to Krypton, and Krypton's hitting the shots needed. Krypton might be able to do this for Alter Egos. He only has a couple of players to take care of. He goes to challenge on the Loxy, but it's not enough. You can't reset this. You can't get Rosemary back into the fight. You just have to keep pushing.
Regnum Karya choke on the first push, and now Krypton in a 1 versus 2. Loxy and Wild for Regnum Karya, trying to keep this one in the back pocket. Alter Ego have 14 elims.
No way. No way he's gonna revive.
Get this res.
Please don't tell me he's gonna revive. No way.
No, he steps back again. Are you kidding me, Regnum Karya? That's not gonna work out. Krypton, no way. And how on earth do they let that happen? It's Alter Ego to find a wild opening onto Regnum Karya. That is crazy. What a massive blunder.
Massive blunder indeed. That is insanity.
No
I cannot believe my
way,
eyes.
bro.
I cannot believe what just happened.
Just
Alter
push,
Egos
bro, push.
stand their
Oh my
ground.
God.
Regnum Karya, despite the man advantage, can't get the job done. And that right there pretty much puts a cap on the entirety of today's performance. Teams dropping the ball where they need to pick it up the most. But for Alter Egos, really the crowd favorite, a team that is looking to make history, might have just put themselves in the ballpark of potentially winning a championship.
What a dropped ball there. Regnum Karya with a 6-point swing on that as well. In that engagement, they would have 6 more points if they'd have been able to win that. And it was theirs. It was theirs for the taking. He was super low. He had nothing going for him. They allowed the first A to come through. They allowed the res onto Rosemary to come through. You cannot criticize Regnum Karya enough. And I hope that the desk will do just that. We're going to head to a break for the final time today. We do have a little surprise for you later though, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. And Wild that up to 11. That will be a 21-point chicken dinner and put them nice and healthily for a podium competition.
So they know it's only 2 right here. Chat, they know it's only 2. I wanna know what the fuck actually happened there, bro. So Silas is on the front.
Spot at the end of day 2 here on the grand finals. Silas again pushing around the edge with that UMP, the AUG in the back pocket as well, facing down against Rose.
Look, Silas knows he's here and he even heard the Krypton.
Rosemary and an MG.
And then he came back because he was like, oh, I'm
That
trapped.
is not a friendly sight to see, but he's got his teammates where Rosemary does not.
Great shots. That at least helps a little bit. Rosemary, a guy that's been known to clutch up 7 eliminations for the day.
Okay, so Krypton gets Silas. So Silas actually gets from the off angle.
Silas goes over the hill. Rosemary guns him down. Is this the
Okay,
end?
Wild knocks him.
Choke the final engagement despite the man advantage. Well,
Top six pushes him. Loxy is covering him. He gets knocked.
And Krypton's hitting the shots needed. Krypton might be able to do this for alter egos. He only has a couple of players to take care of. He goes to challenge on Loxy, but it's not enough. You can't reset this.
Okay, so what is the call, bro?
Can't get Rose.
What is the call? What is he doing? He's not even healing. Loxy is just holding him up. He's healing.
Rosemary back into the fight. You just have to keep
pushing. Healing?
Regnum Kaya choke on the first push, and now Krypton in a one.
He's using bandages, bro. No way. Wild is using bandages. You can see him use the bandage.
This is two. Loxy and Wild for
Okay, so now he's done using bandage.
Kaya trying to keep this one in the back pocket.
No, he's still using bandage.
Alter Ego have 14 elims. No way are they going to let Rosemary get this res. Regnum Kaya dropping the ball here to Loxy. No, he steps back again.
Bro, bro threw Pan, bro. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Pan!
You kidding me, Regnum Kaya?
Now they're pushing, bro. What?
That's not gonna.
Okay, so who knocks? So they take a fair 1v1. So he knocks Loxy. And then switches his aim. Oh, so Wild knocks Rosemary and he knocks Loxy. And then he finishes him. And then bam. 2 shots, 2 done. Look at him, bro. Look at him, Krypton. Look at Krypton, bro.
That happened. It's Alter Ego.
Bro, he should have shown his
wild opening onto Regnum Kaya. That is crazy.
Bro, no way. No way, Krypton, bro. Yeah, you're bad. Tell him, bro. Tell him he's bad. Like, Loxy is like, just push.
I cannot believe what just happened.
Just push, bro. Just push.
Stand their ground. Regnum Kaya, despite the man advantage, can't get the job
that
done.
That was horrible.
Right there,
that was my analysis of what not to do in PUBG Mobile. Who made the calls in Regnum Kaya? I have no idea who made the calls in Regnum Kaya, bro. Rex such a bizarre. Pan was needed, exactly. This is why you are not a pro player, Doom. This is exactly why you are not the pro player. I want to know. I don't know who was giving the calls, bro, but that was not the call. Anyway, chat. If you guys are still watching, the pan throw was super unnecessary. Apparently, it was not. Apparently, it was not. Anyway, I don't think they showed the final yet. So there is a new, there is a rondo. Overconfidence. I don't think it was overconfidence. I don't think I think they just was like, it's a 2v1. We're just gonna wait it out and then do it. 10 UC. I already did the 10 UC. But anyway, so there is a rondo show match. Yeah, right after this match, there is a rondo show match. It's a $10,000 for the team who wins the chicken dinner and $10,000 for the team with the most eliminations. So, bro, I don't understand what even happened. Who won? AE won, bro. AE won. So 10K for winners, 10K for most elimination. Yes. Did you get your glacier mummy? I did, bro. I did get my glacier mummy. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna go to bed, chat. You guys will, if you guys want, that thing is happening. Here's the link to the PUBG Mobile stream. Was streaming from beta? Streaming from bed? No, I am not. I'm gonna go sleep. If you guys want to go watch the rondo match, we'll do the watch party for the day number 3 tomorrow to see who actually wins it. Until then, have a good day, good night. I might do the stream later if I'm feeling well. If not, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you for hanging out with me. Take care of yourself. Have a good, wonderful, amazing Saturday. Peace.